push the presence, physical presence of Liberland in the regions. And we have also the team of our settlers. You could meet them yesterday. There are actually settlers right now working on settling of Liberland on the other side of the river. I hope you will be able to meet them later on. But it's a great team of people. I can tell you that it is a great achievement, the fact that we have been able to settle Liberland almost the whole February. We had permanent presence in Liberland, and it is a groundbreaking situation for us. We haven't been able to do that for 7 years, and then we finally managed to put people on the ground and start actually construction of something. So that is a very important step, and we can see that the times is changing, and especially the fact that Croatia joined Schengen has been very helpful in this regard. And as you know, despite many people visiting Liberland this year, we had not had a single major issue with the Croatia like we had previously, with mainly the fact that people were, I would say, unjustly arrested by Croatia. But I'm thinking that this is a very good sign that the time is changing. One of the most exciting things that we are going to talk about, and I'm grateful about the crowd of crypto and blockchain supporters and enthusiasts from the industry, and I believe Liberland will become a crypto hub of the future. By the way, we also got invited to the Bitcoin Miami conference to present. As you might know, Liberland is holding now almost 100% of its reserves in Bitcoin, so I think we're on the right place there. But we have also managed to put all our administration on a governance that is run by, I would say, one of the best blockchain technologies that is out there. And that will be one of the major topics of this conference. So Michael and as well as Dorian are going to showcase you what we have built so far. We have gotten a grant from Polkadot Foundation, a major grant, very recently, and we are going to get another half, hopefully, fairly soon. So it is somehow a stamp on the fact of the quality of the work that we have done, and the idea was really to remove 90% of bureaucrats from the bureaucracy of nation states, which I truly believe is important. Like, think about it, 10% to 20% of the population in regular state is employed by state, and we are trying to cut this to complete minimum and really leave the energy in the society to the free market economy that will drive the economic growth. And yes, we are still in early stages of development of Liberland, but I think the fact that we will have a fully functional voting, budgeting system, justice system, and the system of registries of property on blockchain will be a cornerstone for us. And the fact that actually the value of Liberland will be expressed also by free markets is a major thing for the future of Liberland. So I want to thank you very much for joining us for the 8th anniversary. It has been a very exciting time all these years. I'm also very excited to delegate now more and more power to the first decentralized autonomous government that we have just put together. So again, thank you very much and enjoy the anniversary, and I hope you will have a great time with us. Vasilisa, please join me. Also, I have to, if you probably met Vasilisa, I have to give you, you already got the medal because you're a great supporter, and thank you for putting this whole event together. You can tell us who is the next speaker.
Yes, absolutely. Now we're going to have a Bogi. He couldn't join us in person, but we have his recording and a message, who is the vice president of the Liberland. And if the team helps me.
Dear Liberlanders, friends, it's an honor to be with you and celebrate, this time virtually, the 8th anniversary of Liberland. At this point, I would like to report to you on a very important key diplomatic and political achievement of recent months. In June 2022, the Liberland delegation was received by Dominican Member of Parliament, Deputy Soraya Suarez, who is also a representative of City of Santiago and deputy from the ruling Modern Revolutionary Party in Dominican Republic. The meeting and presentation were attended by 8 other members of National Legislative Chamber, DR Congress, as well as the employees, staff, and observers. Parliament member Deputy Suarez and President Witiedliczka signed a resolution recognizing Liberland with the support of other Parliament members present. As agreed, the resolution will be put to the vote in coming month. In addition to this success, we will show around the Hall of Presidents and the Parliament itself. We also open cooperation with Duarte Institute and University of Santo Domingo. So it was great achievement and very, very productive visit.
We will give you some Bitcoin as a form of appreciation, but we will organize it. We are first Bitcoin? Okay, excellent. Excellent. So thank you very much. We appreciate it one more time. Okay.
Viene para acá, diputado. Gracias.
At the end of December 2022, Liberland and Consejo Nacional de Fronteras of the Dominican Republic, which is the Dominican National Border Council, recently complete the free trade agreement along with signed intent to recognize the Liberland passport. This office is overseen by our friend Ambassador Espencel Fragoso Furcal, making this the first step in completing the visa-free entry between party territories. The agreements made with the National Border Council is an important catalyst in developing not only Liberland's partnership with the Dominican Republic, but also in the Liberlanders' very purpose of developing sustainable reciprocity between borders of neighboring countries. As we develop our own infrastructure and government, we're looking to the rapidly evolving developments throughout the Dominican Republic, its beautiful resources, including the ocean, delicate and complex ecosystem, and extensive self-sustaining agriculture enterprises. Through trade and agriculture, we hope to establish our own headquarters in the DR within Santo Domingo's colonial district. Those are just a few of our plans with the Dominican Republic, which we hope to continue to grow and nurture, just as we are doing with our membership and footprints throughout the world. In other news, we are increasing our momentum in validating our efforts for future recognition with the UN through House Resolution 0176, which was introduced in the state of Illinois through the leadership of Representative Sosnowski and past state Representative David Rice. We encourage all of our citizens to reach out to their respective lawmakers to introduce similar resolution. We look forward to further announcement throughout our 8th anniversary. Thank you to all who have attended this event to be a part of our growing Liberland legacy. You are all a part of history in the making.
And now I want to announce our next speaker, Michael Ptaknik, the Minister of Justice of Liberland. Michael, I think the microphone is not working. Just come over to the stage, please.
Thank you. So, can you hear me? Can you hear me better? Good to hear that. What is this? That's the clicker. So great. So let's get the presentation here. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you very much. So in this presentation, I'm going to explain what the Ministry of Justice is doing for you. This is a very important question in Liberland because unlike in other countries, we do not want to have offices which do not do things for you, which are not useful. And I'm going to demonstrate why I think that the Ministry of Justice is useful. It's a big thing, so let's bear with me. However, it doesn't. Oh, great. By the way, we're trying to be modern in using the best available technologies, and we are living in the beginnings of the AI revolution. So you're going to see some pictures which are AI generated to illustrate my points. So this is, of course, an artist's impression of a future Ministry of Justice. And this is the overview of the entire presentation, basically, and of what we do from the bird's eye view. So what are we doing? We're preparing the constitution. We're drafting the interim legislature. We are working on the blockchain. We're supporting the cabinet as much as possible. And we are helping the settlement, because Liberland is laser focused on that. The land of Liberland has never been anything else than the highest priority. And in the future, there's kind of an outlook I'll talk about in brief about how we are going to run the justice system. But let's begin with the Constitution. The Constitution is a libertarian one. It is inspired, as you can see in the picture, by the American Constitution and by others, such as the Swiss Constitution, also in part by Singapore. The point is to ensure that the individual freedoms and property rights, which derive from which the freedoms derive, and from which also human rights derive, are protected. I want to talk a little bit about that. So our constitution is quite unique in equating human rights and property rights. So you own yourself, you act, you own the things which you create by your action. And for us, that defines human dignity, that this can be undisturbed. And if you look in history at all the regimes which have ever acted against human rights, property rights were not respected. One of the first steps in Nazi Germany, Soviet Union, and all the other things which we don't want to follow was to compromise the property rights and then to destroy them. So this, we are doing our best that it would not happen in Liberland. Thank you. We are doing this by introducing decentralization and limited government, and to ensure that the free market principles are represented for years and years to come. So this is the basis of our constitution. Then comes the way how it is going to be practiced. It's going to be practiced by a minimal government of 4 ministries, with executive of very few powers, and with a legislative which is going to run through the blockchain, and it's going to be, spoiler alert, you're the legislative citizens, because no law will be a law except that it goes through the referendum in Liberland, here thereby ensuring that the laws are legitimate and that it's truly the will of the people. We want to balance the power of the state to coordinate people, to produce collective outcomes in questions which do require this coordination, with freedom. It's not an easy job, you know. So we have created a system where the government can do very little, because there are rights that derive from the property rights mentioned in the constitution, which rights are debilitating for anyone who would want to introduce tyranny in Liberland. For instance, you can't control free commerce. You can't control free movement, no lockdowns. You can't impose medical restrictions against your will. You can't, for example, vaccinate anyone with something he doesn't want to have in their body, and so on. In this way, we are protecting your liberties and the property rights. We're also protecting your free speech by being free speech absolutists to the maximal possible level. Of course, it's not unlimited. There is one thing we have to respect, which is an outside influence, and that's international law. We are a good member of the international community. That means we have to play ball with the other countries, and the other countries are not necessarily libertarian, to put it mildly. So we have to be mindful of that. And last but not least, privacy. What you do in your home, if it harms none, is none of our business as a government. Taxes, voluntary. We already talked about that, so I'll be brief in this one. We have no tax office. Nobody's going to extort you for your money. Only project-based taxation or voluntary taxation happens. So it's going to be like Patreon. The government has to justify what it does, and if it doesn't, it gets no money for it. That is the point. That is the basic principle. We're going to soon build the portal for that, so that you can start paying for projects, getting the results from us. Okay, legislature, why? Why do we have this legislature? Because blank paper is a difficult thing. And so we want to help the coming up government, democratic government, in creating professional legislative basis. A few laws, not many, because too much legislation hurts freedom. But those laws that are necessary for us to understand each other in person-to-person interactions, in person-to-government interactions. Mostly those. Like, it's actually the laws are mostly limiting government. So this is what we're doing, and we are, of course, ensuring that the transition to the regular government, of which Dorian's going to speak soon at length, will be smooth. This is the list of those laws which we have drafted or are drafting. They're not in force right now because there is no Congress, but there will be soon Congress. It's up to you, actually, up to how fast you as citizens adopt the blockchain. those laws, citizenship law, obviously, contract law, police law, yes, we want to have that, and it is to limit the police, not to give it powers, but to limit it, to make sure that you have rights against whichever security will be in Liberland in the initial settlement. Border law, IT law, which is like your freedom of information law. Okay, blockchain. Well, Dorian's going to talk about this, but we are very busy making sure that the blockchain enshrines the constitution and the law and is using the principle of code as law. So for the reasons why Veet said it, we want to minimize administrative clutter, government expenses, and so on. And I hope that it will be very user-friendly and it will be the first, in fact, blockchain-based e-government on the planet. In brief, we are working hard to professionalize our back office, to make sure the government runs as a government, to use modern tools like Jira, and, however, we want to use open source software tools whenever possible, in order not to bind the government to any one producer of software or hardware for that matter. That's one of our activities. We are using Jitsi Meet, Signal, and exploring alternatives to other programs so that we can de-Google ourselves, for example, and so on. Hello? It doesn't work. Great. This is very important. The settlers are the key, and we are providing them with all assistance and support. Whenever the Croatian police does something that would be illegal by their own standards, we need to be there to address that. And we have a team in Croatia which is working with us professionally so that we can address that within the framework of the Croatian law, which is the way how it should be addressed, in a civil but resolute manner. We want to be their friends, so we're also giving diplomatic support, the olive branch arm, and we are supporting that. We have professionals for that also, and the Ministry of Justice stands ready to assist those professionals. Whenever the settlers are in trouble, we are on the phone, we're ready to help them, basically 24/7, and we want a smooth and orderly and positive settlement, and soon. And if at all our efforts will matter, it will be soon. We want to make it soon. We don't want to make you wait. You've waited enough. For the future now, we are designing the courthouse, as the picture shows. We will be engaged in a cutting-edge blockchain judiciary solution. There are no working, universally applicable blockchain judiciaries in this world yet, because they have taken a philosophy of maximizing the blockchain element and ignoring the judiciary element. We are combining that. People are used to some things in the courtroom: a judge, professionality, predictability, and the blockchain solutions don't have that. You don't recognize them as courts. Ours, you will recognize as a court. We also want to apply for Polkadot grant to get that stamp of respectability, and we'll build that. It's going to be difficult, and you can help us. If you think you're somehow connected to the judiciary world, please tell me. We are looking for any input that would help us, regularly or just ideas. We want to make this good, and we have one chance to make it good. And we want to make it not just good, but great, and that's going to happen with your support. So, thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. I'll be looking forward to talk to many of you during this conference. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker is Navid Sibiarin, the Minister of Finance of Liberland. Please greet him.
Thank you. Actually, my wife told me to wear my glasses because I'm going blind slowly, so let me see if this helps. Oh my goodness, it's actually worse. Yeah, there we go. Well, this is going to be a little awkward because I actually prepared 2 different presentations for this, and until even right now, I don't know which one I'm going to use. And just before coming here 2 days ago, I went to ChatGPT and I said, pretend you're the Minister of Finance of Liberland and write a speech to address Liberland's 8th anniversary. So I'm going to tell you what it gave me to start, word for word. So it's not me. It says, Dear Liberlanders, actually no, that's the first person. Dear fellow Liberland citizens, I am honored to speak to you today on the occasion of our nation's 8th anniversary. In the past 8 years, Liberland has made significant strides in establishing itself as a sovereign state, and as the Minister of Finance, that's me. I am proud to say that our economy is growing stronger each year. One of our most significant achievements is the establishment of a tax-free environment that attracts businesses and investors from all over the world. See, the countdown doesn't help. I think I got a bit faster. And I'm not much of a speaker, as you see. From all over the world. As a result, we have seen a significant increase in foreign direct investment, I think a little ahead of itself there, which has helped us to create new job opportunities to grow an economy. Moreover, we have been working tirelessly to create a robust financial infrastructure that can support our growing economy. We have established the national banking system. I was surprised, I know where it got that, because we have been working quite actively of finding a banking solution, and we're very close to announce something quite exciting there. And we are currently developing our digital currency, again, wow, that will enable seamless transactions between individuals and businesses within our borders. I am also pleased to report that our government's fiscal discipline has resulted in a balanced budget, which is a testament to our commitment to responsible financial management. By keeping our expenses in check, we have been able to invest in critical infrastructure projects such as our roads and transportation networks. There, it's a little ahead of its time, maybe give it a year or two, which are also essential in connecting our citizens and businesses. Looking forward, we have ambitious plans for the future of Liberland's economy. We aim to attract even more foreign investment by continuing to improve our business-friendly environment and investing in our people's education and skills. In conclusion, I want to thank you for your continued support of Liberland's economy, and I assure you that my team and myself remain committed in fostering a strong and prosperous financial future for our nation. Thank you, and happy anniversary to all of us. So that was quite impressive, I found. But I took it, I thought I asked it, can you make it a little more personal? So it comes, dear, so now it's dear. Dear fellow Liberlanders, as we celebrate the 8th anniversary of our great nation, I am filled with a sense of pride and optimism for what we have accomplished and lies ahead. As the Minister of Finance, again, that's me, I want to take a moment to reflect on our journey and share some personal thoughts with you. First, when I joined the government, I was struck by the passion and dedication of our citizens to build something truly unique and special. We all shared a vision of a country where freedom, innovation, and prosperity were not just slogans, but the bedrock of our society. I agree. Over the years, I've witnessed firsthand the hard work and sacrifice of our people that make that vision a reality. From our entrepreneurs and business owners who took risks to invest in our country, to our civil servants who work tirelessly to create an efficient and transparent government, and to our citizens who take pride in building and defining our nation, we are all part of this journey. As the Minister of Finance, I've had the privilege in working with some of the brightest minds in finance and economics to create a robust financial system that supports our growing economy. We have worked hard to attract foreign investment and businesses to our country, and we also recognize the importance of investing in our people's education, skills, and infrastructure to create a sustainable and prosperous future. I am proud that our efforts have paid off. Today, we have a thriving economy with businesses and investors from all over the world choosing to invest in Liberland. I like that idea. Our people are prosperous, our infrastructure is strong, and our government is accountable and responsive to the needs of its citizens. But we cannot rest on our laurels. We must continue to innovate, adapt, and improve to face the challenges of the future. We must be bold and take risks, always be guided by the values of freedom, prosperity, and fairness to define our nation. So as we celebrate the 8th anniversary, let's take a moment to reflect on our journey so far and renew our commitment to building a brighter and better future to all Liberlanders. Thank you and happy anniversary. I'm running out of time. I'm going to be a lot faster now. So I took it even a step further and said, please, can you make it even more personal and shorter, please? Because I'm not good at reading this. So I'm getting my dear fellow Liberlanders. It's getting very personal now. As we celebrate our 8th anniversary, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. It has been an honor to serve as the Minister of Finance and be part of this incredible journey. When I first joined the government, I was struck by the passion and dedication of all our citizens to build something truly special. Together we have built a country that is not just thriving, it's a place where innovation and prosperity flourish. I am proud of the work that you have accomplished in creating a tax-free environment that attracts businesses and investors from all over the world. We have established a strong financial infrastructure, balanced our budget, and invested in critical infrastructure projects. It keeps insisting on infrastructure, so hint. Yeah. But most of all, I am proud of our people who have shown resilience, creativity, and an unwavering commitment to our shared values. You are the heart and soul of our nation, and it is because of your hard work and dedication that we have come so far. As we look to the future, let us continue to build on our achievements and remain committed to our vision of a prosperous and free nation. I am confident that with your continued support and dedication, we will continue to achieve great things for Liberland. Thank you and happy anniversary to all of us. So what I found, yes. What I found very interesting and consistent between all these versions, it kept going back to the people. You know, you can have an amazing vision, and the story practically tells itself. But it's really through this dedication and the belief and the support of the people that we actually make this vision a reality. And this really, the one last thing I want to share, really connected with me with a poem that I really think is extremely inspiring by Rudyard Kipling called If. And in that, I don't know if you're familiar with that, and as I read it, I hope it kind of resonates with you the same way in relation to Liberland. It really talks about the perseverance and hard work that we face. I mean, when we face challenges in life and difficulties about going on. Without babbling too much about it, I'm just going to read it for you. Oops. It's called If. And goes like this. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired of waiting or being lied about, don't deal in lies. Or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream and make your dreams your master, excuse me, if you can dream and not make your dreams your master, if you can think and not make your thoughts your aim, if you can meet triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear or hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves and make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can meet one heap of all your winnings and risk it all in one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew and serve your turn long before they are gone, and hold on on where there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. And I know I'm out of time. I couldn't help myself. I had to go back to ChatGPT and ask him, could you please rewrite this poem by Robert Kipling in relation to Liberland? And he gave me this. If you can keep your head when others doubt, and build a nation that's free and devout, if you can trust yourself when others deceive, and fight for liberty without retrieve, if you can dream and make those dreams come true, and persevere when challenges ensure, if you can embrace change and adapt with ease, and inspire others to join your decrees, if you can value freedom above all else, and strive for justice without undue wealth, if you can honor your fellow men, and work to build a nation that's grand, if you can be true to yourself and your cause, and lead with courage, with passion and pause, yours is Liberland, with its value so rare, and everything that's worth fighting for, you'll find it there. So in the words of ChatGPT, happy anniversary.
Thank you, Navid. It was very touchy and very personal, as you were trying in several steps, right? And now I want to invite the next speaker, Dorian Stern, who is the mastermind of the blockchain in Liberland. So please welcome him on the stage.
Hey. So how do I control this?
I will be.
Hey everyone. So today I'll be talking about the Liberland blockchain as soon as I figure out how to control the slides. Before we begin with the blockchain, I just want to say that we are also building a sexy new website. It was supposed to be ready for today, but we didn't manage to finish everything. We are working with a very talented designer from Serbia. If you want to see it, we have deployed the almost ready version on staging.liberland.org if you want to get a sneak peek, but it will be launched for real a little bit later. So anyway, I'm gonna talk about the Liberland blockchain, but in a way that people who aren't mega nerds can also understand it. So I want to start by saying a few things about Liberland and Liberland blockchain. So as you've heard before, Liberland is the freest nation on earth, but it is not necessarily the freest blockchain on earth. So if you want to I don't know, sell nuclear weapons on the Ethereum blockchain or on Bitcoin, nobody can stop you. But as a nation state, we do not allow everything that's allowed on traditional blockchains that are fully anarchic. So for example, one big difference is that to access some of the features of our blockchain, you have to be a KYC citizen. So while most of the features of our blockchain can be used by anonymously, some of the features are locked behind the KYC process, which might be surprising to hear for some people that come here from the crypto world, but as I said, we are the freest nation on earth, and in order to be a nation, we have to respect some international laws. So Another thing to also be aware about is that so Liberland is a project in the physical world that is settling the land, the Liberty Island, but Liberland is also our blockchain infrastructure. Those two are very connected, but in some ways they are also separate. So even if you are a crypto nerd who doesn't care at all about Liberland, we are building some features on the blockchain that will be useful to you even outside just the Liberland project. So with that out of the way, let's begin. So we have been in development for a little less than a year, and what we have built so far is the following. So you can now claim citizenships and your merits if you have them. Elections, delegation of votes are fully functional for the government. Referendums are working, so the whole democratic process is from the technical perspective ready. Our legislation system is ready, so Liberland legislation will be stored on the blockchain, which allows some protections that normal governments wouldn't have. We spent a lot of time thinking about how to have a meaningful separation of power. So, for example, there is a separation of power between the Senate, the elected councilmen, the merit holders, the citizens themselves have some headcount vote power. There is a separation of power between the chain operators and the token holders. For everything that can be done on Liberland, there are two ways that it can be undone. So in the spirit of libertarian governance, it's much easier to strike down legislation than pass it. And we also have some infrastructure that allows the running of business on the blockchain, such as the registries for companies and assets. And there is also some other stuff that's blockchain stuff that you would expect. We allow smart contracts, we allow DAOs, staking, and stuff like that I'll be talking about later. So most of these things we've been testing on the testnet. And just a short story. So yesterday it had almost 1 million blocks already produced. We got support from the Web3 Foundation. I think previous speakers were referring to it as the Polkadot Foundation, but it's called Web3. Anyway, we have also worked with some of the volunteers that were validators. Some of them are with us here, and we are very grateful. That step was very crucial to ensure the security of the chain. And yeah, the testnet will continue. We aren't gonna shut it down. In fact, we cannot shut it down even if we want to, because most of the validators are citizens, and even if the government with its pseudo testnet key decided, no, we want to shut it down, we can't actually do that. That's the beauty of blockchain. It's decentralized, and no centralized entity can enforce its will, which is in line with our libertarian ideals. So anyway, the testnet will continue. It will continue to be useful, but we are ready to move on to the next step. But first, so what did we build on the testnet? If you want to see it, there is testnet.liberland.org. And in order to interact with our chain, you need to first claim your identity. So if this is your first time trying to interact with the blockchain, there are some things that you will need to do. They usually take between 5 to 10 minutes of setup. And most of the things I will be talking about are documented in an article. If you want to, you can just visit this website, and then everything will be explained there. I don't think it's super up to date, so far, but yeah, you can just open it and leave it in a tab somewhere, and when you decide to claim your citizenship, you can just read everything, so you don't need to remember everything I say. But basically, you are going to need to create a wallet. Your wallet address will be used to access your on-chain identity. That takes 2 minutes. You will then have to connect your on-chain identity to your Liberland account identity. So if you go to your profile, it will ask you for your wallet address and just add it there. And then by using our blockchain frontend, you can update your on-chain identity. So if you're a citizen, you are KYC'd. So we know who you are, and this is one of the foundations of citizenship. And any identity you set on the blockchain will be public, but you do not necessarily have to put your public data on there. So if you want to be a politician, you will probably want to have your real name so people can recognize you, and you will be public on the blockchain. But if you want to be more private, you do not have to put your real name, but you're still KYC'd. Like, the government knows who you are, but anybody reading the blockchain wouldn't know that it's you. So with that out of the way, let me talk about more details about our chain. So I've already mentioned this in the previous presentation, but we actually have two tokens. The first one is Liberland Merit, LLM, which most of you will already be familiar with and probably have. Liberland Merit is basically our political token, so it's required for citizens, for citizenship. The default citizenship requires you to have 5,000 merits. Most of you already know that, and in most political processes you vote with your merits. So your merits represent your the contribution to the Liberland project and the taxes you have paid. And if you want to go on welfare, for example, your welfare is funded by the taxes you already paid. There is also LLD, which is the operational token, which is used for paying fees, running smart contracts, and any chain interaction. So if you're a Liberlander, you are going to have a lot of LLM. If you want to interact with the chain, but not necessarily the Liberland side of the project, you need LLD. So just a few things. So LLM is fixed supply. There will never be more than 70 million of LLM, so it's totally non-inflationary. But on the other hand, there is no return on investment on LLM. LLM might raise in price, but it is not a token that gives you extra tokens. LLD, on the other hand, is an inflationary token. The starting inflation level is 10% a year. This will likely decrease as time goes on. It can be staked, and basically LLD is very similar to Polkadot or Ethereum. So if you know something about Ethereum or Polkadot, you can just think about LLD in that way. So as I said, the Liberland dollar, or you can also call it Liberland dinar or ducat if you want, is used for on-chain interaction, and it also provides shared security. It is one of the pillars of the separation of power. So people with LLM decide what happens on chain, but people with LLD are actually running the chain. And I'll talk about more about that on the staking. So just a few words. Our front-end interaction has been built mostly by me. As you can see, I'm a shit designer, and after we finish the website, our designer will also give us a sexy interface for the blockchain interaction. For now it's functional, but not as sexy. Okay, with LLD we have normal wallet functionalities. You can send, receive, see history, stake, whatever. It's a wallet. It does what you expect it to do. I'm going to talk more about staking. So staking is what provides shared network security. So you might have heard that blockchain is a decentralized network, and the decentralization comes from many people running the validators that the blockchain runs on. The purpose of the validators is to ensure that the chain data is valid and safe. But we are a nominated proof of stake system, so we also have nominators. Any LLD holder can be a nominator, and the purpose of the nominator is to select validators that are honest. The rewards for this are inflation rewards. So in normal countries, the government has a hidden tax, which is called inflation. They can just print more money, and that makes the money you already own worth less. In Liberland, the inflation goes to the stakers. So the inflation is algorithmic, and it goes to the citizens directly, anybody who stakes. So, as I said, the staking strategy, basically, if you are a staker, just select the validators that you want to be honest. But I'm not going to go into too much detail. It's in the docs when you start to be interested in it. We can go back to it later. We also have an interface for advanced staking if you want to see all the technical nerd shit. You can. So there is also validators. So validators are the bedrock that the decentralization of the chain rests upon. And being a validator is actually really lucrative. So we have made it really easy for citizens to become validators. Well, really easy compared to all other blockchains. It still takes about 15 minutes. But if you are in any way interested in becoming a validator, please scan this. You will join our node operator room. And we have a process that to do it if you are a technical person and even if you are not a technical person. So one of the big differences between Liberland blockchain and normal blockchain is that on our blockchain only citizens can be validators. So this is also another layer of the separation of powers. But this is also our way to reward our citizens. So Liberland blockchain has uses for the Liberlanders and for any other crypto people. But only Liberlanders can be validators. So, and validators are also getting part of the inflation rewards. So this means that as our chain grows, the return on investment on your citizenship grows too. So just being a citizen on the Liberland blockchain is actually gives you passive income. So we are aiming basically for all citizens to become validators, and this will just become more and more profitable over time. So yeah, please, if you're a citizen, scan this and we'll make you some money. Not a lot in the beginning, but yeah. So let me talk a little bit about the politics on chain. So we have both representative and direct democracy. So on chain, we can elect the council members, and you can delegate your political power to them. So you don't have to vote on every minutia of the political process if you don't want to. But if you want to, you can of course vote on everything yourself. Any citizens can propose new legislation or endorse them and vote on them, and we have a friendly UI that supports it. there is a little bit of privileges for the representatives. So, for example, everything happens through a referendum. But if the referendum is started by the elected government, then it's a negative referendum in a sense that citizens have to say, yeah, we don't want this. But if they don't say this, it by default passes. And if it's a directly started referendum, then citizens have to say, yeah, we want this, and then it passes. It is not a simple majority referendum. There is a bit of math going on there. So if only, for example, 10% of all citizens vote on a referendum, then they would need to have, I don't know, 70% yes in order to pass, but it becomes a simple majority as at least 50% of the citizens vote somewhere. So it's kind of a thing to ensure that referendums that are unpopular can still pass. So you can vote for the congressman. We have preference ordered voting. So in normal countries, in most political systems, for example, if you have three parties, let's say the Communist Party, the Nazi Party, and the Moderate Party, if any of the parties get 51% of the votes, they impose their will on everybody, even if they're ideologically very opposed. But we want to avoid these things, so we have preference order votes. So you can order your votes in the preference of how you would like them, and you can just say, no, I want these guys, I'm okay with these guys, and I definitely don't want these guys. There's math behind it, but basically just order your votes in your order of preference, and that's it. And you can delegate your votes to any of the acting Congressional Assembly members. Oh, this is actually an old screenshot, and we don't have a button. Now there's a button here for delegation. Everything goes through referendum, so any legislation will be seen by citizens, and you can vote on them. If you're delegating, your representative will vote on it too. You can also start your own referendum, and yeah, it goes through the same process. Now, all Liberland legislation is actually kept on chain, so you can also browse the legislation of Liberland, but everything I have been talking so far has been using your LLM as political power. So you can make a referendum to pass new legislation and vote on it on LLM. You can make a referendum to repeal legislation with LLM. But we also have a headcount veto. So any legislation can also be struck by citizens using headcount veto when it's just one person, one vote. If at any point more than half of the citizens cast their veto, the veto can be triggered, and legislation is getting destroyed. Okay, so enough about government. Now we are moving to the doing business part. So we have built preparatory infrastructure for running businesses on chain. We have done the registries for companies, lands, assets, metaverse land, and we've also built offices palette. This is all in preparation to allow traditional businesses to run on chain. I'll talk more about that a bit later. We also allow DAOs. We also allow both smart and dumb contracts. So for example, we are running our government on chain, and one of the new things we have built is the offices palette, which basically government offices have some power on the chain. So for example, the company registry office is one responsible for registering your company, and it has clerks, and those clerks can can basically register the office. But those clerks are elected through the democratic process. So, you know, people can be fired and hired through the democratic process. So let me talk about how the company registry works and why we have built it. So I have talked with Michael about it. I'm explaining the technical process. Michael tells me that some things about it are super illegal. No, that's fake news. We have built the technical part, but the official registries will also have their own rules that are in addition to the technical rules. So, for example, our company registry office, our company registry requires you to publicly disclose some information. For example, your company name, your company wallet address, and there is also some information that from the technical side doesn't have to be publicly disclosed. So we have built an encryption system. So for shareholders and ultimate beneficiaries. So for example, if somebody wants to have a Liberland company but doesn't necessarily publicly disclose that to the world, you can encrypt your involvement with it. So for example, if there are two upstanding citizens of a country, some other country, let's call them Gus Fring and Don Eladio, and if they want to start a company, Gus Fring would be the public face and Don Eladio would be the encrypted member. And the registry would know their identities, but their identities would not be public to the rest of the world. And this would also play in with the justice system that we are building. So if in any future disputes, even though that they are encrypted and not public, if the shareholders and ultimate beneficiaries want to go to court with each other, the Liberland courts can process them even though they are encrypted to the rest of the world. So we also built metaverse registries. So in the metaverse you can also see your land registrations. Why did we build the registries? So to enable traditional businesses on chain. So for example, if you want to make a smart contract right now to build a house, you cannot really do that because if somebody fucks you over, you cannot sue somebody and you may have paid them $1 million. Now with the process of the registering of the companies on the Liberland blockchain and of having traditional courts on there, you can run these real-world traditional businesses on-chain because we are going to use the court system as oracles. So if you can have much more faith that if you hire a company on-chain to do something for you, for example, build a house, if they don't do that, you will get your money back because they have to follow Liberland law and yeah, basically deliver. One other example I can think of from the technical perspective is completely on-chain insurance companies. So for example, insurance that works in Bitcoin. Nobody does on-chain insurance companies so far because, well, if they don't want to pay you, you can't sue them because there's no jurisdiction. But we are providing the jurisdiction with the company registries and the judiciary. So it would be possible if somebody wants to start an insurance company to pay for your insurance in Bitcoin, and if you break your leg, you get some of the Bitcoins, and if the insurance company doesn't pay, you can go to a Liberland court and yeah, this would be running of traditional businesses on chain. And one of the major advantages of people that aren't Liberlanders for using the Liberland blockchain. So, where do we go from here? 2 days ago, on the birthday of Thomas Jefferson and the anniversary of Liberland, our mainnet has produced its first blocks. From the technical perspective, we are basically ready to launch everything. We are ready to launch the political system. We are ready to launch the infrastructure for running businesses. But it is a process that will now take some time and will come in phases. So the phase 1 will be onboarding our citizens, giving you your tokens. We will also be onboarding citizen validators. So in order to become fully decentralized, we need more validators. And this is actually going to be quite lucrative especially in the beginning. So in phase 1, we will be gathering the wallet addresses and preparing the citizens. And in about a week or 2 weeks, we'll launch your merits and you can become validators. After that, once we have a stable, secure blockchain, we move on to phase 2. We will get to some exchanges, so you can buy and sell your tokens on the free market. And we will also onboard all merit and LD holders. And finally, we'll have the real launch with all the extra fanfare. After the real launch, so in phase 2, we are also be extensively testing the political system, which at this point will be advisory. So we will be testing examples like a senator with a lot of merits has become a communist and wants to pass bullshit legislation, and then we'll test our defenses against that with the separation of power, the vetoes and stuff like that. After all of that is done, after phase 2, the political system stops being advisory and becomes binding. So this is the time where the how do you say this temporary government gets disbanded and gets elected for real. And we can only do that after most of the citizens are onboarded. And after that phase 3, we'll also have the companies compliant with international law, so we can also start doing both real business and real governance on-chain. So, as I said, from the technical perspective, we are ready. And I wanted to meet Peter. Peter, can you come here? So Peter is our first clerk. He will be handling most of the onboarding. So if you're a citizen and want to run validator, start staking, he is the guy to bother. And you have been bothering him on the testnet. And basically, as I said, from the technical perspective, everything is ready. We have the initial nodes. We have the funded onboarder account for the Ministry of Interior. The only thing that is missing is give Peter the on-chain authority on the mainnet to onboard the citizens. So, Mr. President, we are ready to launch phase 1 on your command. Yeah. So your responsibility as in phase 1 and phase 2 pseudo key owner, you will now have to assign Peter as to give him the on-chain authority to onboard citizens. the official ones, the paid ones.
All right, guys. 3, 2, 1. There you go. Thank you, guys. So, if you're a citizen, please vote at Peter. Should be message.
That's the decentralization. You just pass responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for this morning. It was very interesting and intense sessions. Now I invite you, we're going to skip the Q&A, which was in our agenda, but I invite you to go now to stretch your legs, get your coffee, and bother all of these beautiful people, Peter, Vit, Michael, Navid, everybody. And we wait you back here at 12 sharp to continue with the Web 3 part, sorry. coming from all the way from Dubai, though he's Finnish. So, so he's gonna talk about the DeFi in crypto, and I pass the word to him.
Thank you, Vasilisa. Thanks, Liberland, President Witt, inviting me here. Yeah, we can start with the slides, guys, if you want. And 15 minutes on the clock. So, decentralized finance, here to stay. Do we agree on this? Yes. Okay, thank you, goodbye. Yeah, so there are a couple of more things that I still want to explain to you, tell you, ask you questions, by the way. I want this to be interactive session, if you don't mind. Next slide. What's your clicker? Oh, yes, too close. And fine. Yes, decentralized finance. The idea of decentralized finance is, as it starts already from Satoshi Nakamoto. Do you know this guy, Satoshi Nakamoto? Do you have his number? Okay, yeah, permissionless, trustless network. So that's also now embedded on finance. It's a beautiful idea. You can access these platforms and these solutions and ecosystems asking no permission from anybody. That's a beautiful thing. I believe this represents quite well also what Liberland is trying to do. Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Clicker. Okay, who's this guy? A little bit older guy than any of you maybe. But I started my first online business 1994, the same year than the first commercial internet browser was launched. Anybody, what's the name of the browser? Netscape. Not Netflix, no. Netscape, okay, yes, true. Right, so quite many years I've been online, and I fell into the blockchain crypto rabbit hole 2006 when I came across with Ethereum white paper. I didn't eat, I didn't drink, I didn't sleep in 3-4 months. I researched as much as I can because I noticed and I realized that this can be the future of the entire society. Get rid of all the middlemen in the procedures and transactions. So then I'm positioned myself quite soon on the education level of the business. I'm an advisor and educator. I'm an educator by my education because I'm a teacher from the Eastern University of Finland. So I kind of bring this history and the skill set and experience to the blockchain cryptos. Enough about me. So let's walk this through slide quite fast through. It's too busy. I hate busy slides. But this is kind of history where we are today. Couple of important bullet points about this particular slide. First, of course, Bitcoin itself, big thing, and tiny, interesting, important thing when it comes to Dubai and Bitcoin. There was a big conference in February in Dubai, which is back, in a matter of fact, in Belgrade, the same in May, tomorrow conference. How many guys? I believe Witt is speaking there. I believe he is. Oh, yes. Nenad is also there speaking, maybe. Yeah, but the opening speaker was the CEO of Dubai Blockchain Center, Dr. Moran Al-Sarouni. And in the end, he allowed people to ask a couple of questions. Before that, actually, he said a very important thing, that he has an announcement to make. Announcement was that now, from that day onwards, Dubai Blockchain Center is called Dubai Bitcoin and Blockchain Center. That was quite interesting announcement. And then there was a couple of questions, time for a couple of questions and answers. And of course, raised my hand, and Dr. Moran said, Pekka, come here. And then I asked him, why Bitcoin? Why just any other digital asset or coin or token? Then he gave a perfect answer. And this is something that I believe everybody in the scene needs to understand, because we need to educate everybody to understand this particular business and opportunities there are. He said that if you think Bitcoin is starting phase, creation, fully decentralized, and the society, people who understood it, they made it this big. There's nothing centralized when it comes to creation, mining, coins, and building the network together. Fully decentralized. We can talk how decentralized it is today when it comes to mining farms and stuff. But then he said that all the other ones, from their perspective, because for, Dubai Blockchain Center is a government organization. Dr. Marwan Al-Zaruni explained all the other ones are digital assets. They can be altcoins, they can be digital securities or anything else. Bitcoin, that's why in this particular phase of this development of this infrastructure and ecosystem, they decided to call Dubai Bitcoin and Blockchain Center. Interesting theory. So yeah, of course, why we have DeFi today? We need to have smart contract platforms. And that's, I believe that Vitalik is a big name on this particular application technology. DeFi has been, there's a lot of hacks and scams and whatever there is on DeFi, which is sad, but it's, we need to understand it's early phase still what we're doing, and really, really sad what happened to Aave just a little while ago. I mean, did you hear, guys, what happened to Aave? Yeah, that was, Aave was still running earlier phases of the network itself. Now they are Aave 3.0, but the Aave was hacked, and millions and millions of dollars worth of coins were stolen from the platform. But the hack happened on the version 1 Aave. But still, we need to understand the risks there are. Aave is my favorite DeFi, by the way. It's from Finland. Aave means ghost in English. So yeah, but the market cap, we're still quite early. Those numbers are from yesterday. I forgot to change the dates. So it's like 51 billion DeFi market cap today, and total value locked 60 billion. Very, very small still if you compare the global financial markets and economy. By the way, if you want to, maybe quite many of you guys are following this market data from CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap. You can, of course, copy this link if you get this presentation afterwards. Okay. Wow. Q4 last year, when everything crashed because of FTX. And how did they manage to build this kind of scam? The biggest investors in the world invested these guys. Where's the due diligence? I've collected money quite much, not much, but many rounds for my own companies and companies that I'm working with, and that DD has been very solid and good, and months and months. And now these guys are putting like $250 million to FTX, while 20 minutes call while Sam Bankman-Fried was playing games, video games on the call. But yeah, so CFI, owned by a centralized company. And DeFi is, as discussed already, permissionless, but also trustless. Trustless is the word actually came up already with in the early phase of Satoshi's documents. It's also mentioned on the Bitcoin white paper. But trustless and permissionless. If you think that we can have this kind of future, that if you just apply, and we are okay with the ecosystem and community's perspective, we do good things on a platform, as we should, we don't need to ask permission to join. And trustless means that we don't need to trust any third party. Most advanced computer code will replace the need for the trust. That's the trustless environment where we are. And this is happening today already. Liberland is doing a great job on this blockchain, and I really hope that this will pull through as planned. So, and DeFi self-executing smart contract application replacing the bank. Wow, what's happening today with bank and the fiat economy, fiat and financial markets world today. So, this is the future of the financial markets. But future is already today, here with us. Actually, I had great discussions before we started this event that I explained a couple of things about what's happening now in a big money world. That these guys are now doing something that we need to understand what is good for us who are supporting decentralization, permissionless, trustless environments. When Larry Fink says that next market will be tokenized, he doesn't mean cryptos. But what he means is that they are using blockchain protocols. They build their transaction platforms on blockchain. And how these transactions will be validated, how the protocol will be secured. You need to have data on the blockchain protocol. And what is this data? Cryptos, tokens and coins. As we heard from the great presentation, validators. You validate, you secure the platform. Same thing with the BlackRock or JP Morgan Chase or Fidelity. These guys are building the securities transaction platform using blockchain, which means that we are part of the system with our tokens and coins. So that's a good thing to understand. I don't see that central banks, governments, big money institutions will disappear. But we can be part of that, incremental part of that, by owning tokens and coins and providing something valuable to these people. And simultaneously can change the whole mechanism, be more active and bigger and more important role when it comes to these kind of systems. So JP Morgan Chase already launched its platform, transaction platform, blockchain platform, last November. Anybody heard about it? Yeah, nobody has. Nobody knows about it. It's built on Polygon. Matic token is validating transactions. And on top of that, they have even DeFi platform on top. They chose the best one. They chose Aave. So that's JP Morgan Chase. Do you know Fidelity, what they do on this scene? They're, by the way, building the same kind of platform now. Fidelity is really big on Bitcoin. They started to mine on their own mining farms 2014. Do you see this information anywhere? No. But you can check that on chain if you want. So what's happening there in these big money markets, we can be part of it and good way part of it because an important role with our tokens and coins. But they are into this. Now we need to understand, can really, for example, SEC manage to ban Ethereum? Probably not, if you ask my opinion. So that's me. Thanks for listening and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Pekka. Don't go far away because the next we have a very insightful conversation which will be moderated by Shiraz. Please come to the stage, take the chair. Maybe we'll have to move it a little bit here so that you're more like on the spotlight. And I invite the rest, Pascal, please, and Zelda, to join the panel on the future of DeFi and crypto. You're gonna have to share the two mics, so I think it's okay.
It'll be great.
Two for here, two for there. Yeah, just sit down. Yeah.
Oh, here we go, guys. Yeah. We share one and you share one.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Thank you all for being here. It's been very insightful morning. Definitely learned a lot. And I'm really looking forward to having this discussion with you all today, learning a little bit more about DeFi. Thanks, Pekka, for that insightful presentation there. I think DeFi comes under a lot of different forms, shapes, and sizes. And so I think it's really great to have one angle of that, but then now getting another angle maybe from, let's say, the legal tokenization perspective, another one from the developmental side, and then, of course, the strategic and the educative side of things as well. So maybe we just kick off our panel here by getting just a little bit of understanding of who you are, how you first got into the blockchain space, and maybe a little bit why you're here today as well.
Hi, my name is Elisenda Fábrega. I'm a lawyer. In fact, I'm a head of legal of a company that's called Bricken, based on Barcelona. also I'm a teacher in some blockchain masters about legal. And well, why I am here today is a good question because, well, 9 months ago I came to Serbia, no? And I listened some people talking about Liberland. And I was so intrigued, no? And I started researching and learning, and I was amazed. And also, well, thank you for inviting us and Liberlanders, sorry, because it's super interesting what you have explained today. And why I'm in the blockchain space, well, I used to work in a software company in the automotive sector, and we started doing some things on blockchain, and I was like totally interested about it. And then 1 year later, I joined Bricken, and well, we are tokenizing and learning a lot about that.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for Liberland for welcoming here. I am Pascal Marie. I have 20 years experience in software engineering as a developer, then being manager. And 7 years ago, I began to interest in blockchain and create Open2B company, which delivers blockchain-based application and then DeFi for startup and innovative projects. So today, I'm happy to talk about DeFi future. So thank you for this.
I'm Papa Blockchain. Thank you, Pekka. Very, very succinct there. You know, out of the midst of time, as we don't have too much time as well, I want to dive straight in. We got an understanding of the blockchain that Liberland is building out here. Maybe we can get from each one of your perspectives here, when you're looking at DeFi, how decentralized can you make, let's say, decentralized finance? It's always a big topic, and we were discussing this, let's say, in the long ride here with Pekka yesterday's. Is decentralization really decentral? And so, in your opinion, where is that optimal point of decentralization, and how could that actually be used within Liberland as, let's say, a use case?
I go first. Well, really interesting question, because when I was listening to the presentations, if I understood correctly, it was explained, no, about the Liberland system, and also the necessity, no. I'm talking about lawyer perspective. I'm sorry, I will do that, but I was listening about the KYC that they are doing and everything, no. And also Pekka, I really enjoyed your presentation, and he was talking about DeFi and CeFi and the distinction between them, no. And I'm really interested in knowing the opinion of my colleagues here and everyone, like, if in this case, when we talk about DeFi, but also we have an entity, no, in the middle, that at the end is not a relation peer-to-peer. We are talking about a relation between a government with the peers and also the company with the peers. At the end, is that decentralized? Is not decentralized because it's someone there checking that is all correct? But of course, we have to comply, well, international laws that here we were talking about them, no? That Liberland is trying to be as much as open as possible, but also to be in compliance with the international regulations, no? And well, it's not only a reflection for me, because from a law perspective, I think it's needed to be not intervene, but yes, to be like compliant. But also I want to know the opinion of my colleagues, because I really...
Yes, I have an opinion on this, of what should be decentralized and what is more complicated to be. And I think the problem is being skilled at something. For example, if there is a decision making around a marketing purpose or technological purpose, I don't think everyone in 10,000 users has enough marketing or technical skills to give the right vote, even if they want to vote honestly. So I think how I imagine the future of DAO, for example, but it already exists, but being more widely done, would be to have like skill reputation points. For example, IT people we will publish things, and we will have plus vote, like in Stack Overflow or Reddit. So we will have a reputation increasing. But if I publish something on law or marketing, I won't have many likes on my post. And so I will have less influence in vote. And so this way, but I think it's difficult to model and to everyday use, but it is not impossible. We can have a semi-decentralization, more or less, something hybrid, but being really efficient as well.
Thank you, Pascal. First of all, personally, I'm really happy that we are safe in that sense that we have the brightest brains, brightest minds developing the systems to us. Because IBM and these big guys are losing the best programmers. They want to be free, they want to work for this good. That's actually happening in the speed of light. First, cryptos. Future of cryptos. Well, again, Ethereum white paper, since those days, I started to understand more and more that this can change the entire society. Again, trustless, permissionless. And this kind of opportunity that you own this data, and data can generate you wealth on different mechanisms. We were talking about staking. This is a personal question. If you don't want to answer, if you don't raise a hand, it doesn't mean that you don't do it. But how many of you guys are staking today on the blockchain? Nice. Then you need to also understand the staking on blockchain. By the way, staking only happens on blockchain. If you are staking on a centralized platform, it's just they provide you yield. They need to make more money on your crypto than they give it to you. It's not staking. But when you stake on the blockchain, you're doing good for the blockchain. You're doing good for the ecosystem. This is the purpose of crypto. This is the purpose of the token and coin. You are one of the staking protocols, again, mining is a different thing. But you get rewarded when you mine. But this kind of thinking, that this whole system can change the whole society to more democratic, to more equal, without asking any permission from anybody. Trustless, permissionless world.
Thank you. And I think that was quite some good, critical thinking of ourselves, right? We're not just saying that it's going to be the future endlessly without kind of being a little bit critical about our own approach. And I want to dive a little bit deeper on that point, as, we're only as strong as our weakest link. And it's always that horrifying interview question. It's like, okay, what's the biggest mistake that you've ever made, or what's your biggest weakness? So I'd like to ask you all here now, is what do you believe is the biggest weakness or potential flaw in decentralized finance?
For me, well, again, is yeah, I'm sorry. Is for example the data protection. I don't know if you are familiarized with this term, what is data protection, but it's true that, or compliance also we can say, but data protection sometimes in this kind of in the blockchain is really difficult to manage, no? And well, I think it's that topic that the lawyers we have to engage, and more lawyers have to work in the blockchain environment and DeFi, finance, everything, and understand these situations in order to assess how governments, how companies can work with the law and do, for example, data protection, that at the end is the right that people have to be erased, no, from the blockchain, their data and their information.
Yes,
No, go ahead.
Okay. I think technically data decentralization is also a good challenge, because it completely change website and application architecture. But it is on its way, and has the same way that DAO takes time to be really mature. It is the same for data management, but there are already emerging solutions, and it's pretty sure we will really get rid of massive centralization of big tech for going to fairer models.
Right. The question is more or less the biggest threats, or what we see that.
Yeah, what do you see as the biggest weakness or the weakest link of decentralized finance at the current point in time?
You're right. Yes, the biggest weakness is that we are not mature enough. But this is something that, because I come from the early days of internet to this rabbit hole all those days. Internet was supposed to be the same thing that we're developing now on the blockchain. It was supposed to be the free communication environment. You can communicate freely with anybody. But then when the technology developed further and these big tech guys understood, like we know who they are, Zuck and his friends, they understood that they can actually make a huge fortune off this new oil, this new gold, our data. And that's what actually was the basics of one of the fundamentals what our friend Satoshi decided to do. So if you think that this is the history of the internet, and we started from decentralization, and today there is nothing decentralized, nothing. Will there ever be? We don't know. So we need to execute on the maturity level of the technology and the law and everything. But also I believe that when these hurdles will be jumped over, we cannot cut the corners, but there are hurdles that we just need to jump them over. Baby steps. Well, by the way, this is developing faster than internet did, 10 times faster when it comes to growth of the user base and such. So what we will face now is that if we don't manage the biggest risk today, if we really end up in a big conflict with the lawmakers, and lawmakers manage to pull through their master plan, central bank digital currency, digital ID, combined together, then they control us fully. So if we don't manage to be in this same development cycle by doing it our way, more people joining us, more people owning crypto, more people acting, transacting, owning, using applications, using platforms, joining validators at Liberland blockchain. We need to put this message to the markets. First, we need to understand the risk what these governments are doing, but we cannot stop them. We need to move as fast as possible to gain what we want to gain. We want to own our data. We want to control our data. We want to manage our data, simultaneously make a little money validating transactions, for example.
Thank you. Some really, really valid points there. And, you know, I wanted to touch upon the one whereby we're all came here together in Liberland. I think there's a lot of... Oh, sorry, sir.
Hello. This all sounds very amazing. I'm just wondering, how do you ensure it keeps secure?
The security of the chain. I mean, I think it's a really valid point. And if you look at, let's say, some of the latest news, for example, SushiSwap's hack of 3.3 million, you see that there's still some vulnerabilities within, let's say, dApps, within DEXs, within, let's say, bridges that are created. How can we secure, let's say, a financial economy using, let's say, decentralized finance?
Yes, I have an opinion on this. As development team, we struggle, of course, with being sure a smart contract is secured, but we learn every week, every month, and thanks to blockchain and transparency, we can analyze SushiSwap being hacked and seeing exactly what's happening. So there is everyday progress, and I do sometimes comparison with first automotive cars companies. There was a lot of trouble at the beginning, maybe accidents or first planes, and they were also consuming a lot of gas at the beginning, and it takes a long time to engineering for being more stable. But I'm sure I see every month, every year improvements, and I can add when we cannot forecast all vulnerabilities, we have the secondary plan, which is insurance. And I really believe in on-chain insurance for having a quick refund for some issues and hacks. And then we can pursue the hacker trying to keep track of him thanks to chain analysis or other systems. So the security question is really complicated, but I can be sure next year will be better than previous.
Can we still answer the first question, all of us?
So you can use this all over the world?
Yes. Single. This is a three-letter word and it starts with Y.
Amazing.
Yeah, so that's a permissionless. By the way, there's one word which is borderless. The fourth word is censorship resistant. Those four words belonging into decentralization. Yes, this is new technology. And newer the technology is, more vulnerable it is. Simple as this. We just heard about the example Pascal explained about the airplanes and cars. Same thing, technology. But if you check the most mature platforms, two of them actually, let's focus on these two. Bitcoin, no hacks, no whatsoever. You cannot hack the platform. It's so the fundamentals are so secure and so well planned and executed. Second one, and this is something that is, I need to admit I'm a big fan of Ethereum. I'm not any kind of maximalist. All kind of maximalism is the cancer of the world, I'd say. But how Ethereum managed to change its consensus mechanism, which is validating the transactional blockchain, from proof of work, a lot of energy consuming proof of work, to proof of stake, which one are representing here, for example, Liberland, the same kind of staking mechanism, proof of stake. They did that on the fly. They did that on the fly. The blockchain was running all the time. Transactions were running all the time. And some people who are much more technical than I am, they are saying that it is as easy as changing when the airplane is flying, changing the engine on the flying airplane. It's as easy as what Ethereum managed to do, their team. Why this is important? When you have this kind of maturity on the technical development, anything can happen, but they are so secure already today. And just like 2 days ago, we had the Shanghai time, right? Which means that now they stake Ethereum. They can withdraw from the protocol itself. A big change, another fork, another change. The form of the chain was launched. And do you know, on this very moment when this change happens on Ethereum, hundreds of millions of hacks per day. Attempts, no success. So more fresh the environment is, the less users there is, the smaller the ecosystem is, the less tested it is, more vulnerable it is, and the opposite. For example, Bitcoin and Ethereum. So when this mature more and more, the hackers will vanish. But unfortunately, they will be with us like 10, 15 years maybe.
Yeah, well, I agree with both of you, and I think that what Pascal was saying, no, it's totally true. Of course, testing makes like strongest, but also is to have a plan B. Like if you have a hack, for example, or something like it, not only to have all the secure measures, technologically speaking, but also to have in place measures that will have to be put in place if something happens. Okay, when technology fails, then we live in the Web 2 world also, and we have to have, like for example, insurance, of course, and we have to be able to assess that risk, no, and to have, for example, insight if it's a company or it's a platform, to have like what we will do if really something happens, how we will act, how we will present it in front, for example, a judge if we need to go against that person that at the end we have known who is, no? To have all these Web3 technological important things, but also to be able to put it and to understand it in the Web2 world.
Thanks, thanks a lot, and thanks for the question and being so interactive. Let's take another one. Yeah, please.
Regarding security in DeFi, what is your opinion when we now don't know if it is a hack or it is an inside job? What is your opinion on regulations and more accountability and more contract audits?
can take maybe the legal perspective first.
Okay. Well, yeah. Sorry about the question. You were talking about also an inside job. You mean that, for example, someone inside the company hacks the product that the company has? Wow. Okay, that's. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's interesting. Why? Of course, you have to prove it. Like, you will have to have insight, and I will let the experts talk about the technological and all the measures that you have to have. But for instance, what will happen if I am in a place, I work in a place, in a company, it's one of my clients, no, and came to me like, okay, we have detected that we don't know, we think it's this person that breached our security and purposely did that, no? What will happen? Well, of course, if it's purposely or if it's not purposely, changes a lot from a legal perspective, okay? And also, of course, if it's someone inside the company, it has a lot of liability for that person. We are talking not only civil, but it can be criminal, because we have non-disclosure agreements. We have also, well, all the information that the person had in his reach, and he used it on a wrong way, no? And I think that is really different. And from an external accident or attempt or realization of a criminal act, I think that, well, of course, it has to be proven, or at least to know who is the person that did it. That I think technologically, I don't know if it's difficult or not to do it. But of course, in a legal manner, it always has been. Like, if you know someone did something wrong to your company, to your product, you go against him, you go against, in front of a judge, you try that the judge understands DeFi, understands blockchain, that it would be really challenging, let's see what happens. And you go against them and claim civil money at the end, or criminal if really damage you.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe if I just add to that, I think that the Web3 space as a whole has become tighter knit due to some of the hacks, and that various consortiums that have come across mean that when you have a certain amount of hacked funds from most, let's say, protocols nowadays, there's quite quick and practically instantaneous triggers to red flag certain wallet addresses or cryptocurrencies that have been stolen, which essentially makes those cryptocurrencies redundant, because it's very hard for them to find somewhere to have, let's say, an out to be able to get them either in fiat or to be able to even trade them. And I think a lot of the times what we've seen is hackers have gone back to the protocol and be like, you know what, we hacked you, but it was a good faith hack, it was a white hat hack, we just actually wanted to show you that there was this vulnerability, let us give you back the 95% and we'll keep 5% of that hack. So I do believe that the space has reacted to it, and I think there has been some mechanisms to try to hopefully avoid some of those things happening as well through, let's say, the blockchain being transparent. I know there are two questions following what I just said. Hopefully I didn't say anything too provoking, but maybe I'll just give just the panelists time to answer, and then we'll get to both of you.
Just one word to add on internal risk management. It is a wide topic, but I won't develop everything. But also think about the multi-sig. That can be is really important to have less and less single point of failure or single point of theft of robbery in a team. And also, I think what is important is to ensure that every member of the team has benefit and risk balance, well balanced, of doing something, doing some internal hack. So I think like in every company, in management, having a good mood and a good respect in the team, to not incentive people to be in bad behavior.
Thank you. Becca, do you have anything to add to that?
well, 3 hours if you don't mind. But yeah, so the Pascal, first thing for you, I give Mike back to you. You mentioned multi-sig. I'm not sure if 100% people here.
The multi-signature wallet means only one person cannot do a transaction. So if you have a wallet with a big amount or average amount, if you have one person in control, can be dangerous. Almost, and mainly if it is in an organization like a DAO with some wallet. If they don't all agree, the transaction won't be done. Simply because sometimes in teams you can have many private key, and it is not good to let all in control of one person.
Can I add something? Well, I'm too talkative, but okay. I will have 10 push-ups after this and punish myself. About this hacking, when it comes to first these biggest hacks, for example, last year, more than $2 billion worth of hack, and they were 90% were hacked on one particular application on the protocol itself. They were breaching protocols, and that's something that we need to understand. We need to have certain kind of standards to pull this through. That happened also on the internet, for example. The internet didn't work before we had TCP/IP, which is a transaction protocol. And I'm happy to say that now there's a huge development to avoid this kind of breach. Breaching means that you're transacting between the protocols, so between the blockchains. And there's for one, but I'm very closely following the TCP/IP, which is a cross-chain interoperability protocol, which is developed by Chainlink. And the purpose of this is to be the same kind of standard, same kind of transaction mechanism that we have on internet TCP/IP. So if this will be pulled through, everybody develops using this kind of mechanism. That's a huge step forward, but we need to agree this first. And I believe there's a good chance that this will be that. But now, when it comes to hacking, I was quite many years consultant on the strategy and development consultant on data centers. And I learned one thing. There are only two, by the way, now almost every Web 2 and website even they are running, they're hosted by data centers, data storages. So there are two types of data centers. Ones that have been hacked and the other ones that will be hacked. And that's the fact. Even if you go the biggest ones, Amazon, AWS, Azure, Microsoft, Oracle, anywhere you go, they've been hacked. And most of them are internal jobs, by the way. Not just that someone do this purposely, but they're lazy somehow, somewhere, some process, and they manage to get in. And these hackers do it, they actually just heard. They may wait 6 months before they start to eat it from inside. And that's why it's not on public domain. They don't want to let us know. They just pay money out. That's the system how it works on centralized world. And the very, very important thing we just heard, that this decentralization actually is the mechanism that can kill this system, because those transactions can be tracked. And there are good companies who are doing that very, very sophisticatedly already. So I believe that to get rid of all kinds of hacking, we need more decentralized platforms instead of trying to advance decentralized environments.
Yes, I agree, and I was thinking about bridges, which are being regularly hacked, and I am simply thinking also to mitigate the risk with smaller pools, decentralized pools, for example. It means the risk is limited to the small size of a sub pool, you know. So I think yes, decentralization may help also for security, avoiding huge pools having hundreds of hackers working full time.
Fantastic. Although I would really love to take a few more questions. We've been very, very critical about blockchain, very critical about decentralized finance. We only have a few minutes remaining, and I'd like to bring a little bit more of energy and positivity back into the room, if you all agree. Maybe you can give us, each one of you, some closing words on why you believe that DeFi is the future, and shine a little bit of positivity potentially, or of just, let's say, neutrality around this technology and the application of it?
For me, it's like two words: more access. Like more people will have access. I have seen that some companies are making really good progress in being more approachable for I will say this word, please don't be offended, developers, but non-developer experienced people, and as me, for example, no, and I think that the future is really bright, and that more accessible and more security for all of us if we do it right.
Yes, yes, a positive thought about DeFi for future is being more and more is to more and more involve community in project like crowdsourcing, which exists since a long time, but DAO allows to do a smart way and a trustfully way to have community built projects with maybe smart democracy for having people with these skills bringing to the table a good proposal, good vote, good forum post. And so my dream is to see, but I think it will be maybe more and more frequent, is to have really community-powered project, but really and decentralized. And also I think Liberland shows a good example of trying to go to the next level of DAO, to put a constitution in it, to put laws, to try to automate smart contract, even if it's not easy to implement or to manage. And I think this is a good model to follow, is to work on the community side of the DeFi also.
Thank you.
How many minutes? Okay. Right. First of all, flaws on internet, blockchain, decentralization of data and networks will fix the flaws on internet. Satoshi Nakamoto, he or she. By the way, I just introduced Satoshi Nakamoto as she in one event. Or they. Satoshi Nakamoto wanted to fix the money world, the transactions. Borderless, permissionless, trustless, and censorship-resistant transactions. But then we take this a little bit further, and we wanted to have all the business, all the aspects of life what we have on the same environment. These brilliant minds with us, they created these smart contracts. With this kind of environment that we have, we will fix the internet. The biggest problem with the internet is who owns the data. We want to control what we own, what is ours. We decide who can access to us, what we do, who we own, who we're going to communicate with. Now we don't. Big money guys and government is doing it. Blockchain has at least technical perspective and strategy perspective, and also hopefully one day implementation perspective to fix this. And the second thing is, it doesn't hurt if we only earn little money by doing this ourselves. So there are these great mechanisms to only like Liberland blockchain to get some rewards if you validate the transactions. Our data back. No one can temper our data or manage our data, manipulate our data. We take care of that. It's ours. And earn a little bit money. No questions asked. Permissionless, trustless, borderless, censorship-resistant environment.
Thank you. I think it's an interesting one where if you speak to a lot of individuals, let's say in the public out there, they'll often tell you that the Web3 space is full of degens and people that are just a little bit crazy and very immature. But from my perspective, and I hope it's the one that you share with me, this sounded like a very mature conversation, one where we were very critical about certain points, but one where we're very hopeful about the future. And we spoke about very tangible points of data, of access, and the likes. And I think it's a great foundational point to start, let's say, the day with. And I'm really looking forward to the other conversations today around the metaverse, around decentralized autonomous organizations, and the likes. So thank you so much for listening and being so interactive, and looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
Careful, 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 Pascal. Watch. Yeah, that's good. Thank you, guys. Very insightful panel. The next is going to be a video message from Maxime Lot. I think we can put him on.
Hey, congrats on the 8th anniversary of Liberland. As the executive producer of Stossel TV, I'm excited to see this new experiment in liberty start to really take off. I hope it'll increase freedom all over the world by forcing governments to compete for citizens, and just by offering a place where people can be free. One area it might help someday is prediction markets, an area I know well. They're under increasing attack from US regulators. Now, I've created electionbettingodds.com, and it tells people which candidates people are betting on to win an election. Prediction markets like that are a libertarian idea. Just like stock markets revolutionized the world by directing capital to go to the most useful companies and industries, prediction markets can do the same for information. So creating predictions that are better than anything else to guide us in all our decisions. And the idea is these prediction markets, they work just like stock markets. People say, one person says, I think Trump's gonna win the election. And they say, I'll bet 60 cents. And if they win, they get $1. If they lose, they get nothing. And another person says, yeah, I think you're wrong, I'll sell at 60 cents. And this creates a share of whether Trump will win, just like the stock market. And then that share can be resold, traded to people. Maybe now it's 70 cents, now it's 40 cents. And it changes based on Trump's chances. So again, this is really like stock markets for information. And libertarians and people who love freedom, I think, can appreciate how powerful markets have been in the past for allocating capital. And so this could be kind of a new revolution for directing information and finding information using the power of markets. So my site, it shows that right now, people are betting on Trump, DeSantis, Biden. Trump and Biden look likely to win the primaries, and then Biden is slightly favored if that's the matchup. But if DeSantis, who's an outside shot now, wins the Republican primary, he would be favored against Biden. So we can see this creates something called conditional odds, where we can say if a candidate wins the primary, how likely are they to win the final election? And so we can see that Trump is less electable according to the market than DeSantis is. So this can advise Republican voters who to pick. So this is just one example of the power of prediction markets, how they can actually help us make decisions. You know, prediction markets are still new, but we can see these kind of things on all sorts of things. Like if so-and-so is elected president, what's going to happen to the economy? How likely are we to go to war if person X is elected president versus person Y? We don't have that yet because these markets are new and not big enough, although millions of dollars is traded on the elections, but they're not specialized enough to get us these really fascinating decisions. But in a couple decades, I think we should see that, if the government allows it, because right now the government's been really cracking down on this in the US. The government had approved a market called PredictIt that was trading, you know, tens of millions of dollars, but they recently changed their mind. Basically, they said, well, we approved you as a little academic hobby project, and now you're a big thing dealing with millions of dollars, so we're going to shut you down. And it's in the US court system right now. Basically, government doesn't like this innovative new market thing, and they're trying to shut it down, which is not great. And so places like Liberland, which promise freedom, make me optimistic. You know, I wonder maybe someday we'll see a prediction market based in Liberland, or at the very least, it will allow people to live there and trade on, you know, prediction markets on the dark web, so to speak. So I think this is just one example, I think, of the potential Liberland has to advance freedom in the world. And also, you know, if you do see a prediction market based in Liberland, probably other countries start looking at, oh, this isn't so bad, this is working. So I just think there's one example of the many great things that Liberland could help with, And this is probably number 30 on the freedoms that are important to us that Liberland can help with, whether, I don't know, it's COVID restrictions or free speech. Those are probably more important. But this is just one little thing that I think could be great. And so I'm excited to see Liberland advancing and taking off and more people hanging out on these boats. And I think it's really exciting. And congratulations again.
Yeah, that was fun. Okay, guys, now we have another guest visiting us online. It's not a video. He's going to be connected online. Please meet Samuel Lendy. And Samuel, the word is to you.
You hear me? Hello, hello. Yeah. You hear me back?
Perfect. You can start now. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Wonderful.
Okay, I'm here to present my experience as a seasteader in international water. So let me share one. If you allow me to show the presentation, would be better. I have a small presentation if you wish.
Of course we do. Just give us a couple of seconds. We will.
Sure.
Let me say something. Hey, hello, Samuel. How are you? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you see me? Yeah. Do you see me now? Is the connection okay?
Yes.
You're the first live, and we've got a very good. I have to give some credit to our technical guys. Because they're doing good job, and we are able to fully have all these talks now, and the live stream works well, so it's great. But we met with Samuel. It's an amazing story, by the way. He was helping us with our blockchain in the very initial stage, and thank you very much for that, Samuel. But Samuel himself has amazing background. And I would just mention one thing: he's also ambassador of Liberia to United Arab Emirates, and now he lasts for months. And I don't want to take too much of his, exciting presentation, but he is testing something that nobody has ever tested before. And I'm very excited that we just signed this memorandum of understanding about the collaboration with his Land and Liberland, and that's very cool. And I think there is a great and bright future. And Samuel is going to give you all the details about what he's doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Samuel Landi. I'm a seasteader and a software developer since many, many years. And the President already introduced a little bit more. And what is seasteading? Seasteading is a concept for creating permanent dwelling in international water. So outside the control of different government. This beautiful picture has been borrowed from Wikipedia directly. We are not like that, for sure. By the way, we bought a barge, a big deck barge, 72 meters by 20 meters, so about 1,400 square meters. And since 22nd December 2022, me and the other 4 persons are stable, have established on this deck barge and building some accommodation and so on. So we are almost, we are in open water, in open sea, since almost 4 months. We anchored at about 27 miles from the coast, where the seabed is still 21 meters depth, so quite good to put our anchor. And we faced some challenge. I want to share the experience because, of course, when you do something new, you always make errors. But every error means also that you learn something that no one can say you until you arrive at that point. So what happened? The presentation is short because the time is short. The first challenge that we have when you stay in open sea, of course, are the waves. Since we are in a close to the sea, which is Arabian Gulf, the waves are not so big, but 4-meter waves are not so small. So We had even a record for the sea in terms of height of the waves. By the way, the barge survived quite well. We didn't have too much problem that side. But we had also a tugboat, which was our support boat. But during the storm, it sank. So this is one error, because the tugboat, 20-meter tugboat, cannot survive in serious waves like we had that day. And so we lost our tugboat right now. We had also problem for supply, because we were assuming that it was easy to get supply from the land. We are not so much far, but having bad weather, so no speedboat was coming, strict regulation to supply outside the borders. We had to catch our food for 28 days. We had only 10 days of provision, and then we start to catch food. That fish is big, but I didn't catch it myself. One of the other guys catch it. I took only the photo. What do we do actually? We produce our own energy. We use a solar panel because the place has a lot of sun during the year. Probably we should add also, the next time we add also wind mill, because there's always wind on the sea. I didn't consider that part. By the way, solar panel for now are going quite well. We have fast connection by satellite, sometimes disconnect. I hope it doesn't disconnect now, but as you see, I can make a video conference and I can use YouTube as any normal person in land. So we are very lucky to have a good satellite connection this modern day. We produce our water, our drinking water. We have exactly this the desalination plant, which produce a very good tasty water, clean, and it's not very expensive, so it's quite affordable in terms of equipment. And then right now we are building comfortable accommodation, because we started like a small island, flat, and we are loading building materials. We are starting to build our accommodation, or every infrastructure that we need, that we want to do. So at the same time, so after the challenge, we enjoy also beautiful sunset, because we are in open sea. We have some friends, we have birds, fish, and sea snakes also. There are many sea snakes here around. So today we are here because I expressed my wish to the president of Liberland to join hands and hopefully become an overseas territories, because I feel that I feel the energy of your president, of our president, not your president, our president. And I see how much is pushing, what is doing, how Liberland is moving. I feel that joining our effort with Liberland will be a win-win situation for everybody. We can contribute in many different issues, and I'm sure that the Liberland will do the same. I took occasion to thank the president, the member of the government, for this occasion to speak to you. And I know that the time is short, so my presentation is already finished. If someone has some question, please feel free to make your question. I will try to do my best to answer.
No. Okay, so I will answer that question. The question is, where exactly are you located? Maybe you can answer it yourself then.
Yeah, Arabian Gulf means between Iran and United Arab Emirates. The sea quite close, and there is a space of international waters, because there is no claim for exclusive economic zone. So we are in that area, and but in any case, for any problem, the barge can be moved elsewhere. We selected the place because the sea is more easy as a start for a new adventure. Going the Pacific Ocean is more difficult for sure than stay inside the Arabian Gulf.
Sure.
Are you planning to have some sort of economic model that you combine your existence, physical existence, to some blockchain environments and generate something from there? Or what is your plan? Are you doing everything on blockchain or something?
Well, the question is if how actually are you related to the blockchain ecosystem? And as I mentioned, Samuel was kind enough to help us with our governance chain, but the reason why he was able to help us because he already has extensive experience with the substrate. So from that point of view, maybe Samuel, you can answer yourself exactly what's the relation between the platform and potentially some blockchain governance that you're putting together.
From the platform, we make software, and we are building also a data center with money machine. And I'm a coder since 40 years because I'm 58. I started quite early to code, and then my main activity in the last years is mainly based on blockchain project. And mainly on substrate technology, which is one I used from Liberland. At the side of that, I have quite extensive experience in cybersecurity, which is a very key part to be a good developer. And I'm here, open to any kind of cooperation.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, please. The question is how many people can live on this particular barge, or how many could potentially live on such a barge, and what are your plans for building the community there?
Well, if you want to be comfortable, I think that there should live no more than 50 persons. Of course, a barge like this of this dimension, you can allocate a much more person. But we feel it's better to have a large gym, large space, space even for small agriculture, to make hydroponic agriculture, to make vegetables, to be more food autonomous, let's say. So I will not make it very crowded, and but it's part of the option. A cruise line ship hosts 5,000 persons, and it's not so much bigger. Has a lot of decks to stack all the person one over the other.
Great. So I'm very excited that today we have signed this collaboration, and that we will explore what can we do together. And I'm very grateful for Samuel that he has shown the support to our cause. So thank you very much again, and we will get our architects actually on designing some of these barges. We have already talked a little bit about the economy. It makes sense, and the cool thing is that it will literally be deployed. I would say it makes sense to deploy it next to any powerhouse or centers where the regulation kind of is needed, but and there is a reasonable sea at that location. So we're looking into different places around the world where this kind of floating island could be erected. So just an exciting, I would say, side project to Liberland, which is very close in a way, and it is a extra territory that could be utilized by our citizens globally. So thank you very much, Samuel. It was a great pleasure. I'm hoping to visit you soon.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. I think it was quite good. Let me just move it. And it's a pleasure to invite the next panelists to the stage. So we have Anastasia to moderate this panel. Please come over here. Then we have Evgeny to join us, Serjan, and Doc, of course. Come over, take your seats, guys. We are looking forward to discuss the rise of the utility NFTs. And, well, let's see how useful they are to survive. This is for this part.
So, hello everyone, and thank you, Vasilisa, for this honor to be here. I think I'm going to follow a great example set by Shiraz, and let's make it as interactive as possible, so you can both ask the questions, and then if you have some, extremely great insights, feel free to share your thoughts, because we have this really close and cozy environment here. And also, let me start by allowing you to introduce yourself. Just say a couple of words about your expertise in crypto space and NFTs.
Okay, I will start. Hello, everyone. I'm pleasure to be here in Liberland. I knew about Liberland 6 years ago. I read something when I was back in China working on my projects there. It's excited me, but it's the first chance to visit and see it in real. My name is Evgeny. I'm a founder of Foil Network blockchain layer 1 protocol, public permissioned. We are live since 2021. Actually, today I think it's a birthday of our chain, testnet and mainnet.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And since 2021, we decided to focus exactly on the NFTs problems, solution, project, technology, and how do we see the future NFT. In blockchain industry, I'm since 2017 because of building back in China some crowdfunding platform for social projects. And that's more or less, that's it.
Thank you. My name is Srđan, and I'm from Novi Sad here in Serbia. I'm university professor there, where I teach distributed programming and cloud computing. And in blockchain, I've last 3 to 4 years, where I have founded or advised at several NFT projects for gaming, for real-world assets, and for marketplaces.
Hi, my name is Doc Gomes, and I've been in the crypto and blockchain space since 2017, and now that I have learned a lot about the space and educated myself, coming out of investor role, now I'm actually looking at being more involved in the NFT space, because I think there's a lot of potential there, and we can see moving forward as the world adopts this new technology that NFTs is going to be basically a part of our lives. So I'm happy to talk about that.
Okay, thank you all, and pleasure to have you on a panel. So, you know, this concept explained like I'm 5. Actually, this is something that works great with ChatGPT if you want to learn something. And so we're lucky to have kids here as well, and also perhaps for people who might not, have a great deep understanding of NFTs. Let me start with allowing our guests to just explain what NFT is in 1 sentence.
I don't like to simplify, and in this case I'm not good, so I prefer to guys start.
You want to start?
Sure. NFT. So basically, an NFT is basically a token where it basically gives unique identity. So, for example, Bitcoin, Ethereum, you can exchange a Bitcoin and Ethereum for each other basically, but NFTs basically has its own, actually has its own fingerprint basically, which means that it cannot be copied, it cannot be duplicated, and this is where the value comes in for NFTs, because also this could also depends on this could also help with the rarity of the NFT basically, and also NFT is a token where a lot of people can, for example, use to digitize their content, and this is why we see a lot of artists starting to use NFTs right now, and also businesses right now. So yeah, thank you.
You want more? So NFT.
Actually, less. Just one sentence.
Yeah. NFT represent the unique physics from our world inside the blockchain. So if you want this chair or this armchair to be into the blockchain, you can represent it by NFT, and then you can exchange it, sell it, and do it whatever you want with that. So it is unique representation of a real world asset into the blockchain.
So like if I own this chair or I own a house and there's a document in like real world that proves that I'm the owner, and can NFT like do the same?
Yeah, this is the NFT. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So Liberland and digital identity. Well, first of all, thanks a lot to. Oh,
okay. NFT, what is it? Sorry, just not to start. I will joke a bit during the conversation, but if saying what is NFT, I don't know. But yeah, the thing is, the NFT, what you all heard about, it's a great idea, but I have a question today, 2023, right? April, when do you start to do it, this great idea? Because still on the market, I don't see any representative of the concept of what is NFT. As I see what is NFT should be, or when it's really will be useful, and when NFT will be unique digital entities, a whole entities based on totally decentralized, doesn't need outside services, totally centralized, and will bring us web-free, not web3, but web-free with fully peer-to-peer interaction.
Okay, thank you. I hope it was clear for the kids here as well. Okay, so let me continue. The Liberland and digital identity, and thank you all to this country and the government of this country for having us all here. And I really feel like Liberland is like a part of this brave new world where we can actually model how a perfect country should work like. And I feel like digital identity, because you're already speaking about having the citizenship and passports, and at the same time you're built on blockchain. So I guess digital identity would have like an extremely important place in this ecosystem. So I would like to ask you that, what place of NFTs in this world where digital identity will actually be a thing? And can NFTs like strengthen it or enable it to really be a use case for many, many billions of people?
What I would say, how I see it, that digital identity, it's a necessary instrument, tool, exerda for establish NFT technology, not opposite. I don't see using NFT to present digital identity in this case. For example, I would say that, and as I heard today, the tech guys from the Liberland, I understand very close what they're doing, and I think that, for example, digital identity, or let's say blockchain passport, blockchain ID, decentralized ID, I can call many ways. It's evolution of crypto wallet that will bring responsibility on the particular action in the decentralized ecosystem, wherever, which one it will be in the future or developing now, and more. An NFT created by the crypto wallets with interacting with the smart contract that have digital identity, that's when they will have value and when they have legitimate. That's my point.
Okay, great.
I agree. So NFTs are the most important type of tokens today in blockchain and in the future, because it's fungible token that represent money that already built, but everything else had to be NFT. So even the soul-bound tokens that should represent ours personal identity on the blockchain is extension basically of the NFT. So everything that's unique in our world is modeled inside blockchain by the NFTs or soul-bound tokens. So it is already here. I don't agree with my colleague here that it's not here. There are a lot of good examples of NFTs usage. It's not a big adoption rate so far, but there are a lot of things that can be used with NFT tokens, and it will be much more in the future.
Yes, I do agree that NFTs are here, and people are starting to find good use cases for NFTs. And also is a great way for a lot of us to, be in control of our data. And moving forward, we're going to see a lot more innovation in the NFT space in terms of how they can be used, and we're just basically scratching the surface. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you actually mentioned a couple of things that I will come back to later. But so the word utility was mentioned. So in your opinion, what are the main utilities of NFTs these days, and how will it evolve in the future? Because like we all know that NFTs can be used to like claim your ownership of certain like art pieces or like certain content. But what else can it be, and what is the use case? It's like the simplest to understand, so to speak.
So for example, with NFTs, the simplest thing right now that we see nowadays is people using it to basically, be in control of their content, the data, the stuff that they produce online, the stuff that they produce actually in real life as well. So right now we are seeing that people are being able to create extra revenue by just having NFTs that represent their selves basically online as well as in the real world. So yeah.
So like let's say like 5 utilities. Okay.
Yeah, we have startup called a real world asset. Everything will be the NFT. So for example, oil, milk, these chairs, everything can be represented, digitalized in the blockchain. So if I want to sell you this house, it is NFT. If I want to sell you my car, it is NFT. So when I'm selling you this NFT, I'm selling you the ownership of my car and everything else. So there is some additional thing that should be done in the legislative part, but technologically everything will be the NFT that is unique. So money is not NFT because $1 bill is same as the other, but everything else that is unique is NFT, and everything will be trade through the NFTs in the future. So my house, my car, any product that ships here from China, everything will be in the NFTs.
So yeah, don't understand me wrong when I'm saying what I'm saying about the NFT don't exist or something. Of course, non-fungible tokens are here. Yes, I mean literally, but then we need to dig in the details. For everyone, non-fungible token or NFT abbreviature means quite different. They understand it differently. I mean, you ask artist what he understands about NFT, he will say, I don't know, I'm selling my digital art as a unique piece of art. No, that's not true. In the technical perspective, you will ask the technical guy, he will say totally different thing. And yeah, the idea, as I say, idea is great, but as idea and the whole concept that my colleagues are speaking about to present car, house, anything, I would not agree with oil. It's fungible, and it's still there is need a lot of work to make it first decentralized, because otherwise, like, why do we need blockchain? I mean, the bank already doing well, or another financial institution, they already doing well in representing our ownership of the house or the car. And what is happening now in the NFT market, unfortunately, they're exactly the same. They're totally centralized without the service, additional service. You're not able to know what you own or interact with this. That's my point when I'm saying utility. I agree, there's a lot. Great idea, from the game industry to the certificate of your ownership, what you own. And the point is, in my perspective also, I like very much the blockchain technology and this, because it can really change future of the governance in every perspective, and bring totally new idea of how people will interact with each other. What else can I say here? I like so much an NFT utility that will be in the future. It's also the metaverses, for example, when they will represent unique digital entities inside the virtual world that you really can move, and we're coming to this future.
Okay, thanks a lot. By the way, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We're like really open to an open discussion. You mentioned the soul-bound tokens, and so this is actually the concept that I think is quite interesting. So when we're speaking about digital identity and NFTs, one can argue that, well, you can sell an NFT in the way that we know it, but now there's like a thing which is called non-transferable NFT or soul-bound token. And so how do you think they can be used when you're applying the concept of NFT to digital identity? And can you make an example of some real use cases of that, perhaps?
I guess with a soul-bound NFT, for example, if you have like your ID, I think that would be NFT that you wouldn't want to, be trading online, basically. Right. So I guess when it comes to, say, for example, issuing NFTs around identity or your fingerprint, stuff that are very personal, I believe that would be the way to go, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So soul-bound token, as the name says, is soul-bound, bound to us. It should be unique. Every one of us should have one and only one. And non-transferable is because I don't want my identity to be bought by somebody else. But also there is a reputation where if anybody is allowed to put comment on my soul or my soulbound token, even if it's negative, I cannot get rid of it. So basically everybody will be allowed to give a comment about me and to put some value. And it will be visible to all of us. So basically if I'm bad in returning my loans, I wouldn't want to be that to be written on my soulbound. But if I'm really bad and somebody give a comment like that to my soulbound, everybody else should be able to see it, to know that I'm not good in repaying my loans and don't give me the next one. So basically it is connected to a single person with all his history that will make understanding our social status or place through our history.
So can it be seen like a certain database when you basically have this like soulbound NFT and it's kind of like your page, like database of everything that happens in your life? Or
that's one of the use cases, yeah. Maybe it's not that good, but it's still under construction, I would say. NFTs, I agree, NFT today and NFT what there should be in 10 years is different things. So now it's more like a concept. Technology-wise, we are good about NFT. We know a lot of it. On soulbound token is relatively new concept. It's still under development. So yes, everything that's connected to me will be written in this NFT called soulbound token.
okay, thank you.
When you said that they can like give points or if it's untrustworthy and all of that, how do you stop like if I get angry at Pekka and I want to get revenge on him, I put a bad score on it because of that. That like how would such a, because that's like social credit rating in my world. How would that be regulated?
That's what I was going to now throw, because like, whoa, man, like calm down with this.
That's the same question is that there is with fungible tokens, because you cannot refuse transaction. That is basically I cannot refuse transaction to my account. You know about that. So basically, and there is this Tornado protocol that was banned as very bad. And if somebody send you transaction from this address, you are valued as a bad person, or your account is also banned. So in this, technology-wise, you cannot stop somebody from sending you transaction. So you cannot stop him to saying something bad about you. But the other part of the community could say, okay, this person is saying bad about everybody, let's just ignore that comment. So if you want to really open a society where everybody can say anything, they can say anything about me. It is Liberland. Everybody can say what, and then the rest of you should say, okay, this comment is true or not true. We believe it or we don't believe it. But it should be saved in the history that somebody said that something about me. It's important who said that, but I cannot prevent anybody from commenting on my personal say I'm stupid or I'm bad, or everybody can have their opinion. So like on the booking, when you say you saw that they're deleting the bad comments, that's not good. If I have a bad comment about some hotel, that should be there. Maybe it should be less valuable or some, but it cannot be just deleted because it's not then liberty.
Okay, question from the audience, please.
More about continuation of this discussion and the question. Even the person who is commenting on your account has a soulbound.
No. No. This is how it should be, but it's not like this. This is what I was going to mostly say in these terms, like soulbound tokens. What is it? Like, wow. But I mean,
Right.
Yeah, but you can do it without soulbound.
But it's
right?
like it's like a key, right?
Exactly. So you will have 10 comments from the soulbounded people, and then you will have 1 billion or 100,000 haters from anonymous account, and That's it. I mean, nothing to do with this.
If you really have a society where there is a
I don't think it's that simple. In theory, of course, I mean, people should pay attention to higher reputation people. But, you know, let's say 10 people, 10 comments. 9 of them are reputational, and 1 of them are dirty comment from anonymous account. It's already we call it. I'm originally from Russia. In Russian, we say put pea in the barrel of honey. Put a piece, like a little drop of oil. That's it. The honey will be destroyed. So here is the same. It's already will destroy the good representative of the person or whatever. So in the soul bounded, look, it's a solution for Ethereum. I already don't see Ethereum. I'm so skeptical about Ethereum, as you already can see it, right? I mean, I'm not using now the Pentium 1. Why already 10 years or 20 years later, why we should use Ethereum in 5 years? Why we should use it now? There is a lot of great technology. The guys from Liberland who showed us presentation, and a lot of things there has nothing to do with Ethereum, and they're totally new. And don't think about that. Yeah, soul-bounded is some great solution. It's an untransferable NFT. For me, I was like, you still don't have it?
It's just a concept, right? It's just a concept. It doesn't necessarily have to be an Ethereum.
But this is the point. People are mistaken by media, by everyone loudly speaking it in Twitter. Oh my God, this is a soul. I mean, soul bounded. It's like two big words to attach something to your soul or something. Even, I mean, let's keep it like passport, ID. You know, not the soul bounded. I think it's marketing, and that's it. And I totally against
I
kind of stuff.
I love how critical you are. I mean, that's a great thing for a discussion to happen, I guess.
I have a question. Also
please go ahead.
First opinion, and then do you agree or disagree?
Sure.
Not only like one word. Give them like more meat on the bones. Without decentralized identity, you don't have decentralized interest. You don't have anything Web3. That's my comment and your views on this. And again, best technology very seldom wins. Biggest ecosystem wins. The biggest network effect wins. But let's leave it here. Let's discuss it.
Yeah, no, but this is
my view on this is that without decentralized identity, the digital identity is government thing. That's embedded on a central bank digital currency. That's one application. That's digital identity. See what they write and talk. Decentralized identity, Soulbound is one way of doing it. There are many other developments going on. But without decentralized identity, we don't have Web3. We don't even succeed on blockchain.
Right, and then I guess it's a question of like the decentralized versus gated in a way, because like let's take the Liberland system. Like you were speaking about voting and how like any person without having the soulbound token or like a key to access the system can comment. But like in Liberland, for example, they can't because they need to be KYC'd, and so they need to have like a certain because it's like a certain like gated thing. And like, do you think that would be the future of digital identity, or would it be something like truly decentralized and not gated?
Just a short comment. So, digital identity, it's evolution of crypto wallets. It's not something additional, because I understand why there is the soul bonded token, because there is nothing else in Ethereum technology, in particular Ethereum network. But of course, EVM there is a lot of different things building on EVM. Binance Smart Chain is it's different from Ethereum. There's many more. So this particular topic about particular thing, that's not an option. But digital identity, it should be an evolution of crypto wallet that in the future become your crypto wallet, become your passport, your responsibility, your financial custodial instrument, your
like
way of create content in the ecosystem. That's it.
If you have any comments, please. No. Okay. A great point about the content creation. And so I guess, Pekka, you said that like digital identity is a task of the government, but there's also like all these corporations and platforms that we interact with on an everyday basis. And I guess we can say that digital identity, in a way that it's like your digital passport, is something that's like far in the future. It's like Liberland.
Who owns digital identity? Who's managing
Supposedly a person whose this digital identity is connected to, right?
No, it should not be like this.
Digital identity is owned by any central entity. It can be corporate, can be Zuckerberg, or it can be government.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, like, if we're in terms of governments, that's like a further away thing. But in terms of like corporations and our interactions on the internet, there's also a certain element of like content and values that we produced. And so, can there be something that allows you to take control of that information? I guess that's the utility of the NFTs, which proves that you own a certain like tweet or any form of content that you use. So what do you think is like the future of that?
Feel
free to like speak up.
The future of your digital identity. I mean, I would say that there needs to be some sort of agreement, I guess, with these corporations or government, where you, I don't know, maybe lend them, you know, your digital ID for maybe validation and some transactions that's needed, but you don't allow them to keep it, basically. So I think there has to be some. I mean, we don't have all of the right answers right now because this is such a new technology. But I think we need to figure out a way where we can sort of, you know, be able to still do the things that we want to do in life, but still be in control of our data and our identity.
Yeah, so like that's exactly why you would need NFT to be in control of everything that you produce, right?
What was the question? So
like NFTs as a way to prove ownership over the content and basically any information that's released about you on the internet.
Yeah. So when you say prove, there is two dimensions that we don't understand each other here. So one is what is today, one is what is in 10 and 20 years, and the second, what is technology and what is the society. So NFT cannot prove anything. It's technology, it's code inside our computers. So we must agree that the society and somebody who can validate that this is really ownership. So it's the same as Catastro is now for my home. So it's just different kind of usage. We have to agree to use this technology or don't agree. So technology is here. NFT, I'm technology guy, so I know that everything is coded, or a lot of things are working today. So technology is here. How we will use it and abuse it, as somebody said, if somebody abused my technology, then I'm not to blame. That's what needs much more time to evolve. 10 years, 5 years. And in 10 years, everything will be an NFT, controlled by government. So also in Liberland, we have government. We are not against government. I'm not against government. I'm against corrupted government that work in shadows. So technology will make the government who cannot work in shadows because everything will be on chain, so they cannot be corrupted or somebody will catch them easily. So we want to have government. Liberland has government. We'll have representatives there, but everything they do will be on blockchain, meaning that we can, any of us can go tomorrow and say, you stole this, you shouldn't do that, so you're not government anymore. So we have to have government, we just have to have transparent government that really serves the people and not themselves. So I'm not, that there are blockchain guys who are totally anarchists, no government, nothing, just everything will be peachy just with technology. No. Blockchain will help us follow up what's happening in the real world if we agree to do it like that.
Totally agree here. I'm against the anarchism in the blockchain side, but also need to distinguish. The Bitcoin, was made for one purpose, decentralized financial. The system, money, decentralized. And here's where the government should not be able to, do anything like control or something. But in the matters of society, governance, there's no in human history example of the successful anarchism. There are always anarchists and they keep us in shape to not, give up our freedom. But there's always, so my point of view here that is totally will be the singularity between decentralized technology, blockchain, and governance institute, the digital identity for people, for users, for companies, enterprises, and governments. This is the future. Still, my point, not in NFT terms, because also you don't apply NFT label for everything. I would even prefer to have for even different tokens, different labels, even they have similar, utility in some case, even like real estate stuff. Don't call them NFT right away, just find another. And the point is also why I'm saying it and criticizing this, when we need to understand the technology is here and what will be later, in 10 years, in 5 years, or in 2 years. But we always need to speak about this because it looks like the society, because of media, they're blind but by what they read on the internet, and they imagine something else, but that there is not. And we see that in 2017 with ICO, 2021-22 with NFTs, 90% just scammed, and that's it, because of this blindness, because of this manipulation with the words. And we need to always say about this that, guys, and actually it's damaging, because I'm from this industry and want to build something great, and I see how this way is damaging NFT as an idea, because people are the people who is not with us yet, they're always afraid with it, because one side is saying good, another side is saying bad. Some people earn money, some people lose money, and more and more and more.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess we're approaching the end of our little panel. Great insights. May I ask you for one last one? So what do you think will be the single use case of NFTs that will allow the technology to really spread? And where do you see it in, let's say, 5 years?
I would say that right now, the quickest way for NFTs to be spread in terms of people understanding how to use them is the usual things that people are involved in right now, which is content sharing. And basically, I believe that once people understand the power of NFTs, the royalties, the rewards, all of that stuff that can be done with NFTs through smart contracts, they'll then start to, diversify how they, share their content, how they share their lives, how they share their data, basically. And I think when they do get that, this is where we're going to see the massive adoption coming to Web3.
Okay, so content creation next. Your take.
I think that the most important thing is what we saw this morning is for voting, for governance. So this NFT will represent a wallet. But we'll call it whatever you want. Is it a soul-bound token? Is it decentralized? So technology-wise, not so much. So basically, it's how you use it and how you interpret it. So basically, it's not that difficult. In my opinion, NFT and soulbound are not that difficult in coding, in technology way. So, but I think that the biggest utility is this thing that already started today, is about voting and controlling the Liberland and their new legislation.
We haven't heard the word NFT in the presentation of the Liberland, though. I would be really interested to hear an opinion of that from the representative, perhaps.
I would suggest let's implement new abbreviature for token for elections, and we don't need to use NFT for this case.
You just hate NFTs, huh?
But anyway, I think they must. Let's say give a word, or I can say about NFT adoption. Okay. Mass adoption. I think it's game industry. I would say the content creation not yet, because for some people, intellectual property and other things it's too still too strong, and the government will not give away. Game industry, gamers, these people who will bring mass adoption to NFT utility, because actually who brought Bitcoin, who brought any of these technologies, it was gamers, geeks, who like, hey, let's exchange pizza for Bitcoin, you know, because they can do it. Game industry is not that serious, even for some spending millions for there, and they can test it. So I say the game will be a playground and test ground for NFT race as a technology, as a future to change the world, the society of people.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope it wasn't too boring. See you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, everybody. We get into the last keynote of this noon time before. Yeah, thank you. And I want to present you the Jiri Kreibich. He's going to be presenting about the Liberland Software Foundation. So we're going to get a bit back to the Liberland side. And then afterwards, yeah, so please just come over. Whatever's coming after, I will sell after.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. Can we start the presentation, please? It's not working. Yeah, okay. So, Liberland Software Foundation, it's actually a first non-profit organization that's founded in Liberland. Liberland has 200 companies, but this non-profit is the first one. We develop open source software that's focused on decentralization and smart contracts and so on. Also chat systems, I didn't mention it here. So our team is obviously me, Samuela Davidova, who is head of marketing and PR. She's also a representative of Liberland in Georgia. Jorge Kavitsky, who is a great UI UX designer, and Claude Vatari, a full stack developer, and we have another one who didn't want to be mentioned. So this is the list of our projects. The first one is our flagship project, which is the new email protocol, also known as NEMP. That's as you may know, that classic email protocol is more than 40 years old and has been very little modified since mid-90s. And it doesn't have modern features like instant messaging and social media features. It doesn't meet. It also doesn't meet today's security standards, but it has also good things like distributed network. This means that you can easily create your own server with your own domain, and you are not dependent on one entity. So NEMP aims to replace the existing email protocols like SMTP or IMAP, and it is also enhanced with modern features like modern messaging platform combined with social media, and it's open source and free of charge. Everything is actually open source, like protocol documentation, server, client, and utilities, whatever it's created by us. And as I mentioned, it has a distributed network, and it's possibly decentralized as well. So you can self-host it, buy your domain name for just few bucks, and start your own server in a matter of minutes. Or you can just get the account from free NEMP hosting. It's fully modulable, which means that every feature that is created in this software is a separated module. That means that even third parties can create an own module, unofficial, and it has, which makes it it can have endless possible features like games, e-commerce, AI, and so on. This makes it a free speech and social media platform because everything is open source and it's fully modulable. So you cannot stop it. Like you cannot stop email. For example, in China, all the instant messengers except their own are banned completely. But the email cannot be stopped because it's on, I don't know, hundreds of thousands servers. I don't know. So you can block the you can block WhatsApp, for example, but because it has few dozen of servers, but not the email. It works there.
Not Gmail.
Yeah, Gmail. Okay. So this is the list of the features we would like to have there in future. Like the first column is classic instant messaging features, like it will be end-to-end encrypted. You will be able to send rich text messages, also multi-part messages, like you have on email, but it's not present on any instant messengers I know. It will have those voice messages, video messages, animated stickers, and so on. The important part is file transfer, because there will be also a peer-to-peer file transfer, which makes it you can send unlimited file, like in size. I mean, for example, 30 gigabytes video or 4K video. The other features are mostly from other instant messaging software. Telephony, obviously, voice call, video calls, and video conference calls. And I would like to also combine it with social media. Like you can get your followers, your email NEMP address, sorry, will have a possibility to get followers, and then when you start live streaming or you write something in your personal news feed, they would see it. And it doesn't matter if it's on your server or if it's on any other NEMP server, because all the servers are connected, like the email. We will also have here groupware, like calendar sharing, task sharing, like Trello and so on. It will have other features like multi-language support, Teams, etc. And this is the interesting part. You can also make money on it, because if you create your own module, for example, live streaming module, you can let the followers of influencers to send coins they buy by money or crypto, and you can earn commission on it. Also, e-commerce and food delivery, that's the same thing probably. You can have a chatbot where you can actually buy food, like Burger King. If you take a look at Telegram and Burger King, that's very interesting feature that will be probably implemented in Telegram in near future. Other module can be paid fun content, so followers buy the premium content from influencers, and you can earn a commission on it. Other modules can be like streaming, TV and video on demand streaming. You can start your own payment gateway, and you can actually use this for all other modules. You can create your casino games and so on. You can also run your own free mail or free NAMP hosting, like Gmail of NAMP, and you can, for example, sell some ads on this platform, and or you can enhance it with your own premium features, like you can have a large storage size and whatever you create. It's all up to you what you can create. And you can also create your chatbots. This is how it looks like. It's actually the old version. The left picture is from desktop version, and the right one is from mobile version. It will be ready by next 1 or 2 weeks. We couldn't make it by this anniversary because it takes so much time. So, but actually, you can pre-register on this address, namp.io, and I will send you SMS after it's released in preview version. This is another product we have started. It's Liberdeer. It's a public list of Liberland-based organizations like companies or non-profits. It's a website where you can place your company, and you can put there some description and so on. The intention of this is I would like to connect Liberlanders because they don't know each other. Not us, but others. Any citizen of Liberland or organization based in Liberland can register here. Also, individuals could register here. I wouldn't restrict this just for organizations. So I would like to rebuild it, and I enhance it with a list of Liberland related websites, those made by government and also private ones. We will load the RSS newsfeed from Liberland related media, and also link it with NAMP and Mitraž, which is my other project. That's a dating site. So this Liberdeer will be an entry point for every Liberland, every computer in Liberland. So it could be a homepage where you can get all these projects. We have also started llfree.net, which is a independent computer network. We have it in Czech Republic, the similar project called CZ-Freenet. It works like you own the part of the infrastructure, like for example cables and antennas and whatever, and you pay only for internet gateway, which makes it very you can get very cheap internet connection for like units of dollars. I pay like $7 a month for 1 gigabit connection, and this means that all the internet providers don't have to create another infrastructure. You just use your own, and you just choose the gateway that you will use for getting into the internet. That's it. We also have some smart contracts that we published it for free on our GitHub, because I've made some in past, and I just decided to put them for free so everyone can learn how it works. We also have some web UIs. These are the smart contracts. Another project is Vertian. That's mainly for Linux admins. They can that's a web UI for virtual server, something like Proxmox. It looks like this. You can create your own virtual server and load anything what you want. So what we are looking for? We are looking for collaborators, because we need to make it a bit bigger. We need software architect and technical writer, backend and front-end software developers, and also graphic designers, illustrators and animators. We need it for NEM client, because we need all those fancy animated stickers, and we would like to that UI look good. So we also need video editors, so we can promote our products on YouTube, and we are also looking for CFO, because I'm not an expert on finance, and I would like to delegate it to someone who can run crowdfunding or whatever. So if you're interested, you can send me an email, or you can write me on Telegram. We are also looking for donors, because this effort really costs a lot of money, and right now I pay everything by myself. But this will take us somewhere else, because we could hire another software developers and so on. And we are also looking for your feedback, because you can give us a bug report or just feedback and propose new features, for example, for NAMP. And that's it. That's it from me. Thank you very much. You can. These are the contacts on me and the whole foundation, so you can write me whenever you want. And that's all for me. Back to you.
Thank you, Jerry. That's great to see things already developing in real life in Liberland. Congratulations on the first non-profit. Everybody, I invite you again to stretch your legs, get your lunchtime, network a bit more, and we come back here at 3 p.m. sharply. Thank you. Guys, take your seats, please. My special request. Okay, I think we are ready to start. We're starting the last part of the entire conference, which is dedicated more to decentralization, and we're opening that with a keynote of Christina Lilinecke. Okay, I'm sorry, about digital self and how you have to treat it. So please, off you go.
Is it on? Yeah. All right, so I'm glad it's not that many people here live anymore, and you all had wine, so you're all relaxed and nice now. Yeah. Yeah, so well, if I'm going to do a little introduction, I'm from Sweden, and I'm a lawyer, and I work on few blockchain projects like gaming and DeFi and NFTs and DAOs and all sorts of different things. And so, but I do have a little different take on it, I guess, since I am a lawyer and not a techie person. And I usually say that the future is too important to leave up to techie people. So I encourage you all to like involve more lawyers into the development stage already from the beginning, because we actually do have a lot of good things to contribute. So he was missing something when he was looking for staff here right before lunch. He should have said good crypto lawyers as well. Apart from that, why I got really like into the blockchain space was primarily, I would say, because of my kids, because I want to create a good future for them, and I don't want them to live in the future society that they're creating now with digital IDs issued by the governments and the CBDCs and all of that. I want them to be free and explore the world like I'm doing and have been doing my whole life. So that's my main objective with working in this space, actually. So we discussed right before lunch digital identities, and that's what I'm going to talk extremely briefly about now. But just to inspire some thoughts, I guess, on what to think about going forward and why it's important. So first of all, you can think about like, what is an identity really? If we are in the flesh world, so to speak, here and now, the identity of me is more like my physical body, but also my beliefs and convictions and all of these things.
But when you come to what your identity is online, it's more, well, it can be your social media accounts, or it can be your passport if it's issued by the government, and so on and so forth. So when we're talking about digital identities, I think we always have to think about what we're talking about. And I see a lack of protection for the digital version of myself, so to speak. For my physical self, there are rules and protections, but for the digital ones, there aren't any. So then you can ask yourself, do you own your identity then? Well, I own myself in the physical world here, but online I really don't, right? We have more fractional identities. So I have one identity with my Facebook account, and I have another identity with Google when they track and trace me, and I have a third one. In Sweden we have something called bank ID that we use, that's issued by the banks, and we use those to verify bank transactions, but also to log into the tax authorities and things like that. So that's another identity, which makes it really belong to all of those corporate entities, really, and not to me. And even in some countries, it's a little bit depending on where you're located. But for instance, in the US, in the passports, it states that the passport doesn't belong to the individual, it belongs to the American state, which is very strange, I would say. And interestingly enough here, when they started using more like identities was after, well, governments, I should say, was after World War II, to then regulate who gets the benefits from the government, or what obligations you have towards the government. And currently the development is going more and more towards you having obligations and not so many rights, I would say. So that's maybe something to think about. Some countries, Switzerland for instance, they have more of a direct democracy system, so they rejected a proposal for digital ID legislation in 2021. So I think most citizens, if they have a choice, they don't want a government-issued digital identity, or one from then any big tech either, for that matter. So what's the privacy concerns with that? That is because you have no real control over your data. You don't really know, you know, people, they accept cookies and they accept this and that and have no idea really how that can be used against them. And you don't really know where it goes. I could take another example from such a simple thing as connected vehicles. And if they're connected, they collect a lot of information about you, who's in the car, where you're going, and even if it's anonymized, they can like see that it's the same people going the same route. So they can see that, oh, Christina is going to work, or Christina is going not to her husband, but to her lover, or whatever, you know, like really sensitive information. And currently, all automotive, sorry, I'm breaking your stuff here. Oh, you want to fix it? Thank you. all automotive manufacturers that have connected vehicles, they transfer all the raw data to, thank you, a company in Israel that then packages it up and sells it, and then the OEMs get a kickback from that profit. So that's one way that you don't know that your data is being used, right? Which is scary. And in regards to that, I just want to mention, if you have noticed that nowadays, not even the governments talk about us being citizens. They talk about us that we're consumers. So it's consumer protection, consumer this and that, right? Nothing with citizens' rights and all of that. So we have basically been reduced to consumers and data generators, I would say. And another risk then with privacy concerns is all the breaches, of course. LinkedIn, they had, I don't remember how many, but it was hundreds of thousands of people which their personal data was leaked in a hack, and then the Cambridge Analytica, of course, is the biggest one, but there's a lot of them. They're like too many to even mention, which is also a risk. And people are actually rejecting all of this and are worried about it, so we have a good chance of selling them a better solution. So that is basically my point with the Pew Research Center. There's a lot of those where people are skeptical of the government keeping track of them. Obviously differentiating between different countries, like Sweden, where I'm from, people are stupidly trustingly, which you could account to. In America, maybe not so much, so it depends a little bit there. Oh God, I have so little time, I talk too much. The problems here then with centralized identities. The reason why they're bringing in legislation for EIDAS, which is the European Digital Identity Wallet that they're creating now, that's coming into effect in September this year, the legislation. So that is basically to create a wallet where you're gonna have your driver's license, your passport, your medical records, your vaccine certificates, or whatever, right? And also the CBDCs in that wallet. And if we accept that setup and also accept the CBDCs, then we're fucked, basically. Then we will have no freedom left. They also claim to be self-sovereign identities, which they are not, because they say that it's voluntary. I can choose whom I want to share my data with. But there are also in the legislation no restrictions for when they can require. So if every grocery store requires, because they don't want to have shoplifters, so to say. So they say that everyone that wants to go into the store to buy food has to show their digital identity. Then it's not voluntary. I mean, you can say that it's voluntary in the same way that the vaccine passports were voluntary, so to speak, but in reality it isn't. In reality, you cannot live a free life unless you use it, and then you're still not free. So the only thing there is because the fiat banking system is breaking down, so that they are then, and also I would say because of Web 2, where people are sharing more information freely, and all of that is also a threat to their sovereign power over us. So those together, the fiat system crash and the lack of control due to the internet, is really why they're like clamping down and turning totalitarian. So what is the answer then? I mean, self-sovereign identity, maybe. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. But what I think is important is that we figure out what is our digital selves and collect them all in one space where I myself control it. And also all my data, because I generate a lot of data to the automotive industry, to Facebook or whomever, right? And they profit off of me. I don't get anything for it. I get to be censored on Facebook if I can do that. I have been actually banned on LinkedIn because so they have taken away my account because I had unwanted opinions about CBDCs and vaccinations for 6-month-old up to 5-year-olds. That first got me banned for 6 weeks, and then after that, they just, like a month later, they terminated my account without even giving a reason for it. But I guess I worked up to it. But so after that, that was this November. So after that, I have gotten even more inspired to create something where I can be anonymous. Because anonymity is crucial for all rights. And especially the freedom to say whatever the hell you want, unless, I mean, there should be some restrictions, like I shouldn't threaten to kill someone, maybe, or try to trick people. But apart from that,
some people in the government, they deserve even worse.
True. But so to connect a little bit to what because I'm over my time here now also, but to connect to what we had the discussion previously there, to say that you could have your identity as an NFT that you can't share, I think that's too simple of a solution. You need a holistic approach, and I need to own my digital self, and there needs to be digital rights that says that I am actually the owner of my digital self as well, just like I am the owner. I'm not born a slave, supposedly. In Sweden, you might say you're a tax slave born, but I think I should own that. And that is why I am working on a solution for all of these things. Way too early to talk anything good about it, but I'm interested in hearing everyone's input on it, and I think this is not only important for us as individuals, but I think that will be crucial for normies, so to speak, to come into this space, because it's really complicated and it's difficult and scary to set up accounts and understanding all the lingo and all of that. So we should all work to make it like as easy as setting up a Facebook account to get an identity like this, and then that opens up the world of Web3 for everyone. So these identities are going to be the make it or break it. And it can also be very profitable, as you can see. I've just done a few use cases here where you can use such an identity and profit off of your own data. You can sell that, but you shouldn't give it away for free, right?
Can you explain what you mean? It's a matter of creating a fake identity, or
no,
or to defend from the attack?
To claim ownership to myself, the digital version of myself. And to do that, you need good lawyers like me and some others here to help you do that, because the technology, crucial of course, but also the legal basis for it to make that work in the real world. Because as you can see, such an identity could work both with government, social media. It can be to verify you as a participant in a DAO, or as the citizen of Liberland, or claiming ownership to the data that Volvo collects about you, and so on and so forth, right? So, yeah, that's my very speedy introduction to why we should make sure that we have these. The first slide. Oh.
And if there's question and answers?
If there's...
Can we get some time? It's also interesting.
You have all
Yeah, I'm gonna...
the afternoon when you have your peer running, and she also can do that.
Yeah. So thank you.
Just one.
Yeah. Good question. All this digital ID
Yeah.
are all over the place, different databases. There are some companies who specialize in due diligence, and they do due diligence on a particular person, and for whatever reason they had the due diligence, this person was refused for whatever service or product. That person paid money and doesn't know why he was refused, because of what they have collected on him. So my question is, how and where can someone have access to that information to correct it if it is wrong, or to know what is wrong in that database? Where does he go?
Yeah, I mean, currently there is nowhere you can go to get that corrected or demand to see all the data that has been collected everywhere from you. Even with that EIDAS that I spoke about, the EU legislation, there is no authority, like say that you have been mistreated or something. Say my identity is stored in a central hub controlled, like right now it's Thales or Thales or Thales or however you say it, the French military company that is developing it for Sweden and 14 other countries. They have a consortia together, so that really corrupt weapons manufacturer is also developing the digital IDs, which is a charming thought. But so say that someone hacks that database, and they hack it because they're going to store the biometric data too, and there's no protection for what they can do with your biometric. Like, I don't even own my face. That will be, you know, whoever provides your digital ID will own your face, basically. So there's no central authority that you can go to as a citizen and say, hello, something bad happened. Not in there. Yeah, yeah. No, but so I think that is, I mean, I know everyone says it should be completely decentralized and not a central hub, but here I can see a central hub working as not the controller of the individual's data, but to secure things like that, and also ensure that encryption works, and if something goes wrong, you can have customer support and all of that, and to be able to finance such a setup, you need to like charge a fee for that or whatever, but that doesn't mean that such a corporation has to know all my data or your data. That could be stored locally for you, but the central like framework of it could be centrally managed, I would say, instead of control, but like a service for the users, I would say. We'll see. I have no super solutions yet, but it's something we have to solve.
Guys, I really have to stop that, but I'm sorry, Evgeny, you will have to wait until the afternoon, because the other speakers are waiting. We have to respect them, right? So please take a seat in the area. Yes, I know the couch is much more comfortable than these chairs. Yeah, I don't know. We all, unfortunately, just following your amazing presentation, just which make all of us think. Unfortunately, we're always put into frames which we never chosen. So there's something to do about that, right? So now the next panel, the DAOs, the foundation of the decentralized economy, and I invite first Ante to moderate the panel, and then Edwin, Nicolas, and Dorian. Please join the couch. This is the one for you and the speaker.
Thank you.
Maybe this one is longer. Sorry.
No problem.
Guys, you have to share this one.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hello guys, nice to have you here. And also I'd like to thank the Liberland Foundation to have opportunity to moderate this panel. I think this is important question, especially after Dorian's presentation earlier. And let's start. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Nicola. I'm the director of the Legal and Compliance Department at Storm Partners. We support Web3 businesses and organizations in getting compliant and operate their projects. Among our clients, there are Launchpad, exchanges, utility token issuers, DeFi protocols, DAOs, of course, NFT and metaverse platform.
Hi, hello, my name is Edwin Mata. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Bricken. We are a tokenization platform. And yeah, happy to discuss. Okay, background. Yes, I used to be a lawyer. I guess I'm still a lawyer. You never become a lawyer. You never stop being a lawyer. So happy to give my input. But I'll let all the legality to Nicola. I'll just explain my experience doing DAOs. I'm a participant of various DAOs. I really like DAOs, but there's still a lot to do in that field.
Hey. So as I mentioned in my presentation, I'm here mostly as a technical person, and now I'm a little bit afraid here. I always get afraid when there are lawyers around me. I usually get ideas, get excited, and then they say no. No, I'm happy in my corner. But basically, I'm here to provide the Liberland context for the discussions we will be having.
Yeah, I'm looking forward about Liberland and DAO in Liberland. So let's start with basics. What is even DAO? What makes an organization a DAO? And what is the difference between DAO and traditional type of organization?
Sure. I mean, they call it decentralized autonomous organization. First of all, I would like to start like blockchain did a mistake into grabbing all these things that already existed in the normal world and Web2, and then just complicated with a cool name, right? Because we call them DAOs. But DAOs have been existing for a long time. Civil societies. I mean, you don't really need to be a corporation to create society. I mean, it's just that we created this kind of like new dictionary just to sound cool, but then we alienated everyone else because all of these things already exist and there's a legal framework for you to create these kind of organizations. So I believe personally that decentralized autonomous organization is basically because there's a high end of optimization and technology behind. So it's not more than it's an organization, but it's more on a technology point of view. So for me, that's the main difference. But DAOs, they've been existent. I mean, city halls have these programs where you like do these social good or beneficial things. I mean, it's also another thing that I would like to say. DAOs tend to be more for the well-being of the planet, of society, and whatnot. So if we add all of that, for me, DAOs is just a new form, a technological form of an existing being already. So civil societies, you already have them, but now you embed a high end of processes, token optimization, decentralization tends to be anonymous, but that's how I see it. But they already existed for a long, long time. I think previously even than corporations, they were already civil societies. So it's something that I like to always point out because we believe that DAOs were born yesterday. No, they were prehistorian. I mean, people were still gathering and trying to elect a leader in a very democratic way or not. So it's just that now we're trying to grab that concept of pure society, pure, like I participate and all of that, but it's like, yeah, but we live in a society and a democracy. So what is the input of this new world? And it's just, I believe, it's a technological factor. It's access.
I substantially agree with Edwin, but I also think that form is substance. So the fact that these organizations, they have this new form, and also that in the contemporary society we have the technological means to connect people and make them cooperate, even if they are very far on the planet, basically allowed a form of human association that was not possible before. And also the technological means that blockchain technology provides you enable a form of decision making that was not available before, enhancing transparency, enhancing decentralized governance. And therefore, DAOs were definitely pre-existing in the sense that human associations were pre-existing, but the way in which a DAO operates kind of enhances a certain characteristics of a human association and make possible something that before was not possible.
Yeah, so when you were talking about that DAOs already exist, it came to my mind that the biggest strength of a DAO, I would say, is also one of its biggest weaknesses. So yes, DAOs are an organizations that in some form have already existed for, you know, basically a million years since the invention of language, or even before that. The new invention now with what we call DAOs is that they are mostly algorithmic, in the sense that their governance tries to minimize the negative aspects of humans, so to say. They kinda, since they are algorithmic, they try to minimize the possibility for corruption, doing things behind the scenes, unhealthy hierarchies. But this is also, in practice, has shown to be their biggest weakness, because when DAOs fail, they fail because they ignored the human factors because they thought they were solved, but weren't actually solved in reality. So if you take a look at some of the DAOs that failed, yes, in theory, the government was supposed to be democratic, but since people thought that the government was democratic, they didn't participate in democracy, and then it turned out that only a few people were making decisions. So it's kind of interesting that you try to solve one problem, but then in your mind it's solved, and then you don't pay attention to it, and it comes back. So, yeah.
Okay, so let's continue in that tone. What are the main problems with your current DAO organization?
So probably the main problem is that a lot of DAOs are not so decentralized. So I think we come back to what a DAO is, and also the fact that DAO can be used as a buzzword or as a word that does not clearly define what is behind that word. So for instance, there can be a DAO, but the founders of the DAO retains the vast majority of the tokens, of the governance tokens, and therefore they, in the end, even if they create a very democratic process for the DAO to take decisions, so there is a automatic resolutions that are enforced via smart contracts and so on, still, if they control the majority of the token supply, they can decide. So it's the problem of the DAOs is what rights and what is the DAO constitution. A lot of DAOs, they do have a constitution, like a nation or like Liberland, and you need to check it out. You need to see what the DAO in which you are participating is providing for, and what the rights as a participant of the DAO are. And then there is also this thing that was mentioned, that it's really about the people. A DAO is supposed to be an organization in which the power is bottom up. It comes from the bottom, but people at the bottom needs to use it. If they don't use it, if they just rely on the fact that the thing will go on its own, then it's not more very democratic, and then you lose that sense of control that the base should have over the people that are managing the organizations, because of course you need someone that manages something, otherwise things, they just don't proceed.
I think also there's a big problem from a ignorance point of view. When you create a DAO, there's usually profit sharing, and that makes it a security in every single country in the world. So you have all these potential DAOs that actually are acting as corporations, selling up tokens, when in reality are securities. So you have all these shareholders or investors, and they're certainly uncompliant with every security law in the world. So it's kind of like the limited liability company exists for a reason. Like the name says, limitation of liability. If you take that out, that means the person who invested in a DAO without knowing it was a security, then they can go for their beans. And then we're seeing cases like that in Florida. There was a big case against the DAO that they started going to the DAO holders. Why? Because there was no limitation on liability. So we're seeing cases where, yes, I think philosophical, emotional, lovely thing about the DAO does exist. I am a member of DAOs. I follow. But then I also encountered some of them like, holy crap, that's a big compliance. But then you try to say like, hey guys, you know that aspect is like, but yeah, but we're a DAO, we have to profit share. And it's like, yeah, but just by doing that, you're putting at risk all of your members, because there's no limitation on the liability that if they go on default, the debtor or the guy who has the debt against it is not going to go against you. It's going to go against every single one of them to recover what they lost. And it's like, just because you think regulation is bad, it's not really bad. It's actually, regulation exists to protect. Yes, it has to be renovated, it has to be updated. There's a lot of things that are bad, but some things are done for a reason. And securities laws are actually created to protect the investors. And people think like, no, they are to block business. And it's like, no, because the retail investor who has the least experience, the least know-how, is going to fight against corporations. And it's like, that's why they created that law, to protect the retail investor. You just want to see it as a, no, I think regulation is blocking my business or my company. That's the excuse that you want, because you want to go fast, you want to go lean, and we're seeing crashes of DAOs. Stupidity is being made, a lot of money lost. And it's like, maybe we need to understand that regulation is actually an enabler, and the people who want to capture tens of millions of euros should at least hire a lawyer. We're not the devil, or that guy is not the devil. Look at him. He's like probably the first time he's going to say, like, I'll create the DAO, I'll clean your scheme, you're going to do everything on compliance, and then you're going to help out your old scheme. I mean, that's the message that we have to receive from that compliance point of view to the innovators. I mean, I think that's the main challenge. Where is the breach? We're not enemies. We're all actually trying to build something here.
I have a question regarding that.
Oh, sure.
Because I have been involved in creating a DAO, and there to limit the liability, full liability for the entire DAO. Every single like private citizen is responsible for everything there, or could be sued for it anyways. So what we did there was to create a foundation that like captures the liability as well. So the worst thing can happen is that that disappears, right? But then you have to regulate the. However, I mean there has to be formal people sitting in the foundation and managing it, and the relationship, how you could sort out the relationship between that management and the actual DAO.
I mean,
Yeah, you wanna go? That's true.
Yeah, there are. That's honestly a good topic. There are multiple ways to do so. It depends on the jurisdiction. It depends on many factors. But for instance, when we incorporate the DAO as a foundation, we write in the statutes of the foundation that there are specific bodies of the foundation that are dedicated to the token holders, and the governance power of the token holders is protected by the statutes of the foundation.
Let's look for it from a technical point of view. What do you think here? Because
Yes,
now we're
also
gonna go
want to
too
like
deep into
to-
legal, and it's gonna transform into like a forum of lawyers.
Right. So the question was, what was the biggest problem in our mind with DAOs? This might be a controversial opinion. It's just a feeling that I have. But some DAOs really have just too much money. So you have, so you're making an organization that has some goal, and it's relying on the people that are its members to achieve that goals. And what ends up happening in a lot of cases is that people become members because they think if they buy the governance token, then the number will go up, and they're just using it as an investment opportunity without actually caring about the goals. So to me that feels like very common scenarios for news stories. But yeah, from the technical perspective, one of the big issues that I mind personally is that they can also just be very expensive to run, especially if you were running them on Ethereum 1.0, like they're all.
Yeah. 100 euros.
Yes. Yeah, of course, but even now Ethereum is still.
Layer, nothing else.
Yeah, fair enough, but they're still, require a lot of money to run. For example, we were thinking about integrating some DAO factories with Liberland, and it would require a bridge to Ethereum, and the cost for that would be several thousand euros per month. So yeah, it's not a huge amount of money, but it's still inaccessible for a lot of the users that they're marketed that they're useful as. Yeah, I mean, you can. That's why smaller chains exist. Like, for example, that is a problem on Ethereum more than it is on a smaller chain like Polkadot.
Okay.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Technical and legal, because the fair mechanism is really rare when it comes to any DAO. What would be the things that you can vote? Some committee or some mention about controlling what you can vote, how you can put your vote, and how the algorithm will take care of the voting. Weights are controlling, maybe just more coins, more votes. Type of system is very bad. By coin owner, her vote is also bad because you cannot participate. There's maybe capacity or understanding of what's a good decision for the ecosystem and community itself. So how do you think that this kind of combination of the good voting mechanisms based on a good algorithm and the legal issue, can this be the solution?
This was also very inclined with my next question about different kind of models of DAO, and also because of you mentioned all of you that we have an algorithms now that are taking care of votes. do you have any opinion how to ensure that only most involved people, that those voices are those ones that need to be heard?
Yeah, I've seen an
is more
evolution
weight.
from weight control. That was a huge mistake because that was like only the the holders. They will always look for the biggest position, right? Because that will allow them to take decisions inside the DAO. So that was a big mistake. Then I'm starting to see more meritocracy, kind of like activism. So people performing deeds for the DAO inside or outside, outreach or becoming ambassadors and whatnot. So I think right now it's more of a learning curve because we all come from understanding the real world, right? So we got democracy, you can call it republic or monarchy or dictatorships and whatnot. So every DAO is kind of like trying to understand what is the new social paradigm, because the importance of the DAO is participation, which should be in democracy. In fact, I have a question. How many people have voted in real life? Like who has really voted? Like gone to the urn and vote? That's actually not a lot of people. I mean, this is crazy. I've never voted in my life.
Yeah, because most of people lost.
But that's what I'm saying. The
faith in
DAO
government, yeah.
proposes kind of like the free access. We already have free access, but like the quick access, and that's the situation that DAOs are trying to understand. It's like we lost faith in democracy, so we need a new paradigm, and we're calling it decentralized because that's kind of like everybody has the same opportunity. But then when you enter the DAO, you see like, yeah, but that guy has 20,000 coins and I can't even vote because the voting starts at 15K or something like that. So it's kind of like, are we really learning from the mistakes, or are we just putting technology to the mistakes with the new container, calling it decentralized autonomous organization for the good? So it's kind of like we are trying to understand what is the new form, and maybe that's going to actually alimент or breathe to the outside, because we are learning now from the real world to the digital, but nobody has comprehended that the digital is going to start feeding the real world little by little, because it's hybrid. It's impossible to not understand one with the other without the other. So to answer you, it's like I think we're in a learning curve that is going to take us maybe a decade, but a new form of governance, it's definitely going to appear, because every day we're learning, and we're learning how the real world, it's fading into that security that when I vote for my politician, and my politician represents me. We know that barely exists. But in the DAO, we're looking to the same. But the DAO is leaner, and it's faster, and it learns faster, because the feedback is continuous. So that's why they're creating new forms. And every time I enter and I see the meritocracy based on activity, based on points and everything, it is a complex, but I understand that what they're trying to do is be active, and the DAO itself is going to execute based on the activity of everybody.
Yes. Can I answer before the previous question, and then we jump on this one? So it was between the question was on the connection between the technological and the legal side. So also how to give legal power to the decisions taken via, for instance, via smart contracts, via the blockchain. And this is a bit what I was saying before. So either you incorporate a DAO in a country in which there are specific provisions, so legislative provisions that do so. For instance, you know, Wyoming became famous for that, but also the Marshall Islands, they have a specific law for decentralized autonomous organization, and they do actually recognize legal validity to the decisions taken via smart contracts. Or in a country like Switzerland, which is quite liberal on these things, you can, as I said, draft in the statutes of that foundation that the decision taken in such manner as legally binding power to the basically to the other bodies of the DAO. So to, in this case, to the bodies of the foundation. So the management of the foundation needs to abide by the decision that has been taken by the DAO via a smart contract voting procedure. On the second question, I fundamentally agree. I think a lot of people don't vote also because they do not understand. I think that also what Edwin was saying is true. So I think it's a combination of factors. A lot of other people don't vote because they don't feel that through voting they have an impact. So I feel definitely there are multiple reasons. I also observe, it's not a feeling, it's a fact, that the percentage of people voting in Western countries is continuously decreasing. And the point of DAOs, or at least the well-structured DAOs, is that the users, the token holders, should have the feeling that their voting is important and that they can actually have an impact on the DAO itself. And it comes to my mind, one example is actually a DAO we collaborate with. It's called 1inch. Probably many of you know it. It's a DeFi platform. And when they created it, they released the tokens via an airdrop, so for free. They didn't even sell them. And the founders of the DAO retained for themselves a quite small percentage of the total token supply. And therefore, the community has a lot of power. And I was speaking with one of the founders of the project about something that they need to do, and they need a budget allocation to what we were discussing. And he was, okay, we need to create a very good proposal to the DAO, because the DAO needs to approve it. Like, even if the guy is the founder, and even if he has a quite significant influence over his community, he was not sure that even if he proposes something, the community will approve his proposal. And I think that this is amazing, because it means that the community has real power in that DAO to decide what to do and to decide the future of that organization and how to orientate the future developments of that organization. Well, it must be a very expensive car if it costs a 900K.
Yeah, I think this is a good question. So the question is basically, why do people not vote in DAOs? And I don't know the answer. Like, why would you buy a governance token if you don't intend to use it? I mean, I guess the answer is this, that you want to see the number go up. But if I understood that, I think that's a billion dollar answer, so to say. But I think there are some ways to mitigate it. So I can use the example of Liberland, even though we are not what you would call a DAO directly, but delegation, for example. For example, in Liberland, Vit is not the largest merit holder, but because we have delegation, he will be the one that will in practice have the most token to vote with. So even if you are a small token holder, you don't necessarily have to be involved in every decision. You just have to pick the people you trust.
I have a question regarding that more comes to the Liberland application of it more than a regular like business DAO or whatever.
Okay.
But so if you want, I mean, how many votes are you planning on having? Because I think like if you have a framework of laws for your country or whatever, and you don't want to have a big government, it's not going to be many votes every year. You know what I mean? Like you
Right.
have your rules, and then it's going to be so few times. Like sometimes it goes inflation in all of these, and I think that can be a deterrent. But in that case, I mean, if you vote 4 times a year, then everyone has the time to read up and make their own minds up, right? But if you
Hopefully.
do 4 votes a week instead, then no one is going to be interested. So
Can I also ask you, Dorian, so you have merit tokens, right?
Yes.
User can acquire more than one token, of course, yeah?
Yes, yes.
And in
you're required to
portion,
have 5,000 in order to become a citizen.
so you need to buy 5,000 tokens to be
Or earn them.
Okay. So what is stopping the big pocket or the whale to buy most of the merit tokens and to decide one-sided whatever he wants?
Yeah, okay, I'll answer first your question. So, as I was explaining before, in Liberland there is one way to pass a new thing and many ways to repeal it. So we are really have a huge hard on the separation of power for that purpose. So, for example, the two main mechanisms is if we have one holder of political power that is imposing their will. For example, they try to impose a legislation that is dishonest, and they can do that because they have most of the tokens. In that case, that can be cancelled by a headcount veto. You cannot pass something by a headcount vote, but you can cancel things by a headcount veto. And in addition to the citizen headcount veto, there is also the Senate, which has a lot of power to say no to dishonest proposals. So these are the two layers of defense that we have against the growing of governance. But to
Do you not have like a maximum how much one can buy? Because otherwise it's going to be like
It can be scary, yeah.
Well, we don't have an enforced maximum, but there are maximums in practice. Like the maximum amount of LLM that will ever exist is 70 million. Right now, that is available to be used is around 10 million, and most of the big percentage of that is already in the hands of the citizens. So it's not like anybody can just sell you 50% of the merits because nobody has them. So it's already. Well, if the biggest wallet wants to volunteer, he is free to do so. But if he doesn't want to reveal himself, I'm not going to reveal him.
What's the number? What's the number? How many coins on this wallet? Out of 10 million, biggest wallet.
Biggest wallet belonging to an individual.
Yeah, well, yes, one individual, one entity. That has the voting power.
It's less than 10%. The total supply is the total supply in existence right now is 13 million, and it's less than 10% for the biggest token holder. And yeah, less than half of that is actually in voting power. That's a good. And yeah, as you were asking, I really hope that this will be the case. So in Liberland, we are actually limited by the number of referendums we have per unit of time, except under extreme circumstances. But that's a different thing. So I do hope that this will result in higher participation rate. That and the delegation.
Extreme circumstances means that there is an urgent ballot. It doesn't mean that there is a pandemic which requires.
Yes. So the technical committee can also start additional referendum if something is happening on the chain.
Did you consider having one wallet, one digital identity, one vote? Did you consider that model?
Of course, we considered it, and we have that for repealing stuff, but not for passing stuff.
Okay, let's move on. Also, this question is some sort of continuation of the last one. How to ensure that the decisions made up by DAO, how to ensure their, how to say, that they will be really done in the real world. How to ensure that. You two are lawyers, so you can.
Thank you. So again, it is a bit what I was saying before. So you need to create the legal framework around that DAO to make it legally binding, that decision that is taken by the DAO. There are many ways. It depends on how the DAO is structured. A DAO could be an association, could be a foundation, could be a trust, and also could be unincorporated. When it's unincorporated, it's a legal entity de facto, not the Euro, but it's still a legal entity. And in that case, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to recognize this legal power to the decisions taken by the DAO because it's kind of implicit, it's not explicit. So you need to incorporate, you need to make it explicit, and you need to create via contracts, basically, via the statutes of the entity, this legal power to the decisions taken by the DAO. In that way, you can enforce it in the sense that you can enforce it through traditional legal enforcement methods. For instance, if I have a right in the DAO because I'm a token holder and my right is safeguarded by the statutes of the DAO, and the management of the DAO does not respect the statutes, and there is an incorporated legal entity like a Swiss foundation, I can sue them in Switzerland in a court of law and sue them in order to make them enforce that decision that was taken, and even to claim damages that were caused by the fact that they were not abiding by the decision that was taken by the DAO. So in the end, you can enforce via the traditional legal means, which honestly are the only one available in the world at the moment. So and also the most effective ones.
All right, the less legal answer. You have all those mechanisms. I mean, in every single country you can enforce a contract. But in the end, it's also about economic viability. So you have to rely on trust. If I have one vote that costs me 10 euros and the guy doesn't do anything, am I going to spend 1,000 euros to enforce my 10 euros kind of like thing? Am I going to congregate with my fellow citizens or fellow holders DAO to go against the guy who didn't? So we all goes back to trust. Even though we sign contracts every single day. Here's 20 euros. That's a debt. That's a contract. You don't need to have it signed. That's a verbal agreement, gentleman's agreement. We can call it whatever. We sign on WhatsApp, we sign on email, we sign contracts. The whole day we're signing. The only thing why we sign is just to pretend that it's going to be enforceable. But the reality is it's only enforceable if it's economically viable and it makes economic sense. That's the reality. Everything else is just based on trust. So if I go in the DAO and the DAO says that they're going to buy a Lamborghini to go around Ukraine, and I voted yes, and the guy decides to buy and blow it out on a disco club one night, okay, then I will have, with my vote, gather the 900,000 else, if they all have one vote, to go against that guy. But maybe 900 are going to be like, I don't care, I just lost 10 euros. So there's the problem with the retail, and that's why we have to really think about regulations, because 10 euros is not a lot, but when people lose 1,000, then it becomes a lot. But if people just start adding and they start losing, then you have to protect that as a group, because one person is not going to go and spend 200 euros for an hour of a lawyer. Or Nicole, I don't even know how much this guy's going to charge. I will not hire him because I'm just kidding. But that's the reality. So, I mean, the only thing that we have to continue is doing trust. Now, there's a second layer, which is with digitization. Maybe some processes that are born digital, whose outcome has to become digital, it can be enforced somehow. You have escrow contracts. If something is not performed, it stays in an escrow contract that automatically deploys dividends or payments or whatever. So the more digitized it began and the more digitized it has to end, the possibility that it has some enforceability becomes higher. But the moment that the human factor has to be a human action, then it's just the trust layer. And then, yeah, but that's my perspective at least.
Yeah, so in Liberland, we have one extra mechanism to protect against this, which is called the midterm shuffle. So I was saying you can delegate your votes, and for the period of election, the congressmen, the delegates, are in Congress, and they can do congressman stuff and vote with your tokens if you voted for them. But if they are not acting honestly, we have what is called the midterm shuffle. So at the midterm point, you can reshuffle your votes to all elected congressmen. So for example, if I vote for Bob and Alice, and Bob turns out to be dishonest and is spending all my votes in a way that I didn't allow him to, during the midterms, I can just say, okay, Bob, you had my votes, but I'm taking them away from you and giving them to Alice. So even though they're still in power, they're losing the delegations that they had at the beginning if they are not acting properly. Yep.
Yes.
Why did you decide to do it on a midterm basis and on like a rolling basis or quarterly?
Good question. Michael, do you want to drop in? Why is it a midterm shuffle and not anytime shuffle?
Why is this anytime shuffle? Because it's not a shuffle. It's a delegation. It's a delegation shuffle, so to say. You can the real voting powers of the congressmen. So the congressmen are defined who they are, like by voting. So you vote for them every 3 months, and there is no midterm for those people for those positions. But you can give to them at any time. You can give to them your voting power by delegation. That's for referendum. That's not the same as deciding who the congressmen are. That's you trust that congressman for that one referendum or for any referendum. Doesn't matter. You give them the power. You can take it back. You can give it back. You can take it back anytime you want and have LLD to spend on it, which is not that expensive because the LLD costs for transactions are very reasonable. So like $0.1 or something per transaction or something like that. So this is how it works. And we called it midterm shuffle because we wanted to, once upon a time the system should have been, was supposed to be different. And then it would make more sense to call it that way. However, we now call it as a relic midterm shuffle. And it's not an official thing. You will never see it anywhere on the blockchain. Make sense?
I would just like to add, for us it's important that that when we send delegation to some foreign country, that they don't lose the mandate while they are on the plane there. So we have to have some sort of stability in this regard. And like quarter of the year, I think is the minimum reasonable term. But also, again, as Michael said, inside, in the middle of that term, they can actually lose all the power, or any kind of minute, they can lose all the power that has been delegated to them by their board voters. So, like, we are actually kind of extreme in this regard, that we are completely fluid in this. And you can change, you will give your voting power, even though you elected somebody into Congress, minute later you can change that you favor some other guy and give him your full voting power. The guy that you elected into Congress will be there for 3 months, but he will not have your voting power anymore.
And just like to clarify, the Congress people, what they do with their Congress mandate alone, without the delegation, if you don't delegate anything to me, nobody does as a congressperson. All I can do is being 1/21 of the quorum which proposes laws under favorable conditions for the referendum. If the people don't like those laws, they will never be passed. That's all. That's all that being a congressman gives to me, kind of. If you don't delegate. So the delegation is actually very important. Yeah?
So basically that's very nice to hear. So we just call it the midterm shuffle, but it's anytime shuffle. So what we have right now on the mainnet is anytime shuffle, and it's nice to hear that there's just a legacy term, which means it's a feature I don't have to develop.
Okay, guys, thank you for explanation and for your answers. Thank you very much for this panel.
Thank you, guys. Now we're gonna connect our special guest, Brock Pierce, live from Miami. Brock, I hope you can hear me now. Please switch on your video and give us a sign that you're there.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you see
Awesome.
me?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you. Amazing. Welcome. Welcome to Liberland anniversary. And I just give you the word now.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here with everyone. I had the pleasure of seeing Fit recently in Austin, Texas, during the Independent National Convention, and just it's very exciting to hear about all. what an interesting time to be alive, you know, as we're watching everything happening in the world. Just brings me hope to see the courageous systems and ideas around our, call it, future of governance and everything that's happening at Liberland. And so, every time I get to hear about the exciting development, I'm continually inspired.
Thanks, Brooke. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your current diplomatic endeavors. That was quite exciting to hear from you. You know, that what are not just the Independent National Convention, which was of course a great event with lots of exciting speakers, and I know you're kind of behind it, but also your I would say UN-related activities. If it's not secret, that's kind of exciting as well, and I believe we can find some good way to collaborate on this platform as well.
Well, there's a couple of things going on. One is I have an organization called the United Council of Rising Nations, or unicorn.org, where we've been traveling around the world, whether it's to El Salvador with a large delegation, first to enter the country since the pandemic, to assist President Bukele and his government in implementing the Bitcoin law. We're dealing with governments all over the world. I'll be in Poland next week in Auschwitz, March of the Living. And more recently, it's not yet public, but there's no reason I can't talk about it. I was just appointed into a United Nations permanent mission with permanent observer status called Ibero-America, which is a role in assisting the youth in all of Central and South America, the Dominican Republic, Spain, and Portugal in their youth development. I think somewhat similar to the World Economic Forum's Young Leaders. This is in identifying young people that are future leaders in those nations and in their business development. And this is kind of how I think of myself today, as someone that is a solutionist or a solutionary, bringing innovation as a tool for positive transformation to the countries that need it most, which is often in the developing world.
Excellent. You know, and I believe, you know, that there are multiple levels on which we can collaborate in the future, especially if you have that permanent seat in UN, because UN for us, it's like a next big thing, right? We're working now with the sovereign countries that have recognized Liberland to basically open doors at the UN level. And I believe there is lots of levels on the humanitarian level, diplomatic level, and especially on the Bitcoin adoption level, where, of course, Liberland would like to be part of the Unicorn Nations as well, the organization that you're creating. I mean, we are kind of fully Bitcoin in anyway. Right now, I think it's 100% of our reserves are in Bitcoin. But on the other hand, I believe it would be fun to help you systematically to promote the mission. We are already doing it, but maybe we could do it better under your umbrella. And yeah.
Well, I believe we're always better together. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah. So we'll be definitely in Miami for the Bitcoin conference, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And I will try to do our best. And this is one of the things which we, which we haven't finalized yet, but we are opening a party at your place also in May, right? That will be pretty exciting in Washington, D.C., and I'm very grateful for you that you allowed us to organize that event during the GBA summit. Of course, we would love to, and Carla was kind of positive about it. We haven't finished the negotiation about that, but if we could use it for future events as well, that would be very exciting to collaborate also on that level, because our Washington presence is the utmost importance. And now if you know about it, the Illinois is about to vote about recognition of Liberland, so we have to step up our game in United States to have a strong permanent presence with strong leaders like yourself.
Mi casa is su casa. Happy to host you in in the Pierce School in Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much, Brock. It was great pleasure having you. You know, if you want to add something more, feel free. If not, I'm looking forward to see you actually very soon. Thank you.
Well, we'll see you soon. Thank you so much for having me, and you know, continue to innovate and push forward the bold ideas that will better humanity. The future does favor the bold.
Excellent, excellent. And I heard something that you might be in Europe in a couple of days. Of course, feel free to visit. We're here for you. All right. Thank you.
I'll be in Poland, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right, so it's the time now for our next panel. So I invite to the stage again Edwin to moderate the panel on the decentralized metaverses, also Shiraz. And Marina, yes, please, so join me here. So I will keep that one here, and that one will give to Edwin. So watch your...
Amazing, I'm gonna change from DAO to Metaverse. Now I'm in the Metaverse, guys. So, great panel. Yeah, I know all of them. Amazing. So, let's go straight to presentations. Oh, please, Marina. Oh, yeah, wait.
If you want to start. Hey, everyone. My name is Marina. I'm Ukrainian, but I'm living in Spain for the last 8 years. I'm into the Web3 world since 2017, and since then I've been involved in dozens of projects as a head of marketing, head of growth, being consultant and advising lots of projects. And currently, I'm head of growth of Nimtech. It's a privacy infrastructure that allows you to be absolutely anonymous online, more than Tor does. That's why I'm interested in you. It's very, perhaps we can discuss later how it can protect digital identity. And at the same time, I'm running my own marketing agency as a Crypto Marina Marketing, because I'm known in the space as Crypto Marina. I'm also a book author and educator. I have some courses about NFTs, and I'm developing more about the metaverse. Yeah, that's a brief intro.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, I gave a little bit of an intro in the last panel that I was on, but for some further context, my name is Shiraz Ahmed. I'm the managing partner of Storm Partners and the co-exec director of the Crypto Valley Association, heavily involved in the Crypto Valley ecosystem, so that of Switzerland. And yeah, looking forward to talking about the metaverse.
Yeah, and probably I will be the last but not the least, hopefully. So my name is again Vasilisa Marinchuk, and I had the pleasure of being your host today, but generally it's not what I mainly do. So I've been in the crypto blockchain space since 2016. I've been in payments, providing the prepaid cards to the wallets back in time when it was like pretty early. Then I moved more into adoption stage, where we started to run conferences in Barcelona, which became quite a unique event, which is known as Democracy for All Blockchain for Governance, which we have been already having like for 4 years. We will see if we're going to have one this year. I've been also one of the founding members and until recently the Director of International Relations of the Central Blockchain of Catalonia, which I recently left to run my other new projects. One of them is the company known as Meme the Gathering. This is the iGaming project, fully on chain, which we're doing together with Foil Network. And another project is in Metaverse Sphere, where we build in the private metaverses and private worlds for the high net individuals.
Amazing. A lot of know-how here. So we need an anchor. Let's start by the simple question. What is the metaverse?
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I think the metaverse is a very subjective term because speaking, for example, to the World Economic Forum, they define their metaverse as something completely different to, I think, what we would hear here in this room. I think there's no, let's say, wrong answer to what that could be. My definition of what I see the metaverse as being is an aggregate of a lot of the things that we've spoken about today. So be that from the NFTs side of things to DAOs to DeFi, every dApp that is built on blockchain technology can be constituted as being part of this metaverse ecosystem. And essentially how I see the metaverse is not so much in this virtual reality format, whereby it's true that there are some frictions with regards to hardware. We don't all have an Oculus or the ability at the current point in time to go into the metaverse from a 4D perspective. But I do believe that as we all have telephones in our pockets and we're all connected to the internet, on average worldwide, with the 8 billion people that we are, we're connected to the internet around 7 hours a day. In Switzerland, it's around 5.44 hours, a little bit less than the global average, but it's still nonetheless quite a lot, which is practically half of our waking day. So if we're spending half of our waking day connected to the internet and online, to my belief, we're already all part of this metaverse. So I think it's about time we start speaking about digital identity a little bit with regards to the keynote of before. And I think if you look at the younger generations, they do care more about their followers on Instagram than their neighbors. We actually made this kind of little research the other day where some people don't even know the names of their neighbors, but they do know the names of their Instagram followers, right? And so we do see a little bit of a paradigm shift there. And I think the metaverse is not something of the future, it's definitely something of the now.
Well, I partially would agree with that, what Shiraz was saying. It's definitely more than just a virtual reality or what it's trying to present, because virtual reality was there present with Oculus or without Oculus, even especially for gamers, for example, right? But it's a number of technologies, including augmented reality, virtual reality, internet, blockchain, AI, all that will contribute to the eventually what is the metaverse. But I really like to look into the metaverse as the new internet. And based on that, we right now are forming what is going to happen to this new internet, to this new area where we all live, communicate, do business, just literally live there, right? Because it's around us, it's with us, it's in our pocket, actually, right? So that's my definition of the metaverse.
Well, as for me, I find both of your points actually particularly true. I do believe that metaverse is not the future, it's the present already, and many people benefit of it, many companies and brands benefit of it. If I would define it myself, I would say it's virtual shared spaces where people can interact with each other and the entities. And it's basically something like a virtual universe that provides seamless integration between digital and physical worlds, right? At least this is what it's aiming for to be.
Hopefully you guys are running notes because that's some great definitions here. So, Vasilis, I'm gonna go straight with you because CVCAT, government, internet, a lot was said. Decentralized or centralized metaverse? What is your perspective?
Well, I think it actually should go together hand in hand, because we should always ask ourselves, I mean, there was a great discussion about decentralization already and will be after this panel as well. Because again, what we want to be decentralized and what we want to be centralized is two different areas, two different worlds. So as soon as we constantly interact together, we have to create it in a way that this space, this virtual space, or even like a meta space, because it's both real, like physical reality and virtual reality, they are now combined, which is a unique point in humanity, I think. And we have to make it comfortable for everybody, like as much non-biased, as much legally clear and safe for all of us to interact there. But at the same time, we all, be it a company, a human being, a government, maybe, well, government in this case is probably, because government for me is finally people. There is no government without the people, so punto. Not to say anymore. But when we talk about the private company, the person, the individual, or even maybe a small society of people, they need their own private space, and they want their own rules there, which may contradict to the one of the let's say the universe. And that's also fine. That's okay, because I don't in my house I don't need decentralization. In my house, I want my rules, right, for me, and maybe for my kids or for my dog, right? And it's not about discussing with anybody else. But when I start to interact with the others, of course, I want to make sure that they don't put things on me, that I don't impose things on them. So that's a balance between the two things. So I want to have the whole shared space for everybody, regardless if you're coming from Russia, from Ukraine, from America, from China, whatever. So that is not important. But when it comes to your person, if it's your company, you decide. For example, let's look into this. Finally, we've been touch base in a little bit on the social media this time, and we would say that, oh, I have an account on LinkedIn, or I have an account on Facebook, and I was blocked. But wait a minute, I mean, it's horrible, huh? On their side, but you're in their space. It's their space, it's their rules, and they can tell you bye-bye whenever they can. And that's the problem. We all have a mentality right now that when we use this social media, that is our common space. Guys, no, wake up. It's their space. You are just renters there. And that's why they use your data for free. They do with you whatever they want. They sell you all the propaganda or anything they want in the world or any kinds of advertisement. That's it, basta, it's their space. But when all of us instantly will stand up and leave, they will be left alone. So it's very important so that when we create these spaces, be it a social media or the huge internet, it's decentralized between all of us with single rules. But when I have my personal page or my website or my company, I can put my small rules into this space.
Oh, very, very powerful words.
Yeah. I'm hyped. I don't know. I'm like, let's go fight the government.
Yeah. So I think if I take from what Vasilisa said regarding the whole decentralized side of things and centralized, and look at purpose as being one of the key factors that you mentioned, and looking at the perspective of how we support larger entities to give purpose to their metaversal activations. I think both, let's say, a hybrid or one on a more decentralized side of things when it comes to multi-purpose, but then on the other side where it needs to be a bit more centralized, where there might be some proprietary intellectual property or something whereby the entity has spent a long time crafting up something there that they want to be able to keep for themselves. I'm looking at, for example, if some of you in this room know about Sprungli, so a very famous chocolate manufacturer in Switzerland. When we tell people about this case study, they're like, oh, what does a chocolate manufacturer want to do with the metaverse? But it's a really interesting one whereby I think sometimes we have self-reference criteria. We're in our silos. When I was speaking to someone the other day, I was like, yeah, but if I want to go to a chocolate factory in Switzerland, I can just take a train and do it. If I want to go to Paris, I can just take a plane and do so. We're part of that, let's say, small percentage of people in the world that can actually go and do those things. So the metaverse is there to also unlock some of these opportunities. For Sprungli, their ability to be able to accommodate, for example, to the Asian markets, where they have a lot of individuals that are big fans of their chocolate, but have never been able to really experience the way in which chocolate is made. So in some of their flagship stores, the ability to put on some an Oculus and be able to play a game whereby maybe the store owners have some chocolate and they're in the chocolate factory and it passes under their nose, maybe some sense of chocolate, and they have to play a game, and it becomes a more immersive experience. And I think that's also an area which is important to all of us. We want to be able to enjoy things more, come together, etc. And the ability to create these spaces is very important. And it doesn't always have to be about money. It can be about having fun. We don't always have to go towards the economical area. So I think the metaverse can be very multi-purpose in a centralized way. I think we can all accept that form of centralization is okay. Sprungli can have their little chocolate factory if they want to. But the other side of a metaverse that is more decentralized for us, as Vasilisa was mentioning, where we're sharing the data that we want to share, and we're being a part of a more, let's say, metaversal economy, then that's a different story, and I completely agree on the decentralized side. So different purposes.
Yeah, so I mean, as a libertarian, of course, I would love that metaverse going towards the decentralization, because it allows people to be more creative, to build their own places, own universes, to control and own their digital assets, and it's also more secure in terms of that it's on blockchain, and that's a proof of transactions. But also it has disadvantages which we cannot ignore. So most probably in the future is going to be the mix. Nevertheless, we should not be upset about it, because centralization is not really always bad as it seems. For example, your example with a company entering in the metaverse is not that bad. First of all, it attracts more users, right, to the metaverse. So it helps the industry to go mainstream. Second of all, like what I wanted to answer the next question about the opportunities, just to cover this topic. The new generation, like our children, Gen Z and plus, they was born with smartphones and tablets. They're just not like us. Right now, gaming becoming new social networks, and gaming moving to the metaverse, like Roblox, for example, and it's totally different level of communication. And for these people, which soon gonna be adults, it's going to be more convenient to go and visit chocolate store in the metaverse and buy the chocolates that they want or try the clothes they want to try than actually to go to the shopping mall and waste their time on the transportation, gasoline, wherever, or it could be too far from the city or place they live in. So I think mix is not a bad thing. Centralization is not as bad as we think, even though the decentralization is more important, but because we don't want economy to repeat the same mistakes as we have in nowadays.
All right, so we're touching the point of opportunities and the companies embedded in the metaverse for that. I would like, Marina, because you have a marketing background, let's talk about like, why don't we put an example? We have the chocolate, but let's say a client comes and says like, hey, why would I enter the metaverse? What opportunity can you unlock for me to get new users, the Gen Z? Like, how do you build that opportunity?
I mean, in reality, the opportunities here are unlimited. There are so many. It depends on the industry, of course. It's starting from gaming, finishing the education, medicine, real estate, and so on. For example, let's talk about the real estate. Before, you really have to go to the property if you want to invest, to see it, touch it, etc. Now you can do it virtually, and it's very convenient. I actually tried it myself, and recently I make an investment in the country I've never been in, and this is fantastic, and it's all doing great for me. Let's talk about medicine or education. You really can practice as a surgeonist to make a surgery, very difficult surgery, without hurting no one, right? Or being, for example, aviation engineering, able to work with a very difficult engineering operations without making a crazy, let's say, harm for the plane. And gaming, of course, is the first one, the fastest growing and the most famous use case, which is already going full speed, where you can use your avatars, you can dress your avatars with different clothes. So as creator, you can create those clothes, or you can purchase and sell these clothes. Coming back to real estate, virtual land, yeah, like you can buy and sell virtual land, you can build your own universes. If you're a shop owner or business owner, you can create your store or showroom in the universe so people can have this experience without actually physically going to your store. Yeah, like again, you can reach new audience, young audience, and big brands already recognizing it, like Nike, they opened their Nikelands, and we're not talking about just some virtual store or like pure marketing or merchandise out there. It's more already like a philosophy or like trend, because in the Nikeland you can actually build your own universe as well, like your own world, and this is extremely cool, and I think younger generation understand this better than older one, but we're getting there. And entertainment, we can make concerts, conferences. Of course, it became more popular in 2019 when we had COVID. This was actually my first time when I tried Altspace VR, and I didn't need a headset for that. So many people talking about how uncomfortable headset and you can't be a part of universe without it. Actually, like there are many softwares allow you to do this through your phone or laptop, and you still can enjoy full experiences. I mean, I can go on for hours.
Super excited. This is an exciting panel. Everybody's just so motivated. Like,
I'm just gonna wrap up here. Like if someone, otherwise, yeah, we finish at midnight.
Yeah, fantastic. I think Marina mentioned a lot of different things there. I think one of the parts to touch with, maybe we spoke a lot about decentralized finance before, is that what I'm really happy about is that we're not just talking about the metaverse as crypto pumping and dumping, and we're looking just to make a lot of money, right? A lot of the examples that you gave are not, let's say, financially or monetary driven. I think one of the really important ones that you mentioned is around kind of like, let's say, health and safety, be it, for example, on the surgery side, or it's not maybe not the most sustainable example that I give right now, but I know that Saudi Aramco, which is one of the biggest companies in the world, is heavily investing into the metaverse so that they're not just sending their engineers to oil rigs and to be like, okay, now you're out in the open, try and do what you need to do. They're actually building metaverses to allow them to understand what an environment in the middle of the ocean feels like, looks like, how to react and act in environments like that, and so that they're not losing unnecessary lives. And also for them, it's more, of course, efficient, and you can talk about the cost efficiency there. But I think there is also a great area of education, as you mentioned, but health and safety. And I think that's a really great way to be able to see the metaverse as well, that it's not just another money-making plot. There are real tangible use cases that can help everybody.
I would just add a little bit on that, because everything has already been basically told. Just a little bit again on entertainment and the time we spend with our loved ones. I mean, the world is speeding up, and we travel so much right now, and you don't know where you're going to be the next time. And that sometimes we leave our beloved ones somewhere in the other field, especially when we talk about, again, kids or our parents who cannot anymore, go on with this with the pace. And here the technological side comes, and this is where the hardware is very important. And of course, yeah, Marina was saying it, the headset. First of all, it can be expensive for many people still. Second of all, it's really not exactly what you want to wear the whole day through. So of course, that will come back. That will come back to the glasses, which are almost like Edwin is wearing, right? So they're much more comfortable, right? And or even the lens. They will come. Just give it another 5 years. But think about, again, what do we do with all this technology? Think about, you're far away, and then you get into that metaverse, either with the glasses or with the lens or whatever, and you can play with your kids, the ball, whatever, in the metaverse. And it's not the same as just getting with him on a boring Zoom call anymore. So you really have this sense of presence, which everybody was praising when everything just started with Oculus and all of this kind of thing. When you come into this virtual meeting, and it's not just the talking heads in front of you, but you actually an avatar, and avatar will become much better. They can actually be as human as you are, as you want them. And well, you can, in this case, you can change your gender so easy or whatever. You can become a kitty, whatever, right? So it doesn't matter. So you can actually experiment and feel yourself in different shapes even. But at the same time, you have this sense of presence, and then you can literally interact with the other people like in real life. Hopefully, for me, honestly, I really like the nature. I really like the real life. So it will never substitute. And that's not an idea. It's to extend what we have right now, not to substitute it.
No, it's please. I don't know what's happening.
Maybe just add one part to that, which I think was touch on, which is really interesting. Is as part of as well. We've seen a lot of individuals lately through maybe, let's say, Web 2 and social media get more depressed, feel a little bit more anxiety towards social interaction, feel like they're more excluded. It's a really interesting one where people say that we're more and more connected in the world, but people feel more distant to one another. I do believe that this side of the metaverse, and even, let's say, to a certain extent, the NFT communities, etc., individuals that no longer really felt like they had a community, friends, or people that they could relate to, are now being able to get in touch with who they are. And also, as you mentioned, kind of that diversity layer of if somebody wants to be a kitty, they can be a kitty. You can self-identify as whatever you want, and you can just enjoy being you for a change, even though I don't know how you can specifically identify as a kitty, but you can just have fun, be who you want to be without any judgment. And I think that can really bring everyone together a little bit better, and I think it does make the world a better place.
Amazing. Okay, Marina, please go, and then we go with two questions over here.
Just talking about psychological issues and the metaverse, something to add. I know one friend of mine, she has a building company. Her new client is from Swiss, I think it was Switzerland, and they're building metaverse specifically to treat actually people with psychological disorders. Because after COVID, many people are literally afraid to leave their houses. They don't feel any more safe outside. So metaverse is like a safe haven for them, because they can be in different places without leaving the home, and also get a therapy with a therapist, if even like therapists went to live to Bali. So I'd say it's healing depression as well in some ways. It's not only one point of the medal.
All right, there's a lot of questions. I'm gonna go here, and here, 2, 3 questions. But before, I would like to make a statement. I've been in a lot of, or here in a lot of panels. This is one of the first ones that crypto was not mentioned. And that's amazing. I guess we're getting to the maturity that the metaverse not necessarily needs a token, or the whole token economy behind. I mean, it's lovely. Here's like real use cases. And I was like, okay, who's going to tell me when is the next pump? Because I'm about to buy it, but nobody said it. So amazing. That's great.
Okay, I'm not sure if I need the mic. Yes, I think we're touching, this is the iceberg of what's coming for the metaverse. Who will benefit from this is maybe the new Generation Z. We're just touching we're seeing the small part. My question or my concern is, what is the other side of the metaverse if the account is hacked? Are we prepared for that? What if our kids are playing in metaverse and who is on the other side is not who he is? And what if the other person is someone who is, let's say, a devil trying to get your kids in area where he should not be there? So the other side of the metaverse.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same issue as the internet, right? And also, like, when you have a powerful tool as an internet or metaverse, it's like having a knife. You can use it for good or you can use it for bad. I mean, there are companies that are working hard on the privacy protection, as for example, my main client, Nimtech, or many others, like tools that you can use in order to protect yourself. But I would say still everything under very early stage and under development, and for sure, like there is like a lot of vulnerability out there in order to privacy and security. Just the same isn't anything online. There is no like answer how you can be 100% protected and secure, because it's impossible in online world in general so far.
I would just add another thing. It's a very, very good question, and we always have to ask ourselves. And a lot of this goes to, and I agree actually that it's very similar to what's happening in the internet, but it goes to the next level, especially when we are operating with the actual avatars. Then how do you know that this avatar, which can look like you exactly and everything and claim that you are, and then he's actually not who you are? So this is the question of the digital identity, and how do we treat this, and how do we either KYC it, or how do we make sure that this particular avatar depends on this particular person? Because you can have several avatars, right? Like the clothing. Today you want to be one, another. Maybe it's always you, but in different age, whatever it can be. So this is very important, and that's why cybersecurity issues are super should be on the spotlight, because we always think of, a lot of people, they always think of sales, how to make it more attractive, how to get more consumers, especially the young generations, because it's so easy to sell them, right? And the parents will pay anything for their kids to have the best. But we always have to stop ourselves and say, okay, is it secure? Are there all the layers are secure? And then we again come into decentralization and centralization, because if we're saying that my kids are playing in a certain spot, maybe it's like in the kindergarten when you have, nobody can just enter to the kindergarten unless you are a parent and they know your identity, and everything is the same. So it's only kids who can enter and play with a tutor. And that's a centralized space, quite secure, but then they teach there, what is happening to you when this space is not anymore the safe ground. So there should be both technical solutions, social solutions, as we use in real life. We should use in our digital life, be it just in the internet today or in the metaverse tomorrow. Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so my question is a little bit along those lines as well. So first, I think the metaverse is really cool, and you can do a lot of great things on there, right? So, but I see it more as entertainment. And I think if you go full metaverse, if you think of it on a scale, so to speak, if you go full immersive, people are afraid to go outside because of COVID, wear the glasses, sit at home and be like, eat chips and be a blob and have an attractive avatar kind of thing. So that the full-on version of the metaverse seems to me like Klaus Schwab's wet dream, where everyone is locked in a 15-minute city, right? If you do it like to the extreme, while I certainly think that there are a lot of use cases and uses that are really good. So my question is, like, where do you see, like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, I mean,
like, what is
anything,
too much and what is not?
anything put to the extreme is a bad thing, right? I mean, I think Pekka mentioned it before, right? Even maximalists, to a certain extent, even if they're Bitcoin maximalists, they're not necessarily doing the right thing for the ecosystem. Even drinking water to an extreme is bad for you. So to answer your question, to where, and to try to maybe allude to what was discussed before, I think it depends on how you see the metaverse or the metaverses evolving. I don't necessarily believe there's just going to be one, as we were discussing before. There can be some that are more centralized, more decentralized, more censorship resistant, more censored, and that cater to different audience types as well, right? So I think there will be, let's say, the one that Klaus Schwab creates for the enterprises and that they will potentially use and accommodate their audience to, which, to my belief, let's say, if we're looking at a libertarian world, they have their right to build that for them and for themselves. But then you have the right to go and access a more decentralized metaverse that is maybe more accommodated to you. So my perspective is that there's going to be a lot of different ones along that kind of, let's say, radius, and for you to choose where you fit.
Yeah, I agree. It depends how you use it. And you mentioned that like metaverse is like this utopia image, right? When the person's so fat and don't go out of the house. But from another side, there are lots of fitness metaverse when you can play games together, do sports, play tennis or football just in your house. So you can actually become much more fit as well, you know, if you want. It all depends how you use this tool, just like internet on any online service. Like, for example, we have dark web. Everyone wanted so hard to be untraceable, but then we have Silk Road, right? And the guy appeared to be criminal, and lots of people start to use it too bad. Does it make this person who created a criminal? I believe not. I mean, it's not a fault of the Tor that people use it for bad. It's just like up to the people how to use it. So some people will benefit a lot of it in the good way, be fit, do lots of new, let's say, sources of income and so on. And other people, yeah, they probably will get addicted. But I mean, you can't, let's say, save everyone or force everyone to use it for good. For sure, there will be people who will use it for bad. But yeah, but it's how the world works, right?
Frankly speaking, I hope as long as I live, my daughters, they stay away. If you substitute metaverse with Nintendo or PlayStation, I'm very happy that my 5 kids never had a Nintendo, never had a PlayStation. In fact, my 2 daughters are here, not at home, playing with metaverse. I'm much more happy that they're here physically. Maybe they bump into a corner with their knees. But the reality, the physical reality, teaches a lot. The virtual reality create immediately addiction. We all know, because if we switch on the application that says, how long do you stay in front of it? The application says, you, David, are in front of Twitter most of your life. That's quite a shit, you know, because I'm in front of Twitter all the time. But I'm an adult, unfortunately. I cannot educate myself a lot. But for the kids, the first 10, 15 years, the more they are away from a digital reality with which they can identify with a kitten, I'm very happy if they are not in front of that.
I'm not too sure if the best way to avoid addiction is avoidance or education. To my belief, and I think these panels are also made to, let's say, discuss contradictory opinions. I believe that, let's say, the metaverse that I grew up in, which is MMORPGs, for anyone that's used multimedia online role-playing games, taught me a lot about the way in which the world works, taught me a lot about relationships, taught me a lot about trade, taught me a lot about, I think, a lot of the reason why I can run a business today is because I was playing video games. Now, am I addicted to video games today? No. I mean, am I addicted to maybe running my business? That's another thing. But I think, and it comes back to, let's say, that topic of the metaverse, the tool that we were discussing before. The tool, a knife can be used to cut your tomatoes, like it can be used to kill. I believe we need to spend more time educating people around how to use the tools rather than to blunten the tools that we might be using.
I agree with you, of course.
Yeah, just to add on that, and I partially agree. I mean, I love when I see kids playing, you know, on the playgrounds and not just in the computer games. I had this happily childhood remembering, you know, when you just run with your fellow friends in the garden somewhere, and the mommy is from there, lunch, you know, something like that. That's beautiful. And we played some video games, but just few of them, and they've been all disconnected. When you have a diskette, you know, not even a disk yet, so then you put in there and you do something stuff. So it's all about, I very much agree about the education side, and that we have to decide on the portions. We introduce the kids to the new realities, but they will have to face this world one way or another, and we need to make this transition smooth and educating them. There are good parts of it and bad parts of it, right? So it's not that the whole metaverse is bad or the whole metaverse is good. It's about that you should learn it, how to use it to your advantage, and not to become too addicted to that or to your disadvantage. And also, it's a controversial thing that some people will make money. How they will make money? They will make money on the other people. And sometimes it's very often that they make money on the addiction of the other people. So of course we want to also minimize this kind of behavior when we are more responsible for us and for people. No, you cannot be responsible for the other one, literally, you cannot, even if it's your child, because they already, as soon as they are in a certain age, they already have their own brain and they want to use it and they want to make their own decisions and make their own mistakes and, you know, harm themselves a little bit when they fall down, and it's okay. So it's more about introducing them properly to the new technology, because, for example, think about that. We're talking about the skills and we mentioned the surgery, and for contemporary surgeon, it's very important to use the joystick, and that his hands should be so skillful to use the joystick so the robot can make this micro operation to the person. And if he played when he was a child, he will probably be more skillful than a guy who never hold the joystick in his life. So there are things, the world is changing and we have to adapt, and it's hard. It's hard to be a parent. Sorry, Evgenia was waiting there for so long.
Yeah, I wanted to do it. Okay. Do I have a...
You're the host. Just made the responsible one.
I will do my question quickly. My question is, do we need really metaverse? I explain why. I agree with everything what speakers today said. It's a lot of common sense. All this is common sense. But I didn't hear anything about metaverse, actually. I heard about virtual reality. I heard about AR. I heard about more RPGs. I heard about decentralized games. I heard about even virtual bazaar or supermarket. I never heard about metaverse. And it's either metaverse doesn't exist and it's just a razor to shave hamsters, in the financial market. Either we're going to have metaverse or matrix, and if we need it.
Everything that you said all together makes metaverse. Metaverse is not like one single item.
We go to the beginning, to the first question.
Yeah, it's a summary of all this. Yes, it's including XR, AR, VR, and all the things together, and blockchain and crypto, because you need money inside this universe, right? It's all together. That's why it's such a relative term that keep evolving.
I will put my hat of the organizer and I will cut us down. I will give you just the last words.
That's right. Oh, thank you. It was lovely. I guess you can please have a conversation with them. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. It was amazing. So let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Well, I stay here because we have a last panel of the day, which is this. No, we have to put a new screen. which is going to be just about decentralization. I'm going to moderate this panel, so I'm already here, and I invite Jiri, Nenat, and we also have with us, yes, Christina, of course. Finally, you can get back on the couch, right? So we're going to talk about the stand for decentralization, like a final accord of this discussion. And besides, well, of course, the esteemed speakers and the panelists of this, I'm just checking the bugs, sorry. Okay. So basically, of course, everybody will be welcome to participate in the discussion as we end in the day. There will going to be one more keynote after, but please, if you have, raise your hand. We will definitely involve you into the discussion. So yeah, we again coming back to the topic of decentralization, and I think that my first intent is to, guys, please introduce yourself, because some of you have already been on stage, some of you not. But I will start with you, Jiri.
Okay. Well, I'm Jiří Krejbich. I'm founder of Liberland and Liberland Software Foundation. I'm hardcore libertarian, and I do everything I can to create a better decentralized society.
Hello everybody, I'm Nenad Gligoric. My background is PhD in computer science, so started working from Ericsson a long time ago, and afterwards, during 2017, I noticed this nice project called IOTA. I spent some time working also for IOTA Foundation afterwards, and from 2020 we are working on a blockchain as a service development company, so we develop utility tokens, NFTs, and many different useful applications also with the industrial players around the EU.
Yeah, I think I have already introduced myself. A quick one. Lawyer, entrepreneur, wannabe, freedom fundamentalist.
Wonderful. So now we can move to the first question. Again, we're talking about decentralization first. So I think it's quite necessary to be methodological about any idea which we have. So my first question is, how do you define, let's say, what problem we're trying to solve, right now? Why do we need decentralization, and what problem are we solving? Or we're doing just because we want to? So, Christina, I will start with you, maybe.
Well, to connect to what I said previously in my speech, I mean, when too much power comes into the hand of too few, it's always easy to misuse that. And I mean, I don't think we have democracy in all the democratic Western countries that we live in now. There's no consequences if they lie in the elections and do something else after they're elected, and there's no way for a citizen to hold those in power accountable, and also with lobbying rules and all of those things and that's also why I'm opposed to staking as a condition for voting in a DAO, for instance, because it's the richest guy wins always. So I think it's important because, everyone has their own areas where they're competent, so we should listen to everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I must support the first answer, because I think implementation of democracy, as everybody are thinking about democracy per se, not what they present to us as a democracy, is something that can be achieved with the decentralization. So if you're speaking of different use cases like finance, government, and so on, you have a lot of bias, you have a lot of unfairness, you have inability to impose something that you as a person would like something to be and to behave. So in this sense, I think we all in our soul being think about these decentralization as a democracy. So as you mentioned, we didn't spoke before this, but when you asked the question, I had the same synonym. Was the first thing that come up to my mind was this term. So I think we are all aligned in our that, but I would like to hear as well.
Okay, I think that the problem we are solving is to create a better, more fair environment, and the main reason is independence, I would say.
From whom?
From all the top-down structures, I think, because everything must come from the grassroots. I don't mean just governments, I mean just also big corps or whatever.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, we all experience that, as we said. We were all kind of framed with certain conditions, like from the moment we are born. I think that everybody felt that. But let's go on the other angle. The decentralization, already like this movement, let's say, started with all this Bitcoin paper, maybe even before, but it started to form in a certain direction, and hopefully the right one, which we will tackle maybe in the end of the conversation. But everybody talk about the problems of scaling decentralized systems, even societies sometimes, because what can be kind of decentralized and very democratic when you are 10 people, maybe when you are 100 or you are 1,000, you're 1 million, and then you need the police and stuff. So how do you think, from technical, from legal, from business perspective, we have like 3 perspectives I would like you to present, how can we scale and go over these drawbacks? So Jerry, on technical perspective, what is your thoughts?
Well, I can see that from more like from management perspective, and it's about how many people are involved in the project. If you have many people in it, they will find better solutions, better security, and that's it.
Okay, Nenad.
Yeah, thank you. So from technological perspective, so I'm not sure if I'm entitled to repeat the mantra about the scalability, because also I think mentioned by my colleague, if you have a limited number of transactions, so I mean, we're speaking about interaction or anything else which is transposed to actual transaction on a data layer, on a blockchain and the blocks and so on, you will need to have more than 1,000 or 10,000 transactions per second to be able to ensure everything runs smoothly. So if we are interacting and I want to sell you something, if you need to wait like for 2 days because there is like billions and billions of transactions, it will not fly in the real world. So these are all well-known issues. How it can be solved, I think that the community is already working significantly around that. So I mean, from the Polygon as a sidechain of Ethereum, you have changes in the algorithm, and as Pekka said today, the problem is that like you are changing the mechanism engine of the airplane on the fly. So this is another issue, but I think it will be resolved in a moment. But we need a lot of time to get there, because there's a lot of engineering issues that we need to solve. And from another perspective, we're speaking about, I'm speaking about Ethereum because of the adoption. So adoption is very important. Most of people get their hands on the Ethereum. So this is why we need to follow up, and the community is so around it to make it more scalable.
I just want to, I'm sorry, I will return to Christina, but this is the thing. It's like, I have a feeling, and I don't know anybody is sharing that, because we've been so running for adoption, I think we're kind of sacrificing too much in the way. So our original values of actual decentralization, of actual involvement of all of the people get lost on the way, just because we want to scale by any price paying on the way, which is a bit scary, which brings us back to where we started. Do you feel that a little bit? Because again, I will explain. For example, like, we want adoption, that we need to regulate. Now the European Union is launching the MiCA and other things. They're regulating smart contracts, which anymore do not make any freaking sense. So is that actually what we've been fighting for all this like last decade? To come up where they basically gonna ban us all from what we wanted? Or for example with Ethereum, and I agree partially on that staking point, right? We say, yeah, we're gonna make it proof of stake so it's easier to launch, right? So we will put away proof of work because it's harmful for the environment and takes too much electricity and blah. But then again, if you hold more, then you decide, then you're the king of the king of the house. And yes, maybe it's quite difficult to accumulate too much, but just give it a time, you know. So what do you think about that?
Baby steps, baby steps. So I mean, if you want to have the real adoption, you need to sit down with the government, with the European Commission, with everybody that are actually regulating the markets, and for the citizens to be able to use your service. I mean, we've been in a problem when people want us as a company to develop some service and they want like fully decentralized. Then they realize their users are not fully aware how to use it, so they cannot. I mean, for them it's a problem to install the MetaMask or any other wallet. Then from the other perspective, it's very, very difficult for them for this enrollment phase. So there is something called European Digital Signal Markets, and I think blockchain and digital identities has a big role there. And technology is there to support it, but we really just need to implement it in a well manner. So there is these, of course, zero knowledge rollups that are used, you know, because of the scalability, so you can have more transaction, more everything, but then the problems come from another hand. What is the security then in these cases? But in general, I think there needs to be a balance between, we need to hear what, we cannot be pirates all the time. So we need Liberland officials need to sit with other governments and to agree about the same things. If it doesn't work like that, you will not be able at some point to have a company registered in Liberland to do any transactions in the market with other EU countries. So even you do not need to have a land. I mean, everything can be virtual, but to be able to have this real adoption, I think we need to go baby steps. So sorry for taking too much time. So.
No. Christina, probably you have a lot to say. So I'm very eager to know your opinion.
Well, I mean, my opinion, I guess, differs a lot from the technical one. Scale can probably be good from a technical perspective, to have it quick and fast and huge and all of that. But if we talk about, like you said before in the talk, you said, in my space, I want to have my rules, you said, right? So I think the problem more is that when it becomes huge, it also becomes completely anonymous, in the sense that you don't feel any connection to it. If you take, I don't know, Bitcoin, it's pretty huge. I don't feel like I'm a part of a Bitcoin community, or that I am a part of the European Union, for that matter, that Ursula von der Leyen cares what I think about stuff, right? So maybe have one overarching framework for technology, and where you can do subgroups, where you can gather together with the people that you feel. Because I think if it's two big units, if you take the US, for instance, they're like 350 million. I'm sure they feel a lot different from one another than the people in Liberland, for instance, who are 700, right? So it's not always good to have scale for the matter of scale, I would say. Maybe from a technological perspective,
Usually
but
it's
not
more
from
like
mine.
economical perspective, I think, no?
Economic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like because
Yeah.
you're scaling because you need to have more transactions.
Yeah, but then you can have subgroups that do different things, and you have the overarching technology kind of thing, I'm thinking. I don't know. I'm not a technical
The only thing I would just add here is it's again like the money which we invest in just scaling for scaling, we
Yeah.
can also invest into education of the people and teaching them how to use the MetaMask. Finally, it's not so hard. I mean, it's not rocket science, right? It's not writing code itself, right? So we can do that, and of course, people have to be responsible themselves and wishing for that. No.
Yeah, for sure. But as I said, also simple solutions, where simple interface, how to onboard and things. But I think that will be crucial.
Perfect.
If I just cannot, I cannot imagine my mother using Facebook like 15 years ago, but now I'm not more on Facebook anymore. Not because of that, but because other reasons, data privacy mostly. But yeah, this will come eventually. So the adoption will come. I think complexity, I think, argues the actual incentive, what you get when you're using it. So now the black market is flourishing. for them it's not that easy. These are not all technical people, but they actually learn how to use it. They have good incentives. Once they have good incentives, I think everybody will start using it basically. Yeah.
Okay, right. So now probably the next one would be again more on the legal side. So we heard a lot about how Liberland is planning that. To me it's appealing, but I'm not a lawyer. So do you think we can use the similar model and scale it to the other countries, or they can, let's say, borrow some ideas, or it's more like, no, they will never do it, and then we just have to face it? Do you think that there is a way we can actually manage that?
That's a hard question. I think, I mean, for people to imagine alternatives, ways of doing things, in that sense, then a project like Liberland can well serve as a model, and I see it in somewhat of an experiment also to see how can we do this better. Is there other ways of doing governance and all of that? So of course other countries can use that model. If they will is a different issue. I mean, that's a little bit like right now, how I usually describe it, it's the money wars that's going on, right? So it's the decentralized crypto community at war with the CBDC centralized old-timers system kind of thing, the old structure. So I think it's like, yeah, it's a war on money, really, because money is at the heart of everything, and that is why we're seeing a lot of things happening in terms of legislation and all of that, because crypto is a threat to the normal financial system. So I guess it depends who wins the money world wars, if they're gonna take those up or not, is my guess. It's not so much a legal issue, actually. It's more
Finally, it's about how you put your legal systems as well, I guess, because like how you write your constitution, what do you put into your constitution? It's finally it's the base legal structure, and if you're ready to change that or not. But anyways, like sorry, you.
Well, as someone coming from the autocratic society, I mean not society but country, for me it's hard to even think about that happening in during my lifetime, and I think what can be done to push this replication of a good example like Liberland all over the world is when people start shifting to Liberland. So everybody would like to become eventually citizens of the world. So when countries realize they start losing people, they will maybe think about, okay, now this is the way to change, like banks did changing, because they realize how much money is transacted over the Bitcoin and other networks. They realize, okay, maybe we should do something. Maybe we should change something so that we do not lose eventually, you know, in 10 years, all the users, because this will happen. And I think the similar could be also replicated and think about when we're speaking about e-governments and other decentralizations.
Okay, well, I'm not really into legal stuff, but I would say as a developer, I would never comply with EU EU regulations.
That's a declaration, no.
That's my declaration. But thank you. But if someone would like to, they can fork my software and do their own less free version. I don't mind, but you know, my approach in my life was always not to follow the rules. I do what I want, and
well, at least not the rules you don't believe in, right?
yeah. I mean this.
You want to add something? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to complement that. Not necessarily all that comes from the regulatives and the EU is necessarily bad, because GDPR, I mean, it's So I'm not the expert on GDPR, but we had a lot of projects where we had a need to implement it, and I think no one respected originally. I mean, they have fee in Google, and some companies, I mean, they can fee everybody more or less. If you go in any company and if you like assess how they treat the data, they're not doing it correctly. If you put a blockchain there, you can change the things, but of course, I mean, this is architectural, technological, that you can speak in 3 hours. So, in general, I just wanted to say that not necessarily everything, because these regulations from EU actually impose something to the big players using the data from European citizens to act in some manner. I don't say it's implemented well at the end, but it's a start. Yeah.
I want to go back a little bit into our topic, actually. Are we in the right way, right? So we're already half through. Because we mentioned the CBDCs, guys. And that's kind of well, if I remember correctly, the whole thing about CBDCs started like 5-6 maximum years ago, after the stable coins were there. So when we got the USDT, and then they said, okay, these guys created kind of a USD crypto. They based on some reserve. Well, nobody exactly know how big is the reserve, whatever. I'm like, why don't we do our own? And then it's like a wolf in a sheep skin, you know, that expression, right? So for me, it's this, and that's why I'm asking, when we as the blockchainers, as a Web3 society, community, are we doing the right things? Are we pushing enough and in the right direction with these people when they taking our ideas? Sometimes I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but they taking our ideas, they turn them around, they pump them because they have the funds, and they put a good marketing, and then the adoption comes not to actual Web3, but to this fake Web3, which is, so what do you think? Are we doing this actually properly? Are we on the right way? Are we fighting with this somehow or not? I mean, Yuri, maybe with you like a libertarian, we can start.
Well, I don't fight with anyone. I rather like to create my own solutions. That was always my approach. And I think that in future, if CBDC will come in power, there will be probably 2 societies. The one society that complies with everything that EU and local governments create, and the other society, the free society. I don't know what will happen then, but I hope the free society will live the better, happier life.
Okay.
It happened 2 years ago. It's already happened.
Yeah, but I don't know in which
societies in Italy. We had 2 societies. I bet better. There were 2 societies. So it already happened. It will be a bit worse because you can steal my health, you can steal my freedom, and if you also steal my whole money, it will be much harder. But there will be 2 societies for sure.
I agree.
No. Yeah, I mean,
but they
yeah.
don't have to fight. Well, these societies should not fight each other. I think they should. The freer society should educate the rest of the society. Yeah.
No, but we should be better at marketing, that's for sure, because I mean there is a narrative in the mainstream media where it's always like, if I talk about, you know, you work with blockchain or crypto, and they're like, yeah, it's that Bitcoin, and it's only criminals using it to sell drugs. That's what a lot of people think, right? So we should be maybe also spending time, you know, selling the idea and why it is important. And I have learned, I mean, a lot of things that I never even thought about before I got interested in crypto and blockchain and all of that, like how the financial system works. I didn't know what fiat money was. I never thought about like how do they create money out of thin air and all of those things. That's something they don't teach you in school, and no one is telling you. They'd rather keep it down low, like that they use modern monetary theory where you can just print out of thin air, and that will still not create inflation was the theory. And we can see how that went. But so for sure, be more vocal, be more clear, and sell our liberty idea a little bit better, maybe.
Yeah, maybe just one hands-on example. Was speaking about this, say how people have trust in this technology that came just recently to them. We're developing for one gaming studio the complete blockchain part with tokenomics and everything, and they said, do not mention NFTs, because people are so gamers and everybody that are in this space are so keen on this because there are so many ICOs, so many stories not up to the expectation. And I think at the moment what is going to happen, at least in my opinion, is that we are actually going to see people using the technology not knowing what is in the background. So there is a lot of buzz, a lot of people speaking about these keywords, and for them it's plenty of new things like blockchain, different cryptocurrencies and so on. Eventually everybody are going to use those, and even not knowing what is in the background. Yeah. So my 2 cents.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So you said that yeah, it's necessary to do it, this technology, for people to not knowing what is on the back end and what is behind. Well, I think we have example of society now that people don't know what what is behind their phone or anything, and we have leaders. I mean, we have who is in charge, and we have I don't know, 99%, 98% of ships. That's it. So I would be personal. For education and everything, totally against that. This is even not accident trap. It's like trap on purpose to claim, let's make the technology be not noticeable behind, and people just use it and don't question.
Yeah, maybe I didn't being clear as I want to. So the idea was to actually explain that they will have the trust in the technologies in a way that they don't even care what is in the background. So this moment will probably come, but of course now you need to know. I mean, if you're entering into some smart contract or something, you are aware how it works, because there is a lot of things you need to do. You need to have a wallet. You need to do this and that. Yeah, eventually it should be seamless. Like, if now I do not want to start a metaverse panel, but in this scenario, everything should work seamlessly, and you don't care what is in the background. So this is what I wanted to highlight.
I hope it means more. You don't care if it's Ethereum or Bitcoin, but you know that it's blockchain technology and how it's works.
Yeah, you don't care it's a blockchain. You just know it is it because it's named something. So yeah.
No. I mean, I kind of processing a bit of your question because I understand what you're talking about. So that we actually have to know what's happening behind. It either should be audited, it should be secured, so that it's the same with the data. When somebody is telling, we're gonna store your data, we actually never question it many times. How? Tell me how you're gonna store my data. All we got is like there was another breach. There was another breach. 100,000 people were affected. 1 million people was affected. Now exactly. Now, well, it depends on how big was the company who was attacked, let's say. And then in the dark net, you can buy that for 5 cents. Okay, because nobody ever cared. Nobody ever asked the question. You just sign, I accept. Sorry, GDPR. That's what GDPR asks you to do. Does it help you? No. All it does is just justify whatever you do. That's it. Nobody is auditing, nobody is questioning. No, if I write to the company, hey, explain to me how, and ask, nobody will ever reply to me. Okay, and I'm sure I'm going to be pretty much the only one to ask that. So it's not about, oh, we have these questions every day. So I mean, it's not about that. We really have to show people the difference. That's I personally believe in. We have 5 minutes left, so I would encourage the audience to ask any other questions. Please, if you can just move a little bit closer, and I will give you the mic.
No, I just wanted to say is that I guess like that's exactly the problem that we're running into is mass adoption that you mentioned earlier. Like you said, that we're forgetting about the real purpose as we run after mass adoption. So I think the problem is that solutions that are out there, like many of them, are just not solving the real problems, and because of that, people are starting to question the technology because they don't see the good. So like, let's say when you need to create a bank account, it's not seamless. Like you need to input a lot of data, but people still do it because they understand why they need it. So like currently they don't understand why they need to create a crypto wallet. I guess no question.
Any comments?
I mean, you just confirmed basically, you pointed out.
So any questions from the audience? No. Okay, guys. So then we have just 3 minutes left. So I will just give each one of you like a minute just for the last words about decentralization, where we're going, or any other thoughts, because we're closing the event almost. So Jerry, with you.
Well, I don't know what to say. Just educate yourself in crypto, in decentralized media, and just spread the word. That's from me.
Okay, I can do
it.
Thanks. Well, as we're working on a lot of these new projects, and I have a lot of ideas how we can go beyond the state of the art. So maybe I can share my thoughts of the future decentralization.
Of course.
Yeah. So how I potentially see it, because no one speaks about religion and decentralization. So if you're thinking about these things, which are really overwhelming, I do not want to go into the details, but how I see it potentially, it can go and look like. So the fairness of behavior. So let's say in future, you probably know how much you're carbon neutral. Also, you can know how much you did bad or good to other people. And for that, there can be like a blockchain in between that actually monitors everything. And it's like a God DAO or something. If you look in a bigger, I did never heard this concept.
And you show it, or it's your private information? So you live with that.
Yeah, well, I didn't work around the concept, but yeah. But in general, I started from thinking about the scenarios when you cannot enter in China, in Asia, in some store because you have a bad reputation. So it's
you have this kind of reputation points or something.
Exactly.
Like that.
So I mean, it's builds upon one thing build the other. So I think the future will be very interesting, and not only next decades. I think in next few years we will experience a lot of interesting use cases, and I hope everybody will enjoy it. No.
Indeed. Let's hope we will enjoy, not the otherwise.
All right, so I don't believe in a God DAO, but if we're going to regulate life here on Earth, then I think there's a lot of great people that are working really hard to create a lot of good solutions. So let's focus a little bit more on philosophy and the goal with what we're doing. Of course, continue to focus on tech, but a little bit less on tech and more on the why, and explain to everyone else why. And also let's make sure that the digital citizens has the same rights as the physical ones.
Beautiful words. So I thank my panel very much. I will just add from myself that I also believe that we have to invest a lot of our time and effort into education, and that shouldn't be again imposed on the people or say, oh, you have to go by that talk and it's so amazing. Should be this conceptual education where people themselves, they say, oh, I learned all that. I know now what is decentralized system. I know now what is DAOs, whatever, what is decentralized economy. I want to try it. And then he makes this calculated choice for himself. And yes, maybe he will get mistakes. Maybe he will lose some money on the way, but he will get some money on the way as well. So that's fine. Thank you so much, guys, for this panel. And I think right now we will have a speaker connected, right? Perfect. So applause for the speakers. And the last keynote is on.
Yeah, we've got Sergio waiting for us on Zoom. Great to see you, Sergio. It's great always to see you. And you're I would say, the hardest working architect in the Liberland community. And we're looking very much forward to whatever you have proposed now for Liberland, because we would like to go over that last proposal, because that's still, even though it looks futuristic, it's the one that is most realistic, because it really solves the problem with flooding and with other stuff. And also, I'm looking forward to see your presentation on the Arc Village, because that was something that was your passion for a long time, and I think you've got some results on that front. And right after, actually, we will talk about Liberland Metaverse as well. We will have Mirek, our developer, on board, and I've got a great new announcement. We've got a new officer of Liberland Metaverse that came out of one of the speakers on this conference. So she said she will help us to organize it, but it's very much tied to the architectural concepts. So thank you again, and the floor is yours, Sergio.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you all to all the people involved in the Liberland project. It's been a very special thing for me. It's kind of a dream come true to have the opportunity to work in a field that is so important for me. And it's really a great opportunity, and it's really a pleasure to have, for me, to be in touch with people that can feel and I think and share the same interest in nature. And I have some different things to show. And I was just thinking to go back to the first meeting that we had, the first time that I met Mr. President, that I thank again. So I would share the first project that we presented in 2016 in the occasion of the first competition, and that was really a very good way for me to come out with my ideas. And I think that excuse me.
All good, we can hear you very well, and we follow you, and we have a nice picture here. And by the way, I have just recently talked with somebody about it, and he was very excited and very like important investor that could even do investment like this. So it was interesting, because he literally told me he's got some vision, and then he described your super canon version of Liberland, and that was interesting. And then when he saw it, he was like, yeah, that's what I had been in mind. So it was not too long ago. I will tell you more about it later.
Oh, okay, good. And so all of the proposals we've been working on are just the same. The idea of the land and the nature, most of all the nature, and the Liberland motto. And I think they just come perfectly together, live and let live. And I think that the most important thing is that we as humans are too centered on ourselves, and we don't think that we are just part of the nature, and each creature has the same right to live as we do have. So I think that live and let live should be something that we just consider not between humans, but between species. So the idea is this. It may look naive, I know, but I don't think it is. It's just a bit sci-fi crossing architecture, and crossing the idea that we have to have a new relationship with nature. So the idea is to have the ground completely free and undisturbed, and free for other species to thrive. And the city is raised up above the ground. The easiest thing we have is that when we move up, we have better air, better climate, better view. And we all want to pay for the top floor when we buy in a residential unit. And at the same time, the effort is on how we treat our waste and we grow our food. And we know that one of the most important things and one of the most pollutant thing is agriculture and cattle grazing. And to me, I'm naive, but my dream has always been to be a cowboy. I grew up watching too many Western movies, and I still love the cowboy way of life. And I've been a cowboy when I was younger. And actually, cattle grazing and ranching, that seems to be something that is rarely into nature, is at the same time something that is quite difficult for the nature. Not really ranching, but farming. So, and at the same time, there's also this idea of how we treat the fellow other species, the other animals that inhabit the planet with us. So that always moves towards a more Native American way of thinking. But anyway, sorry if I'm going just personal or crossing somehow, but it's just to give you the idea of what's behind these drawings. It's just the passion for the land and how it should be as much pristine and saved for any of us. But this is just the idea of the structure and hydroponics and aeroponics, and we had labs, and everything is treated. It's just like our own organism, where we treat the food, and each part is used for living. And this is still one of the studies that we did at the time of the first Liberland competition, and it was just to see how much how big is the ratio between built environment and population, and the relationship between humans and green, intending the natural green and the places used by man. If you take Manhattan, you have 92.4% of the city, which is city. It's just concrete and cement, and 7.6 is natural. Here in Liberland, we have 94% natural on the ground level, and at the same time we have all those services and the features that we look for in a city. And it's a matter of how dense it is, and density is the key, I guess. So let's see what we came out in 2021. So that was the second competition, and there was this other idea that I had in mind, since we are in Italy and we have these beautiful hilltop villages. We were just thinking that since the cannon could look to someone too aggressive, we could duplicate the same thing and have this texture a bit more relaxed above the ground. And still we just wanted to raise the buildings above the ground in order to have the earth undisturbed, and then we had, in this case, we also doubled the greenery, because we had these units, these cells, and each cell was complete with services and with greenery on top. So this is a kind of, and the shape is just based on Paprika, which is a small hilltop village, Middle Ages village, with all these nice looking spaces from one part to the other. And we just raised Paprika above the ground. So, and well, this is just an idea of what you see from one of the towers on top. And then it's just like we did some conversion in a hilltop village. You have the streets and you have the buildings. We just cut out the streets and made them narrow, well, wider, not narrow. And just in order to have more light coming down and having light coming down. So, and we also thought about how we could imagine a growth for this new environment and keeping the same, some kind of physiognomy along the way. So this was phase one for 25,000 people, imagined for maybe 10 years from now. And then this is phase two, 80,000 people in 2040. Phase 3 for 120,000 people, 2050, and 2065, 160,000 people. This is an idea of these cells and residential healthcare, robotics and genetics laboratories, because we think that high tech is the key, and we have to go on and have all the best, all of the best equipment and ideas and minds working together in Liberland.
Yep. We actually have robot. Sergio, we actually have a nice robot waiting downstairs for everybody to see right after we finish your presentation. Okay. So you're on the right track. Okay. It's a beautiful beautiful machine.
Okay, great. And then, of course, we have the leisure, and this is a section, so you see that actually there's plenty of light coming down, and there's this connection of different devices, and energy is used, and there's water storage, there's photovoltaic panels, there's water filtration, there's hydroelectric, geothermal, and each part is intended to have the city itself is efficient and not pollutant. So we have a few views from on top, and then that's what we were just seeing before, and this is also something that says how much of the food production is carried on by hydroponics and aeroponics and fishing and vertical farms, and how they're connected. And this is a view from down there. And this is, once again, we are very interested. We are, the studio is focused on architecture, but we are also very active in structures. So we have always in mind that something has to be extremely feasible. And so this is a diagram of how the trusses and columns work together. This is a view from on top. And this is part of that idea. The 2021 competition was also for Napredak, a small place in Serbia, not far from Liberland, and how it could be one seminal prototype for Liberland. So there's this scheme, and sometimes there's the Floating Man Festival going on there. So we came out with this stage and with this idea of the Liberland University and the entrance to the and which was intended to be linked to presidential units plan, and to the right, to the tower to the right, where there is the first Liberland administration seat. And we have also a video, small video of this proposal that we want to share with you. Just we came up with this couple of years ago.
And by the way, for us right now, if I'm thinking from a more realistic point of view, the Napredak building would probably work well as an initial building in Liberland, because it solves the problem with the flooding and it's a reasonable size to start with. So we maybe could be looking at it more deeply, because again of the size and feasibility for the initial like some bigger building.
Yeah.
And it's, by the way, it's not that different, I mean, in the style than the buildings that are in Hungary. If we are talking about the base that we have in Hungary, it's also built on 5-meter pillars, because even though it's like quite high above the water, it is still kind of ready to be above the water, even if the water is very high. So that's another point of view where, like, in this area, people are anyway building on these pillars. But the thing is that we can make it elegant with your help, and that's kind of exciting.
Yeah. So
You've
then
got some collapsing.
one last thing that I just wanted to show, which is the arc, and well, we were. Oh, just one moment. We were there just one year ago, and Mr. President asked me what I thought about the Arc Village, and if I had any idea in mind, and I've been working a bit on it for quite a long time. And well, I came out with this idea of the Hobbit village. I mean, see, this place, the Arc, is really beautiful. It's not far from Liberland, and there's this canal and this small lake. These are pictures that I took last year when we were there, and so this the idea is to have once again this big relationship with the soil, and not to build too much. This is an old, very interesting building, an old brick factory that is just across the street, and that I would like to be part of the project, and just the idea of what it could be, since the place is a place for where to spend some time in the nature. There could be an hotel, not big, and raised above the ground. What we see on our left, it's where you have this B. Then C are the hotel rooms that are suspended above the ground, in order to, because everything here is either under the hill or flying up in the air, but mostly it's under the hill. So you have this just these floor slabs that are very natural, very hilly, and just most of the things are beneath the curves of the slab. And then we have the cottages on which is number which is D, and just 12, not too many, just to leave the soil as beautiful as it is. And then we have E, which is the spa, the building that I was telling before, the old brick factory. And then F, down here, is where the camping services are. And the top of the services for the camping, which is a hill, acts also as a stage for the Floating Man Festival. Could act as that. So this is just an image of the houses that are just covered with grass, and have each house has its whole dock, and they also have this small swimming pool, just a tub, but it's integrated in the design. And this is what you get from the back. You have this these paths of wood going down, and the hill becomes a bit it goes through a transformation, and so from being natural it becomes more artificial, and you have the top, and then you have all these kind of slabs going down and reaching towards the water. And this is a view from on top, where you see on the right side here there's the hotel, and on the right there's the hill, and there's the convention center and the Liberland representative offices that are all under the hill. Then if we move down, if we have the path going down and linking to the cottages, the 12 cottages, and then if we go further up, we meet the street that goes down to the spa, which is facing the other part of the lake. And then we keep going along the path, and we have this zone where we have the camping, and the services are below the ground, and the top, the roof, acts as a place to sit and get to see the lake, but also can be the place to look at the stage of the festival. And this is just a view from one of the rooms looking towards the lake, where we have stone, and we have also wood, and we have water coming in. And well, we can just share one last thing, just the model, just to have one more view of how you enter. So once again, thank you, Mr. President, for sharing dreams. And I think that dreaming is the most important thing, and at the same time, we have to dream to make things come true, and to work for a better world. And I think that that is what you're trying to do, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio. That was really exciting, you know, and I think this is very, I would say, realistic and as well as beautiful, and I would say not ordinary project that we could deploy here, and we were going to start working on it. I already shared it with our guys here that are helping with the building and realizations. So that's great. We have one more presentation right now, a very short one, but it's a very exciting, because we've got a new officer of Liberland. Join me, please. It will be fun. We've got a chief head officer of Metaverse, Marina. I don't know if you heard her speaking, but she approached me and she said she wants to do something with the Metaverse. Now it doesn't really have a leadership, I would say, but we have a lead developer. Is he connected or not?
Yes, he's joining in a minute. Just give me a second,
Okay, so what we have done, basically, we have been working on metaverse with Zahadi Architects, and we have done it for, well, it was a project that started almost 2 years ago, and it was a pixel streaming project, and Zahadi created us a beautiful design of how Liberland could be divided and subdivided, and I think it is probably, and very likely, the most or the best urban design for division of plots that we have so far. It is very, I would say, dynamic, and you can easily find out if you just go to Liberland Metaverse, the nice videos all around Euronews and CNN. You have probably seen that. But since then, we decided that technologically that was not the right solution for us, that we need something flexible and something which we are in full control of, and we also decided that we will combine it with our metaverse and our blockchain, right? So that you could already see the pictures where the parcels are laid out in the metaverse, because that was part of the evaluation for the grant from Web3 Foundation that we got not too long ago, and this is the second part of it, and we are close to finishing. And what we have done, we have to basically taken an Unreal server, and we are able to host there up to 100 people, but with this solution we are able to have up to 10,000 people at the same time. With a company called Improbable, we can actually scale to huge numbers. But to be honest with you, I've spent like hundreds of hours talking about metaverse on different Zoom calls and meetings, and we have done a lot of work on it, but we could never really like come up with anything that would be able to, how we could monetize the investment that we have put into it. And we could see all these startups around us doing metaverses, but I was thinking we were actually building a country. For us, the metaverse, we were into it long before it was cool. For us, it is a presentation what we want to build, and I knew very well that we have to be in full control, and that's why we have switched with Mirek. And I'm not sure if he already joined us. I guess not yet. But the Mirek is a guy that from scratch helped us to develop it. He came for a Floating Man Festival, and he by the way, he built the showers on the other side of the lake, and he was living in a van. We can hear you very well, Mirek. I will just finish my point about your last visit here. So he came from Canary Islands. Think about it, with his van and with his girlfriend. And now they have moved permanently to the sea, so they're around Mediterranean on a boat. But at the same time, he helps us to develop the metaverse, and he is quite skillful because he can do everything from A to Z. And with his help, we are developing the metaverse. And maybe I will give you a couple words to you, Mirek, a little bit more about technology. Maybe you can try to share us a couple slides on the presentation, and then we will get back to our chief officer, very newly nominated for her position. Chief Metaverse Officer, and we will see what her take on the whole project is. Yeah, because yes, it is not been governed. The whole project needs a kind of leadership, and it's completely outside of my time scope. So that's great. So Mirek, go for it. Mirek left us.
Perhaps meanwhile, while he rejoins, I
for
can
it.
take over. So first of all, I want to say that I figured out about Liberland metaverse maybe like 1 hour ago by just Googling it. And I was fascinated actually how cool the design, the idea, the potential behind it is enormous. And I'm here to help you to monetize it and basically fill in with citizens, virtual and physical. I already have some few ideas how it's going to look like. We would probably start with exclusive NFTs, which will give you some exclusive rights and priorities in order to get, for example, your citizenship or exclusive NFT merch. We also going to do some events over here with very special guests and many more, so stay tuned. Yeah, it's going to be really fun.
And I'm very excited that we could get one of the speakers to help us with something. So I'm looking forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think I would conclude here. Actually, it seems that Mirek is unable to join us. He's on the boat in the middle of the sea, and his SpaceX or whatever Starlink connection is probably not stable. Mirek, is it more stable now?
It's more stable. Sorry about that.
Excellent. So your floors is yours.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen real quick.
Hope you have all the permits to do so.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Can you grant him permits? Yes, you are now permitted to share your screen.
1 second.
That reminds me of was it New Year's Eve where somebody was sharing the screen while somebody else was doing presentation? That was a hilarious online event that we had, like Christmas. That was, we had a hacker that was able to share his screen over anybody else's presentations, and it was kind of fun. Meanwhile, he set it up. I'm inviting you to go downstairs because we have a really nice robot that is kind of like one of the Liberland startups that has been developed, and it's very real machine, which I think has a great edge on the market. Back over there, we've got the RoboDog, but down there we've got a professional robotic grass cutter, which has been produced.
Recording in progress.
In Serbia. So we will be able to drive it, and it has a fully autonomous mode as well as it has fully turnable camera. So it's kind of fun. But let's get back to Liberverse.
Okay, everyone. Liberverse, the virtual version of Liberland. It's a project that we started working on last fall. Yes, we needed to basically change from the way the previous Liberland metaverse was basically developed, because we needed more control, which brought its first fruit this time, because we were able to basically integrate the concept of the first blockchain cadastre, like first cadastre evidence, which is stored basically in blockchain in our testnet at the moment, and you can already download Liberverse from liberverse.net, the testing version at the moment, and in the future we are planning to in Liberverse do more things. Like, for example, we would like to make it basically a more featured metaverse, a place for having a chat, having hangouts, maybe even some work, some productivity. And we would like to visualize basically the future of Liberland, use it to visualize potential developer projects, and give you the idea where the movement is going to.
It should be a digital twin to Liberland itself. So we might not have a building bureau, but you might be asked to deploy the design of your building before you start building something in Liberland, in Liberverse itself.
Yeah, for example. Yeah. But there's a lot of potential into the project. There's a lot of things we can do. We can integrate all sorts of other blockchain functionality, NFTs, for example, and you can pretty much get the idea what's Liberland like if you join today, and if you run around the area. It gives you a good imagination about how big is Liberland, for example, if you haven't been there before. I have a screenshot here, and this is an aerial view of the current state of the world in Liberverse, which is basically a copy of Liberland, a geographical copy of Liberland, as much accurate as as we can do at the moment with the tools we have, and you can basically follow any path. You can go to the Siga Island. If you haven't been there yet, it's an interesting trip to have.
All right, Minek. So, Thank you very much. We are actually running out of time now, and I think everybody would like to finish the day as well. It was a long day, but I wanted to mention that this project is on. It's kind of a side hobby project for Liberlanders, but I think it has the potential. We just haven't been able to discover
Work in progress.
It is a work in progress, but it makes sense with that we have a metaverse that is fully integrated with the governance blockchain that we are launching, so that the governance blockchain will run both the virtual as well as the physical space. Anyway, thank you. That's the end for today, and yeah, maybe we want to say something about tomorrow or today. Yeah, today there will be a basically a unofficial party here. Whoever wants to stay, we are going to have maybe some karaoke. That will be fun. So whoever is feeling like singing, you know, that's the time. And tomorrow there will be a dinner basically at Plavaruja. And for tomorrow we still don't know what the weather will be, so whoever wants to go to the boat trip, he can go. Whoever doesn't want to, he doesn't have to go. But we need to actually sort it out also now. So you know, let us know your position on that. We were gonna organize it with Vanya.
Yeah, so basically, guys, especially the speakers and, well, VIP guests as well, but speakers, I say, because it's my field, let's say. We don't know what the weather will be tomorrow. There is a 40% probability of rain. We never know, like, what it happens. Maybe it will be like today. And also maybe the boat is it's rather small, so it's a big journey. So it's at least 3 hours, 2.5 hours, one way. Then we go there, you embark, you disembark, then you go back and you come here for lunch. The boat doesn't have any extras, drinks or snacks, so take everything with you if you want to go. If you don't want to go, the alternative could be to actually take a trip around the Sambor. It's a very lovely town, and we can get a guide and just see around. Also, for the speakers, particularly traveling tomorrow afternoon, if you want, because some of you already asked me if you can go earlier, it is possible. We can organize, for example, your transfer, like, 11-ish, 12-ish, whatever you tell us. And then you come to Belgrade, and then you can explore Belgrade in your free time. So that's also a possibility. But as Vit said, we need to know ASAP. So think about it and let us know ASAP. Maybe you can write it in the group, and we will connect your answers. Collect.
Just we are only taking people that are properly dressed, so that we don't have anybody suffering. Exactly. Yes, and then we have some side event with these guys, with the YouTubers, so we will talk about it separately. All right. Cool. Thank you very much again, and let's have a after party. Yes. And let's go and let's play with the robot, because you will like it. We just received it after half year of waiting it. And yeah, guys, good job at the technical stage. I think that was the first flawless event in our history of building Liberland.